Cross country, bro. The Prefontaine. Yep, I'm on a Buffalo game. Ooh. Go Bills, go. Go Bills, go, baby. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Tuesday it is. What's up? I just found out you were a lax bro. We all thought you were just a cross-country kid.
Yeah, no, I when I went to Carnegie Mellon, I was going to run cross-country. I had a heart murmur, and that gave me a great excuse to never run again in my life. So I joined our lacrosse team, which went high-level club, and then I ended up playing, for a semi-pro team Google assures me did not exist, called the Indiana Dragons. And then as an older gentleman up here in the great state of Wisconsin, a traveling barnstorming team of old guys called Mad Cow Lacrosse. So, yeah, we're bringing back Tank Top Tuesday. I got a plethora of old jerseys. Some of which are like crop tops on top of the tank top because they were just like practice pennies.
Excellent.
Delightful.
I just think I would enjoy looking at you in a tank top more than I did Rossi in a tank top when I did Tank Top Tuesday with him. Yeah, so give me you or Lamarca in a tank top.
Oh, I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot of sexual appeal in all of that, and I can understand why we would do that here at DraftKings because we're always trying to pull in the lady market, and what better way than with a little suns out, guns out action from the best and brightest of the Sim family.
Bro, by the way, I'm just like heart murmur. I had to be reminded of like exactly what it is. So the sound of blood flowing through the heart due to anything from healthy heart exertion during exercise to a diseased heart valve or other abnormality. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I just occasionally sometimes will I can feel a little tightness and things get a little weird, but honestly, it doesn't really affect me since I was like a teenager. So I got real lucky with that.
It's amazing. You just had to stop exercising. That's incredible.
Exactly. And the doctors were like, you need to eat more and drink more and get off your feet. We are recommending more sedentary lifestyle to get your heart back on track. And ever since, I've been great.
Really good to see everybody here today. Good Tuesday morning, good Tuesday afternoon, wherever you're watching, however you're watching. We love the fact that you're here with us on the DraftKings Dream Stream. One big old dysfunctional happy family. Christian D'Andrea with you today. Emerson Lazia. Thomas on the ones and twos. Andrew, producer Drew. What's up, bro? And then Frangelico on the ops team. And there goes, there goes the great number 8.
Oh, I mean, how can you fade him today? Emerson, where is he in your lineup? Is he your captain?
Yeah. No, this is really bad. You're going to think I'm an absolute idiot, more than normal. And I went ahead and I faded. I faded him.
So you thought?
Wait a minute. Did I? Hold on.
He messes up.
No. So I have it. Okay. I do have him in my lineup. I'm sorry. I built my lineup at 10. I slept until 10. I built my lineup at 10:01. So I went ahead and captained Lee Smith. I went Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Ingram, Mandrews, and the Ravens defense. That's what I did. Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. I was like, whatever, dude. I'm not going to think about it. And then a lot of the times, this is when I'm successful, when I don't think. It's like the less I think, the less I care about something, the better I do at it.
Yeah, I went kind of the same route. I was like, I know, because look at this lineup, man. Only 4 guys average double digits, and like 2 of them, Diggs and Singletary, give you 12 plus. But like after that, only 1 guy gives you 9 plus. You basically have to have Lamar and Josh Allen in here, so you have to get them both in there. You have to get a little creative at captain. So I appreciate Lee Smith. I got him in my flex. He's been on a bit of a heater lately. We've seen a lot of him. The guy who's not really a pass-catching tight end, but here in Simland he is. In the real world, he's basically just a 6th lineman who occasionally will spring free and catch your 4-yard out as Lamar's 3rd down pass goes for naught, and looks like the Ravens going to have to punt this one away here. What do you got? Andrews in my captain spot. I went with the other big, burly tight end, Lee Smith, Lamar, Josh, then John Brown and Willie Snead, the depth chart diver wideouts. We'll see if they get involved at all. A couple guys with high ceilings, but very low floors.
Okay. So with that last throw with Lamar Jackson, you said that was about a medium throw, right?
Yeah.
Turns out That's his lowest accuracy when it comes to short throw, medium throw, deep throw.
Really?
Short throw 92, medium 83. He gets better the longer he wants to field the football at 86.
Wow.
So 94 overall, ridiculous speed. Team always here, you know the drill, but anyone who's new here, you can check out all the player ratings, the depth charts, rosters, recent stats, performances by all of these guys, the games. Don't forget, Wednesdays is everyone's favorite day of the week, Wild Weather Wednesday.
Stack the tight ends.
So you could, not the kickers.
Yeah. No.
And
Steph Diggs, okay.
he's on the board, but you could Google Madden Streams information page. Madden Streams information page. It'll all come up. It'll be the first thing on Google. I don't know how we're able to do it, but it does. And Diggs, 30 yards on that catch, dude.
Jordan Lindenbaum. Fading Lamar is smart. It usually doesn't work, but it is smart. I should have done it too. Listen, it goes all over on this one. So, I mean, one time out of 20, it's really going to pay off for you. In a huge way. If you're playing like the free roll, absolutely fade Lamar and see if it pays off. But if you're in a cash contest, I would not employ that strategy as we get another big completion there from Josh.
That's Brown.
Just like that. We got the ball in scoring position. Did not take long. Buffalo trying to make a statement here in the lovely state of Maryland.
And Rossi's Fat Cat, Captain Brown. So all smiles there, my pretty little friend. Good to see everyone in the YouTube chat. Brian Anderson says, good morning, Sin fans. Broby, yes, I did have a little dart shot lineup. Wife was like, let's go to the coffee shop. Let's get out of here. And I'm like, hold on, woman. I need to make a contest for my people. 2nd and 10 coming up here from the 13. Allentown hit as he releases the football. So we have a 3rd and 10 coming up now from the 13.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. A lot of times we'll see a less aware quarterback fail to step into that one and take the sack there and make it like 3rd and 17. 3rd and 10 manageable, though. And, we've seen John Brown. We've seen Stephon Diggs. Is it time, Emerson, do you think, for a little Lee Smith? Probably not. I don't know if he's in this.
Help me out. He scored. Oh, okay. All right, you want to run the football in? He picks up the first down. So we're going to have 1st and goal coming up from the 2. This is where I would love to see them get Lee Smith involved a little bit and realize, like, he's a guy who truly enjoys being in Buffalo and on this team. Please show him some respect and some love. And throw him a 2-yard touchdown, Josh Allen.
Big formation here, so a lot of tight ends in this one. If they do go tight end, it might not even be our guy, Lee Smith. Instead, it's a handoff to
No!
Doesn't
all right,
break
down
the
at the line.
Looks like he fell down right on the goal line, but no, that'll do that. Okay, fine, whatever.
I mean, Josh Allen, feel free to, QB sneak it in, run it in yourself. But again, do not forget your tight end, $9,600 in the captain spot, 49% owned in the Croft Macaroni and Cheese contest here, buddy. You've got 124 entries. Don't do it. See, you got to throw the football. This is a good defense.
It is. They got a lot of beefy dudes up front. And Devin Singletary, he moved the needle in college, but in the pros, not scoring nearly as prolifically as he did at Florida Atlantic. Having some troubles here. And there it is. Passing formation here. Smith is in the slot there, not in line, and they're crossing up over.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Not a fan.
Not a fan at all, but Tyler Bass going to get some action. Unless, hey, I would love to see him come out.
You think they could?
Like they want, yes. This is how you start a Tuesday, babe.
It could be a Zach Moss. It's not. It's just
Singletary.
Got untouched. So that Ravens defense got tired at the worst possible time. Could not stop a predictable run up the middle. Singletary 4-6. He's got the game's first touchdown here in Baltimore.
So he was Singletary was 14-7 in the captain spot in the Big Free Showdown contest. So like 10,000 entries. I'm talking here, peeps. 26% rostered, 5.2% in the captain spot. So right now, just under 10 points already if you got him atop your lineup there in steering the ship, captain spot.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. He's not a cheap addition. I mean, that is
No.
14.7 is like star quarterback numbers for any other sim but this one where your QBs are giving you 16 plus in the captain spot. But hey, maybe we were wrong. Maybe Devin Singletary is just going to continue to churn away at the goal line. He'll have something like, if this pace holds, something like 10 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns today. The old Jerome Bettis stat line.
That was a large human being running the football. Pretty damn quick and agile for that size.
Yeah, just a terrifying human being. And then, like, do you remember they did, like, the at-home with Jerome Bettis after the games, and they'd show him just trying to walk down the stairs of his mansion, and, like, his legs would be so beat up. It basically took him as much time to walk down the stairs as my knee replacement 75-year-old father. Like, poor, like, hopefully everything is healed up and he can walk around now. But the aches and pains that guy went through on a weekly basis, like his Mondays and Tuesdays were just agony because he didn't avoid tackles. He sought them out actively and tried to punish people, and it took its toll. When you're playing 15 years as a battering ram, it's going to hurt you.
I remember using and playing with Jerome Bettis and then Cordell Stewart all the time in NFL Blitz.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Cordell in NFL Blitz was like a cheat code.
He really was. So now the Ravens, under a minute to go in the first quarter, guys, trailing 7-0 and over the middle. Over the middle to Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown, wide receiver 1.
Yeah, the question is if he's still going to be the wide receiver 1 or if Sammy Watkins is going to supplant him atop Lamar Jackson's wish list this year. Watkins signed more cheaply than I expected. 1 year, $5 million. He's only 28 years old. Now, granted, he's Sammy Watkins. You know, he hasn't lived up to the hype of being a top 5 pick. He had basically a couple decent years in Buffalo, and then he was a depth guy in Kansas City. So a lot of concern over whether he can really be a wide receiver 1. But at 1 year and $5 million, you'd be happy to get like 60 catches, 700 yards out of him, especially in a place like Baltimore where that man right there, Lamar Jackson, needs viable targets. He was stuck throwing to a diminished Dez Bryant towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Lamar, he can make those throws. He backslid a little bit this year. Sure, his throws weren't as accurate, but also he suffered from not having great targets. So I like the Watkins move. I would also like to see the Ravens go out, add an impact wideout in this year's draft because there are a ton of them. They might be able to go out and get a guy like Rondale Moore or Rashad Bateman either in the first or late second round. Both those guys. Either of those guys make a huge impact, I think.
Watkins was a 1 year, $6 million deal, $5 million fully guaranteed. Don't forget they acquired Josh Oliver, tight end, in a trade with the Jaguars.
Josh.
So that's huge for them. Other than that, I'm just looking at like what they've done in free agency and some of their offseason moves. Really not much. Offensive guard there, and then about a handful of moves on the defensive side. Real heavy on the defensive end, defensive tackle, defensive line department. We all know the biggest move the Buffalo Bills decided to make, right? With Matt and Mitch now backing up. Good old Josh Allen.
I love it and I hate it. They spent more money on a punter than they did to get Madden Mitch, the number 2 overall pick of the draft. Amazing. Matt Hack, welcome to Buffalo. Imagine that whiplash too. Poor Matt Hack.
Yeah.
The first 4 years of his career playing in sunny Miami, and now he goes up to Buffalo, which a lovely town. This is not a dig. I would much rather live in Buffalo than Miami. Miami seems like a nightmare. Buffalo is my kind of town. I'm just saying, once your body acclimates to year-round summer, I'm sure that moving to Western New York and the lake effect snow is going, like, your skin is just going to crack and explode.
Oh, I love that. I love it. I agree with you, though. Give me Buffalo. Give me Buffalo over Miami 12 out of 10 days, man, in the week. Yeah. 100%. We're going to be there this weekend. I'm very much looking forward to being back with my people. Food, beverages, when we lived in South Florida, I said, man, I don't know if I could do the Miami thing. It is intense. It is another world down there. It would chew me up and spit me out.
It's just so many people I don't want to hang out with. That's just like the ongoing vibe of it. It's like people who clearly don't want to hang out with me, and I don't want anything to do with them, and they are everywhere.
Beautiful area. We love taking just like a little day trip. Go sit my ass on a beach, have Meg smother me in like 70 SPF sunscreen, and I would just sit there. Great place to people watch. But in the end, I need to be with the salt of the earth, and those are my human beings, my beautiful friends and family in Buffalo. 3rd and 5 from the 12. Ravens looking for their first points of the game. Lamar through the air. It is pulled down. We're going to have 1st and goal coming up. There's Mandrews on the board.
Yeah, now from 3 could be Mandrews territory. Could be Mark Ingram territory. Maybe they switch it up and give J.K. Dobbins a run. Dobbins, very, very trick-or-treat in these sims. He'll have like a 10-game stretch where he's relevant, and then he'll fade away for 10 games. Can't tell if that's him next to Lamar out of the shotgun here. And you'll see in a second, because he just scored a touchdown. It is the rookie out of Ohio State, J.K. Dobbins.
Yo, speaking of Miami, too, I didn't realize that former Dolphins running back, Matt Breida, has inked a 1-year deal with the Bills. So that seems like a pretty good addition for him.
Yeah, it's going to be
pretty good play. I mean, because it's basically like been Singletary, and then they were working in Moss a lot, I think, like towards the end, right? And I think he got injured. But Breida is a dude, obviously built like a freaking freight train. And then it's got the speed to go along with him.
Yeah, fast guy. I mean, one of the fastest runners in the league. And his biggest problem isn't that he's not good. It's that he's not able to stay healthy. Like, he had some great early years with the 49ers not long ago. He's only 26 years old. So he's kind of a perfect platoon back when you think about it, Emerson. He's got a great balance to the power of Zach Moss and the kind of do-it-all of Devin Singletary. He's the lightning to those two guys bringing the thunder. I'm into it. I like it a lot. It's going to really, really suck for fantasy purposes because the Bills' backfield was already real dicey. You didn't know who was going to get the bulk of the carries any given day. Singletary had 156 carries. Zach Moss had 112. Those guys were not only splitting carries, but also they were designed runs for Josh Allen. So that's only going to get more muddled. I don't think Devin Singletary or any of those guys will be anything more than a mid-round. We're getting kind of desperate year-long fantasy pick. But from a football standpoint, great pickup for the Bills. Great running back insurance, and now they have one of the more intriguing platoons out there. I still wouldn't rate them ahead of the Colts in terms of platoons I like, because the Colts got my guy Jonathan Taylor and fantasy DFS Madden stud Marlon Mack at $2,800 for his guaranteed 1 touchdown per game if you're in the red zone, and of course Nyheim Hines. So a lot to like in this year's running back platoons, even if they are going to be fantasy anathema.
First of 6 sims today, everybody. Great schedule. Oh my God, the shoelace tackle, baby.
Wow. I thought
Diggs was out.
Yeah, that might have been a bonus maker for Diggs right there. He's already got 3 for 60 plus. Amazing. I think that would have only gotten him, Emerson, to about 99 yards if he housed it. So, not worth it, but still. One wide out, split wide. It is Diggs. See if they go right back to him now. It's going to be a pretty good one, decent one. Well in the field goal range now. So Zach Moss, okay. Moss, one of those guys we don't see too often in these sims, only averaging 1.8 points per game. And at 2,600, not the most reliable punt play. I think a lot of people would rather have a guy like Patrick Ricard or Nick Boyle, but getting a little bit of work here today with Devin Singletary, not super effective.
Allen picking up the first down. Who did he go to there?
That was Dawson Knox.
Oh, my God. Come on, dude. What about Lee Smith, bro? Show some respect. Schedule on today's slate looking like this. Rams at America's team. The Jaguars coming up next at 2 o'clock with Glash and Rossi. Reed and Jeff, a little PGA pre-lock live there at 3 o'clock, leading up to the kickoff of the 4 o'clock sim for Packers at the Seahawks with Glash and Kenny. Kaufman and Kenny kicking off the late slate. Washington at the Dolphins. Colts at the Cardinals with Kaufman and Tom. And then your 9-hour break, Christian, will be over when you join Tom at 10 o'clock for Madden After Dark, Bengals at the Lions. Oh, my God. As Josh Allen picks up a first down. Well, how the hell did the Bengals at the Lions land on a Madden After Dark, buddy? It's going to give off noon vibes for you.
I feel like the schedule got flipped there, and Tommy Freeze Pops and I are the butt of a terrible joke from producer Madison behind the scenes. But you know what? I'm excited to get the Rhode Island Dirtbag crew back together again.
Allen's scrambling. He's down at the 9. And 2nd and 8 coming up. Everyone on Twitch, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Dart's here, Germs here, Pete Fooligan.
Yeah, we got a little Top Shot chat going on over there. Darth dropped in a handy link for the next pre-order. I might be. That might be my foray into it. You know, it's inexpensive. I can say I was a part of it. We'll see how it goes. If I wind up wasting $9, I waste $9.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get into the Top Shot thing. I know if I have questions, I can apparently ask everyone on Twitch, but then also going to LaMarca seems to be all over it.
I mean, the man pawned his saxophone just to get more. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's a sad thing for sure, but like good sad, like the ending of Dragonheart, where the dragon gets freed, or bad sad, like the ending of Jurassic Park.
Here we go, and that's Moss, bro.
That's Moss.
Moss with the vulture.
Oh, the running back stack working out for the Bills right now. Moss, like we said, 1.8 fantasy points per game, and at 2,600, not a super intriguing punt play, but here in Simland, 4.3% of you have him in the free showdown, and 0.1% of you got nearly 10 points on that play because you put him in the captain spot. Captain Zach Moss.
Shout out to the close to 500 people hanging out with us today on YouTube. Going to be a good day here on the Dream Stream with the DK Sim fam, as always. Love seeing #team always here. And we have ourselves a little 14-7 game. Under 2 minutes to play in the first half.
Boston Joe. Every Singletary owner just screamed in agony. I mean, that's the problem with Singletary. Yeah, he gets vultured. Yeah. More often than a lot of RB1s, I feel like. Like, not the ones where, like, oh, there's a proven third down. Like, Devin Singletary is one of those guys who's in most formations. And then, yeah, Moss finds a way, man. Moss finds a way. As Dobbins with the PPR point there. So he's having a good – so not a bad day for the RB2s in this one. Dobbins with a touchdown. Moss with a touchdown. I don't know if we've seen really anything from Mark Ingram yet. But,
well, I can tell you right now it's a bad day for tight end ones. 2 catches, 20 yards for Mandrews, and a big old fat bagel for Lee Smith. So it really sucks if you were an idiot like me and decided to captain this dude, which 49% of you did, in our Croft macaroni and cheese contest. I'm sitting 110 right now out of $124. Are any of you in the DK Sim fam sitting pretty right now? I'm going to live vicariously through you. How about in that $10,000 entry contest?
Ooh.
We've got 2-way tie for first place.
Andrews or Boyle? Couldn't tell, but a big strike. So Ravens fixing to add a few more points here before halftime. There's the 101 timeout. Ball at the 28. 45 yards for Justin Tucker. Might as well be a chip shot for him. Let's see. It was Mandrews again, my captain. So I did stack the right tight end, it seems. Unlike some people here.
Yeah, that's on me, dude. That's on me. I have to like grab my caffeine. I got to get some cereal in me or something like that before I build my lineup next time because it's absolutely pathetic. You know, if it looks like I was half-assing things this morning, it's because I absolutely was. And now I'm paying the price.
I mean, it sounds kind of nice, though. You went to the coffee shop with the wife, had a nice little Tuesday morning, you know, relaxed a little bit. I don't know. I feel like I would rather have the experience of having a nice, quiet, laid-back Sunday morning, sitting in the coffee shop, checking my emails. Like, what are you doing?
What we did make Tuesday very Sunday-ish this morning.
Yeah. Solid. You get like a scone, maybe even like a breakfast muffin.
Yeah, I got a bunch of oatmeal right here. I still haven't had it yet, so I'm letting it get nice and hard.
Solid, yeah. You want it to
Can't wait,
like,
bro.
Yeah, you want it to be like pavement. You want your plastic spoon to break off in it. That's how you know you got it.
Straight cement. 3rd and 17. You're panicking. Lamar the merrier. Let's go. Does he get the first down? He gets close.
He almost made it work. And look at that. Already pressed up against the bonus. 99 rushing yards for Lamar Jackson. 4th and 1 from the 20. 47 seconds left. Are the Ravens going to go for it here? Are they going to kick the 37-yarder? They are. They're going to get bold, and they're coming out in that babysitter Billy formation. Bills
like this,
numbers at the line, so run up the gut is going to be tough.
They get it. That's Ingram.
Ingram makes it work.
Retease Did You Know says, Emerson, you got to get into TikTok before you get into Top Shot. So I have the TikTok account, dude. I just use it to like stalk people and see what everything that's happening. I think my account recently went viral, so I now have like 12 followers. Oh, but I don't post anything. I just go on. I look at Glash's stuff, DK stuff, other viral stuff. And yeah, maybe once I go big there, I'll get into Top Shot. I agree with you. Lamar inside the 10 now.
There's the timeout. So they went for it on 4th down just to gain a few more yards before kicking what appears to be an eventual field goal here. The good news is it did keep the ball out of Buffalo's hands at the end of the half. So not entirely a wasted successful 4th down, but appears the Ravens are still going to head. Oh, I take it
This
back.
is not great. This is not great, Bob. This hardly ever pays off for him. Okay, I was like, wow, they're actually going to run the football. And Lamar has all day back in the end zone, and it pays off. Hollywood Brown.
Proving you wrong. That was an in-your-face Emerson moment.
Put it in my face. I don't care. Do whatever you want to my face. That's fine. I like more points. It's more fun.
Heard the shade and decided to cast some light on your comments. And instead of headed into halftime trailing 14-10, this is going to be a tie ball game at the break. Okay.
I mean, hell, you already have Lamar with more than 100 rushing yards. He has the rushing bonus already. We got 5 seconds to go in the first half. I thought this was a pretty good point, Reeves. Did you know? Like, Lamar's passing bonus should be over 100, like not 300, like the rest of the quarterbacks. I totally agree with you there, dude. But Darth says at least 150. Maybe we'll just meet in the middle. We'll do like 150 or something.
We should do one of those contests, like how if you hammered the over in that one basketball game, we lowered the over every time. If you hammer Lamar Jackson's ownership, will reduce his bonus number by like 1 yard for every 10 people who roster him. So eventually his passing bonus would be like 20 yards or something stupid.
Right, Producer Drew mentioned something about your parents eating Peeps.
Oh, did you not hear that?
No, I have a crazy ass mom who puts her Peeps in the freezer. I think I've shared that with everyone here before. It's like
freezer is more acceptable than what my parents would do. My parents would, like, 3 days after Easter, and everyone was tuning in yesterday already knows this story, but
I got to hear this.
You wouldn't forget it. It's basically child abuse. But they would go to CVS like 3 days after Easter, buy up Peeps for like a nickel per tray or whatever. They
They're
would
so cheap.
Yeah, it was like, because it's just, I mean, they're cheap to begin with, but when they're 95% off, like, oh my God, yeah. So like my mom can't pass up a bargain, but she doesn't like regular Peeps. So she would poke a hole in the lining, right? Like let some air get in. And then she would stick them in the back of the car underneath the back windshield for a few weeks at a time, and then let them get really hard on the outside, and then they would eat them. So they wouldn't eat regular Peeps. They wouldn't microwave their Peeps. They wouldn't freeze their Peeps. They would wait until the Peeps got stale on the outside and formed this like crystallized crust of car fumes and gunk. And then they would dig in and like try to find the molten marshmallow goodness on the inside. I was raised by serial killers. I'm like Dexter, but not interesting.
First off, that is something FBI profilers look for.
Yeah.
And second, I kind of respect your mom's creativity and drive to not give up, to go above and beyond, to do something so insane.
It's terrifying. Like I feel bad that I explain this to people, because now you know the inner workings of me and what makes me who I am, and why it's a tragedy to wake up and be me every morning. I overcame a lot, Emerson. A lot of stale Peeps, a lot of terrible Easter candy.
Like, where's mom? She's in the garage, like stuffing Peeps on the top of the, Ford Windstar van that we have cruising around.
Oh no, we were an Eagle Premier family, which if you don't know Eagle Premier, it was a car brand that lasted like 3 months, and my parents were among the dumb ones who actually bought one. I think it was like an AMC option. It was, at any rate, it no longer exists, and for good reason. They made the clunkiest, most box-shaped cars on the market, and the cup holders were in the glove compartment. You had to pop down the glove compartment, and the cup holders were like that deep. It was terrible.
I was gonna say, what do you fit in there? Like a can of soda or something? Because you can't fit like a big travel cup from McDonald's or anything like that.
It was terrible.
Viper says fermented Peeps. Yeah, I need like a Peeps wine or something.
Yeah. No, there is definitely a Peeps. Someone made, like, I know there's the Pepsi Peeps, but someone definitely made like a Peeps Stout or a Peeps. Hold on, I'm gonna look up Peeps again.
So the other day, I'm working. I get a FaceTime call from Steve Buchanan. I said, "All right, this has to be important. This guy never FaceTimes me."
Yeah.
I answer it. He stares straight into my soul, and then starts sucking down Peeps. Like bites the head off a Peep and starts sucking the middle out of it. I said, "Why are you doing this to me?"
The sound of that must have been horrific.
It was really brutal. It was an interesting sight. So much to where it really pulled me in. I had like no words. I was speechless. I was just watching this man suck the inner filling out of a Peep after ripping its head off like a psychopath. So it was a birthday cake Peep he wanted to show me. And I got more excited when I saw a boat behind him. And I said, "Oh my God, we finally have a friend who has a boat. You're always looking for that friend." Wow. Is he going all the way?
This is going to really
Holy hell, the motor, Singletary down at the one.
He's probably tired after that run. He's probably going to get vultured again. So after
10 carries. 10 carries, 91 yards now. And yes, this is when if you have Singletary, you're thinking to yourself, this better not be a Moss touchdown. I can't see who's back there.
I think it's Moss, and they're not even.
All right, he's going to go to the air. And that's a touchdown. And it's Brown.
The pride of Pittsburgh State in the back of the end zone. We got ourselves a pretty good ball game here. Poor Devin Singletary can't cap off the drive with a touchdown. But on the plus side, Emerson started off his day 5 carries for 2 yards. Now he's at 10 for 91.
Yeah.
What an amazing turnaround he's had in terms of rushing efficiency.
It's one of those situations, though, where you're so close to the B word that you almost we won't see him again. They'll all of a sudden start going Zach Moss heavy. But just real quick to finish my story about Steve, I see the boat behind him as he's just licking and moistening up the Peeps. And I said, "Oh my God, bro, you have a boat. This is amazing. This is going to be a great summer." And he's like, "Actually, it's the owner's boat who we rent from." So just complete buzzkill there. It's one of my goals right now. We've been up here for 6-7 years in the New England area, and I still have yet to find a good friend with a boat. So if you have a boat, let's talk. I could use you.
One buddy that had one for the lakes out here, and like he had it for 3 years and then sold it. He was like, never again. And
I know. I hear the maintenance is such a pain in the ass, dude.
Honestly, what we would do in Nashville is we would just rent the party barges. You can buy the pontoon boat and you get a couple of them. One of the double deckers would slide off the back. It was pretty reasonable. Then you go out to the Redneck Yacht Club and everyone.
Hell yeah.
Throwing back bush lights, and there's a cliff you could jump off of. And
yeah, that was always big. Yeah, down in Florida, you must be at the Redneck Yacht Club. Like, yeah, we'd go to some of the big springs there where it's like the water's like super crazy cold. And there were so many people with the double decker boats. Yeah, with the little rinky dink slide off the back. Yeah. And people just getting hammered on Keystone lights and stuff.
You don't have to have a license to rent them, and like they're fairly they're not inexpensive, but they're not nearly as expensive as like owning a boat. So it's a pretty if you got 20 people on there, you can make it a pretty reasonable day. Might have to do that this year over the wonderful town of Lake Mills, where Tyranina Brewery is located. Great brewery, cool town, really nice little town square, good food. They got one bar that has $3 burgers all day, every day. It's actually a half-pound burger solid.
Holy hell, that sounds amazing.
So after a long day out on the water, go in, get full pound of hamburger for $6. And now I'm sad. Now I'm wistful about it.
Yeah, Brovey, Bukes does not have a boat. It was a total tease. He FaceTimed me in front of a boat. So you thought he had a boat. Turns out he doesn't. Trenton says a Peeps boat. No. Bro, why are our parents the way that they are? Why do they like Peeps so much? Seriously, when I went home recently, my mom did a great job grabbing a bunch of cereal, which is phenomenal. That's how I could tell she loves me. But then there is a bunch of weird Peeps in there. And now Peeps are like M&Ms. There is every single flavor you could possibly think of. Same with Oreos. Oreos now, it's not just the plain Oreo we grew up with, dude. It's anything you can think of.
They're going wild. I have a theory there, and it's because my parents are boomers. I believe your parents are boomers as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're boomer AF, bro.
Yeah, candy for them was the chalky Valentine hearts and Necco wafers. So they grew up in a terrible era for candy where a regular Hershey bar was the pinnacle of culinary candy delights. I mean, you look at what Roald Dahl was coming up with as fantastical Willy Wonka treats, and a lot of them were just plain chocolate candy bars. They weren't anything Willy Wonka's chocolate factory was kind of garbage compared to what we have today. Let's be honest. Aside from all the magical crazy candy he brought up, the things he were making were gobstoppers and hard candies and just regular old chocolate. We have grown up in an enlightened time for candy, so we have a different palate for sure. Also, my mom was the daughter of a one-legged coal miner. She grew up with poor brains.
What?
She was not used to nice things. She grew up in a one-bedroom apartment in Uniontown, Pennsylvania, with 3 siblings. So, for her, just being able to get a peek. Or ribbon candy. Ribbon candy is her jam. She loves ribbon candy because she'd go down to the 5 and dime, and that's all she ever had in the world was a dime. And then she would get her a big tray of ribbon candy, and she would savor it for the rest of the year. So, it's a combination of terrible candy and poor brain, and it persists to this day. That's why my mom has terrible taste in all foods.
Remember, there was always that kid in your group at summer camp too. Would have that. You go on a little trip, and they'd buy that big ass oversized gobstopper.
Yeah.
Or jawbreaker, and it's just a kid walking around the water park, pull this thing out of its pocket, just licks it a little bit, and then puts it back in its pocket, zips down the slide, and you're like, why is that? What's all the weird dye coming out of his pants? And it's the gobstopper melting. He takes that again and starts licking it.
Yeah.
And then there's the candy necklace was always great for me. I enjoyed that.
Oh yeah.
Now they make any kind of clothing you can think of. depending on what store you go to, you can get it made out of candy.
Really? So I could get like a candy golf shirt with a popped collar?
You can get whatever you want, bro.
Are we talking like, is the material like?
It's undergarments, anything you want. It's just basically a candy necklace, but then like that piece of clothing.
Okay.
Just think about it.
Yeah, I like it.
Dude, also, you buried the lead. So your grandfather was a one-legged coal miner?
Yeah.
That's amazing. What a badass.
Yeah, I never got to meet him because obviously those guys don't live long. But he passed away before I made it to this earth. But yeah, he was basically a Pennsylvania bumpkin. He raised 3 daughters, and they all are doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Except for their terrible taste in candy. Really, the one complaint about him. Also, not a great runner, I would imagine.
No. But you took care of that when you ran cross country until you had a heart murmur, so you decided to play lacrosse. Yeah. I have learned, dude, you and I have been doing these sims for like almost a year together, buddy. And today I learned one of the cooler facts about you. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me inside you in your life.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have you inside of me. Inside of me.
Inside of you. Oh man, I remember those candy cigarettes. I don't think those are a thing anymore, right?
You still get them. Yeah.
I don't know if they allow those anymore.
That was a garbage candy right there. Like later on, like you get candy cigarettes, bubblegum cigar. Like these are the things that like kids in the '60s thought were great candies. Like you watch The Sandlot, and like the top of that pyramid is just a plain chocolate bar, maybe with some almonds in it. Like they didn't know how to militarize caramel yet. They couldn't deploy it into candies just yet. You could only get in tiny squares of just caramel that you couldn't unwrap because it stuck to everything. Like Milk Duds. That was like the go-to candy for a while. Milk Duds are terrible. They're garbage. All they do is pull the fillings out of your teeth.
Oh, yeah. We're
hashtag blessed, Emerson, to grow up in an era of amazing candy. Not only your chocolates, but also your sour candies, your fruit candies. Like, and we're so far behind the Europeans, man. Kinder Bueno. Kinder Surprise. Those giant fruit oranges that are covered in chocolate, or just chocolate oranges that you have to smash before you open. Europe, light years ahead of us. Light years. I have strong opinions.
Whoa! Hold on. Not to distract us and to take us down a whole another rabbit hole. As we are at 85 likes right now, guys, if there's 15 of you out of the 500 watching, just need 15 of you right now to get together, hold hands, get lost in each other's eyes, and take the plunge and tickle the like button together. We could certainly use your support today for the first of 6 sims today. But Jamal, just dropping into the chat. Emerson, what's up, bro? Getting an 8-hour tattoo, but I'm still watching. Let me get a shout out. I'm dedicated. Hell yeah, you are. You've always been dedicated, Jamal. And let me know what my face looks like on that right butt cheek of yours when you are finished getting this tattoo, and which picture you decided to use of me. We love you, man.
Are you going full body, Emerson, or just the face? Because 8 hours, I mean, it could just be a very detailed profile picture, but I feel like if you're going to get the Emerson Latzia tattoo, you got to get the quads in there somehow. So I imagine it would be like a cheesecake pinup photo of maybe you on the Peloton. You can see the quads going. Maybe there's
and I see Glash is in the chat. Glash has a great picture of me on the Peloton.
Sure.
Yeah. So he's got a thick file of just photos of me. Which is a whole nother conversation for another day. Also, love you, DK Sim fan. Thanks for getting us over 100 likes. We're here, 21-17. What do we have? We don't need to get through the stats. Although Singletary's 5 yards away from the rushing bonus. Jackson's already there. What's cooking on your website today?
Yes. So yesterday's post route was all about the trade offers the Jets are getting right now for that number 2 overall spot, and just how badly the Dolphins broke the curve, the trading value chart, by getting 3 first-rounders for the number 3 overall pick. And what that means for the Jets. So if you are a Jets fan, you want to see, well, do I want Zach Wilson? Do I want to stick with Sam Darnold? What can we get if we trade back from number 2, even if we're just trading back to number 4 or number 8? Well, I broke down the 3 most likely trade scenarios over on the post route. Postroute.substack.com, always free. And we send out 3 newsletters per week directly to your inbox. We love it if you subscribe. It means a lot to us.
Where do I go? Put it up again. I'm subscribing right now.
Oh.
I don't think I've done it yet, which makes me a really crappy friend.
Yeah.
Postroute.substack.com.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The newsletter. The website itself, a little janky. It's a Substack, so and we're trying to figure out a better way to get our.
I'm in. Nice. I just hit subscribe. You got another one, bro. Also, Thomas on the 1s and 2s telling us stats have been updated, so check out your lineup. And close game here. Who do you guys need to have step up in your lineup right now, whatever contest you're in? Are you in the Croft macaroni and cheese contest? Christian, how is your lineup looking, babe?
66th out of 124. So very, very close to that top half finish. If this were a giant 50-50, I would be very close to the money, but alas, I am not thus far. Not having Singletary burning me right now.
I am currently 120 out of 124. So once again, it does pay to maybe do a teeny tiny bit of research or just kind of be completely awake before you build your lineup.
Overrated.
Yeah. Let me go over to the 10,000 entry contest here, the showdown. 2-way tie for first place currently. Toontown and Overkill. 666, which sounds very evil and dangerous and scares the hell out of me. But Glash is going to be on the next sim, guys. So he's going to be paired up with Rossi, Rams at the Jaguars, America's team. Urban Meyer basically saying yesterday, saying it without saying it, but we all know already. Like, I could tweet out right now, the Jaguars are going to take Trevor Lawrence #1 overall. So when they actually do it here in a few weeks, I can say, dudes, I tweeted it first. Like, I broke this news. This Allen down at the 2, knocked out of bounds.
See, what you need to do with that is you need to go like sources say, because I definitely have a guy on Twitter who I follow. We follow each other, and he's trying to start up his sports empire, and he does a lot of nebulous sources say about things that are extremely obvious, even when
that's great.
Happen. Yeah, and just one of those where it's like, you clearly don't have sources. You're clearly just guessing, but somehow you're getting 300 retweets on this? All right. Maybe I should start making crap up and throwing it out there. But no, I have integrity, kind of.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, the little bit that you have, you use for your successful website, so good for you. But besides that, like, I enjoyed going back and forth a little bit with – actually, we didn't go back and forth. You just ignored my comment with the whole cupcake debacle yesterday. That was rough. Over the middle, second touchdown of the game for Brown, dude.
What can Brown do for you? If you got him in the captain spot, he's giving me like 20+ now. So a must roster in this one along with Devin Singletary. And, well, hey, Josh Allen now up to pair of passing touchdowns. So he's on the brink of 20 points. If you can get both quarterbacks in there, John Brown and Devin Singletary, you're having a pretty good day.
Yeah, still a 2-score game here at 11 points. How's that for math? But right now the Bills have decided to Brown bag it. 28-17, 6 minutes to play. You had Buffalo expectations for this one, as I did not. I said, on paper, this looks great. This looks sexy. And now Lamar's probably going to have to run for 200 more yards if he really wants to get his team ahead. But Glash and Rossi coming up, Rams at the Jaguars. Reed and Jeff, PGA Pre-Lock Live.
Oh, man. It's all stars all the way through this program.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Packers at Seahawks, Glash and Kenny at 4. Washington at the Dolphins, Kaufman and Kenny. Kaufman and Tom. Colts at the Cardinals at 8. Bengals at the Lions. We're saving the best for last. Tommy Popsicles and Sister Christian right here. So a 9-hour break. My question for you is, how are you going to fill the next 9 hours of your day when we are done here?
I'm going to do a little Costco run. You know, maybe go out for a little jog, try to work off some of the March Madness calories I put on. You know, get a nice little Tuesday for me. You know, so it's sunny out here. It's like 59. A little windy. Yesterday it was like 40-mile-an-hour winds. I tried to run on that, and it was unpleasant. But today a little nicer. Maybe I'll try to shave off some of this extra poundage I put on over the past couple weeks.
Well, I can only see you from about the chest up, and you haven't changed much.
Yeah, that's all I try. That's all I really try to work out. It's just the glamour muscles. It's just basically like bench, curls. Try to do some squats to really get that booty to pop, but I have that Hank Hill syndrome where I got like solid gut, no butt, diminished glutes. As Mark Andrews putting together a solid game over his season-long average now, 4 for 73 from the Pro Bowl tight end. Yeah. So what was the outcome with your cupcake debacle? Did you hear from Uber Eats?
Yeah. So how about that? I don't know if you guys caught it on my Instagram story or over on Twitter. One of my more recent tweets is down now inside the 15. So yesterday, we sent a dozen cupcakes off to a friend for her birthday, and they arrived, and you saw the picture. It looks like they have been mutilated.
Right.
Something happened. I don't know if this driver's car flipped like 40 times. I mean, either way, props to them for actually making it to the destination, but the cupcakes looked brutal. No, Uber Eats ghosted us.
Oh.
Didn't reply at all. I just thought it was an absolute travesty that someone would treat Georgetown cupcakes like that. But Georgetown, like the phoenix rising from the ashes, a gift from the big man above says, "Hey, we'll send you another box." So they got a fresh box. Georgetown was so kind and nice, even threw a $15 gift certificate in there.
Wow.
So
for something that was not their fault at all.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right,
I said, "You guys are a classy group. So you don't have to do this. We're not upset with you." And I said, in the end, it's just cupcakes, but I just wanted Uber Eats to know that, like, out of all the foods in the world that you can mistreat, don't do it to a cupcake. Those cupcakes did absolutely nothing to you.
Yeah, for me, I don't know, Uber Eats and any of those kind of predatory delivery services where they're kind of dragging companies who don't want to sign up for their service into their service. Like, you hear it a lot about like DoorDash, where you can find restaurants on DoorDash and they're like, "Oh, we don't do DoorDash. How did we end up on here?" And it's like, no, DoorDash set up a website for you and they're going to take a chunk of your profits. And, oh, here's a line you can call where you think you're calling the restaurant itself, but it's really just DoorDash does some shady things. I believe Uber Eats is in the category. So
we got?
It's an Ingram touchdown.
Yep,
so
Ingram.
We've had 4 rushing touchdowns from running backs, and they've gone to 4 different guys: Singletary, Moss, Dobbins, and now Mark Ingram. So a great day if you went 4 deep at running back, which is a bold strategy, but it's clearly paying off for someone out there.
And it's good. Mangers with the 2-point conversion. Guys, 3-point game with 2:52 to go. Happy freaking Tank Top Tuesday from 2 guys not wearing tank tops. And speaking of clothing, Flash has dropped in the chat that today he is not walking around his apartment naked. He is actually fully clothed, which is, I'm sure, very disappointing for his roommate.
Sarah, probably sad about it, but maybe she's in another meeting with the CEO where that was her one request.
Nuke says over on Twitch, "Emerson, since you're constantly bragging about being highest paid DK member, I challenge you to a one-on-one winner takes all, whatever price you want."
$60,000.
I can afford it. I can afford anything, man. I run this place. Love it.
Was it a Madden contest, NBA? What was the...
I would love to do Madden since I'm so successful at building lineups here. I mean, I'm talking 113 out of 124.
Yeah. I mean, this is just the hustle going in right now.
I don't know if Nuke wants this smoke, bro. Retease, if you really run this place, cancel Well, Weather Wednesday, bro. The inmates are running the asylum there, dude. Like I've tried, but everyone's pushing back.
Yeah,
My team continues to push back.
Wild Weather Wednesday. Some people love Peeps and candy corn.
Oh man, we are at the 2-minute warning here. 2-minute warning. We've kind of been all over the place today. There's no other way I'd rather have it, though.
I'm into the discussion about what Clash is actually wearing over in the YouTube chat. I have vivid imaginations. And
oh my God, I'm with B Mills here. I do believe he's probably wearing some creative clothing, and that was clothing in quotation marks there. When Clash was like, "I am clothed today," it's like, yeah, we know what that means, pal. Going back to the candy necklace clothing conversation, the candy undergarments. Good for you, pal. Whatever floats your boat, man. Yeah, Pac-Fan 28, way to rub it in.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. How's that Lee Smith captain spot working out for you? Matter of fact, it is, and I've made a lot of bad decisions in my life. Today, captaining Lee Smith is a top 5 all-time bad decision that I have made in a life filled with them.
On cue on the board. Probably the only impact he's going to have. So he's not going to bagel us, but 1.5 points now. For you, Emerson, that's 2.25 in the captain spot. So pretty good. So the Ravens do get the stop they needed. The bad news is that completed pass on 3rd down forces them to burn that final timeout. Lamar Jackson's going to have 1:48 here to lead his team into field goal range. The good news is great kicker, one of the best in NFL history, Justin Tucker. Bad news is he's going to have to throw if he's going to want to get him then there, because a whole bunch of runs are going to burn up a whole bunch of clock. That touchback helps at least a little. Instead of pinning the Ravens deep, they're going to start from 20.
Yeah. No timeouts, though. Congo Cab, Emerson, overtime for you. Yeah, the X Factor is still heated up. And as Christian was just saying, one of the better kickers in the league, one of the better kickers in Madden with Justin Tucker. So my guess is they don't have to get down. What do you think? Probably closer to the 40.
Yeah. I think
they're at home. They could probably bang a 55er for the win. Problem is they need to be smart about the clock here.
Yeah. And this is he did get out of bounds. So in the real world, that one might have been whistled dead on the field of play as soon as that forward momentum was stopped and the clock would have kept running. Here in Simland, Dobbins did just enough to keep churning forward to get out of bounds. So a huge stoppage there. It probably saved him like 20 minutes of time in this one. 1:12, 0 timeouts, 1st and 10 for the Ravens. They're at the 30.
Oh, all right. Hey, that's not bad. Stopping the clock. 2nd and 10 coming up. (28-25), 1:07 to go. All of us absolutely glued to our television, smart device, whatever you're watching it on, and nearly picked off.
Waiting on Lamar to wake up here. 2 bad passes. Missed an open guy on 1st down, nearly threw a game-sealing interception on 2nd down. Obviously, everything's 4-down territory from here.
3rd and 10. Lamar, that's not going to get it done, although you're stopping, and it's another point for Andrews, right?
Andrews.
I don't know. Can Tucker make like an 80-yard field goal? Probably.
Yeah,
in warm-ups off a tee.
I wouldn't bet against him.
Things are getting out of hand right now in the YouTube chat. 4th and 8. This is going to be the ball game. Does the drive remain alive?
You can pull it down and run with it.
Oh, wow. He feels like he's got to test the atmosphere.
Oh,
he pulls it down.
Wow.
He pulls
it
down.
Who was it? It was
Boykin.
Miles Boykin again. So Boykin has been huge in the 2nd half. Really coming out to play. A guy who has some decent upside, but has not been great lately. Only 5.5 fantasy points per game. He's only hit double digits once in his last 20 sims, and yet he's going to do it again here. Is that?
Oh, it's in! It's in! They take the lead. They're not playing for the field goal. They're not playing for overtimes. He's saying, J.K. Dobbins, how about this, bro? Receive thy bread.
Wow. Dobbins with the potential game-winning touchdown catch. That's 2 for him. 1 on the ground, 1 through the air. And now, with a 4-point lead, the Bills need a touchdown, and they got 19 seconds and 3 timeouts to get there. They need to go the length of the field in roughly 3 plays, Emerson. I dig it.
I totally dig it. Dobbins, 15% owned in the free showdown. Boykin, who was massive, and as you mentioned, he has been clutch in these final 2 quarters at 15% ownership. Thomas on the 1s and 2s. The sim gods just delivering the goods for the people. Frangelico has been a busy son of a gun today. And this is only the first of 6. My dude Glash, my other dude Rossi, those 2, the Turkish oil wrestling champions of the world. Rams at the Jaguars coming up at 2 o'clock. But baby, it ain't over till it's over. 19 seconds to play. They got all 3 timeouts. A field goal ain't going to do it.
72 yards to go. We saw Stephon Diggs nearly crack one, but he's going to have to do that against the prevent defense here. Only 3 guys up front, and the Ravens safeties are about 40 yards back. What are you doing? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Is it? Oh, damn.
I like it. It's the right idea, though. The right idea. And now 6 seconds, so they can run a quick play here. If they can run a quick play and get like 10 yards, maybe 20. Josh Allen's got that big arm. He can throw it to the end zone from the 40. They just need a little bit more space here.
Allen going to launch it downfield. This is going to be the final play of the game. It is caught.
It's John Brown.
Man, they needed that before. They needed that to play before, so kind of a buzzkill.
Yeah, 1 more second on the clock and they would have had a chance. Instead, a nice little garbage time stat padding for John Brown and Josh Allen. Yeah. But the Bills looked like they had this game in hand. The Ravens come back, game-winning touchdown pass. Lamar Jackson to J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins finished this game with a pair of touchdowns, and as good as everyone else was, Dobbins with that limited ownership, only 15% rostered, 1.3% in the captain spot. I think we got to give J.K. Dobbins the crusty cough player of the game for this one.
Wait, you're giving – okay, I see what you're saying.
Dobbins, yeah, the game-winning touchdown, and it's 1 of 2 on the day. And
yeah, because –
inconsistent. Yeah, I like it.
Lamar's always the easy choice. I like how we're starting to go elsewhere. Good for Singletary, though, for his owners.
Right.
Hitting the rushing bonus. So that's pretty cool. Lamar had 133. He hit the rushing bonus in the first half, so really didn't need to do much in the second. Ingram had a rushing touchdown. Moss had the rushing touchdown, 3 for 17. Dobbins, 5 for 34 on the ground and a touchdown. I'm going to go ahead and I'll just take over for the babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single player of the game. It's Lee freaking Smith. You coward. You are such a coward. I actually had the kahunas to put you in the captain spot. I said to myself, wow, look at you. You have a beard. You seem lonely. You look like you need help, and I will help you. Instead, you deliver 1 catch for 5 yards. Never, ever again, Lee Smith. I know you're watching right now. I will never roster you in Madden on the Dream Stream ever again. I'm done with you. I gave you a chance. You failed me, and people who fail me multiple times. He's failed me multiple times. I'm never doing it again. I'm not falling for it.
Someone ship this tape to the Atlanta Falcons. Let them know what they've got in their new tight end too, because
good luck.
They need to know. They need to know that Emerson Lacia not happy with Lee Smith, neither the NFL tight end nor the Hall of Fame reliever. I imagine. I don't know if you have any beef with the more famous Lee Smith, but I got to imagine you do.
Yeah, if your name's Lee Smith, I want nothing to do with you right now. I do not. I also want nothing to do with the pile of laundry here that I have to fold right after this.
Oof.
Terrible. Okay. So where'd you end up in the contest as Frangelico's just double checking, triple checking scores one more time? Looks like I'm going to end up around, I'm definitely going to be in the hundreds. So I'm 107.
Yeah, I'm
out of
31st right
24.
now. I got to get that extra garbage time catch from John Brown factor in there. I might even crack the top 30. Might even be top 25% in this one, which would be exceptional for me. This is why we don't tell you about our lineups until after they've locked, because we don't want to unduly influence you and have you blame us for your.
Oh, good God!
Captain, yeah, we're smart.
Because especially too, this is really disappointing because I have finished like top 10 in like 20 straight contests. I've just been an absolute monster, and I don't want anyone emulating some of the mistakes that I occasionally make, like today with Lee Smith.
And Piercy 222, I see you over in the Twitch chat. So grateful for all the nice things you were saying about the post route. Enjoy your daddy duty. At 2 p.m., you got a couple of hard, heavy hitters coming in. It's going to be very journalistic, very, very intense discussion between Glash and Jason Rosti. You know they're going to stay with Sim 1,000%. They're not going to strain any topics, peeps or one-legged coal miners. So after that,
I don't know.
Pre-lock with Reed and Moose at 3 p.m. Packers Seahawks with Glash and Kenny at 4. 6 p.m. Washington Dolphins, Koff and Kenny. 8 p.m. Colts Cardinals, Koff and Tom. And Tom returns with me at 10 p.m. for Bengals Lions. What a terrible, terrible sim game to watch. But hey, it's gonna be me and Tommy Freeze Pop talking about local cuisine and all sorts of good Rhode Island things that nobody else understands. A bunch of inside jokes known to only a select few of us to have grown up as Rhode Island dirtbags.
CJ and Poppy, congrats. Looks like a two-way tie for first place in the free roll stud muffin. So yeah, Glash and his candy G-string will be coming up at 2 o'clock. Christian Danger, good seeing you. Enjoy the 9-hour break before 10 o'clock. Thomas on the ones and twos. Producer Drew Frangelico. Much love, baby. Much love. I'll see everyone back here another time this week.
I'm sorry. Wait. We got two all-timers from the Sim fam that took down first place in the free roll.
I know.
That's amazing.
I know.
It's amazing.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Let's clock out for now. Those guys are awesome. I'm glad they are able to continue whooping our butts. We'll see you.
Love you guys. Good stuff over there. I'll see everyone later. Thanks for the likes and the love. Peace.
Hey,
This thing on?
get in, loser. We're going simming. Ha ha. Rossi and Glash. Rossi, I apologize. I didn't know you were working. I thought this was supposed to be Zach Thompson at 2 o'clock. Late switch?
Hey, everybody. It's me, Zach Thompson. Very cool, calm, collected. Very nice guy. That's me.
You are nice.
Yeah, well, Zach is a good guy. And he has the coolest name in the world, so can't lose. Yeah, no, it was a later switch. Luckily, the production crew knew, more importantly, and I don't mean that rude to you. I feel bad that I'm here because you much rather have Zach here with you, but glad to be here.
Stop it.
No, Zach's like he's like one of the treats. Like when you see him on the schedule with you, like, ooh, all right, cool. Get to hang with Zach for an hour.
I like hanging with you too.
Well, I like you with you too.
Hours and hours. Hey, so we got a sim here. We've got the Jags and the galloping chicken Jared Goff. So I thought about maybe I play reverse psychology, tell everyone in the free roll I don't believe in Jared Goff, and then play Jared Goff. I did not. I did not play Jared Goff. What was your strategy making a lineup for this sim?
Great question. Kind of went the same route as you, even though it wasn't the one game Jared Goff, I think the best game he had, I looked at his numbers. We called it. It was about 2-3 months ago because you were making fun of him the whole time. And he threw 4 touchdowns. But with that being said, I wouldn't mind if that happens because my construction went, I know that Rams offense scores. They're usually pretty fire when it comes to the point. So I went with Reynolds in my captain. I got Devery, whichever Henderson. I say his name all the time.
You got it.
Yeah, Darrell as well, his brother and cousin. Higbee. Then I went Minshew, Thompson, not Zach Thompson. He's not here. And D.D. Westbrook.
Okay.
I split it down the middle, and I don't have a kicker in there, and I feel a little uncomfortable by that.
Producer Drew makes a valid point. We may need a disclaimer. Our hosts may apply different strategies than what the name of the contest implies. All I said was I don't believe in him. That doesn't mean I might not play him, but I didn't play him. So, cat's out of the bag. Wow, we're moving here. There is Malcolm Brown with the first touch for a gain of 8 yards. Burt Macklin, Ed Zone Dance, Rossi's Fat Cat.
There somewhere.
Hey, buddy. Have to say it. It's a username.
Hey, buddy.
Dante, Jordan Lindenbaum, Randy, Jonathan Stoll. What's up, fam? Jared Goff, quarterback. What are we doing?
Look at him. Big fella. He's going to be doing a lot of that in Detroit. Running around, hoping to the lords above that he doesn't get killed.
Breaking kneecaps here in Detroit. I'm Dan Campbell, and I approve this message.
I think he's a cowboy. Yeehaw! Y'all ready to ride some kneecaps around her?
Tom Brady cheats always. You dark person. Bobby Woods all day, all game. Jeff has Woods as well. Blood Robot. Yo. That was to the wrong team, Jared. I saw the final score of that first sim. Buffalo and... I already forget who they played. Buffalo and Baltimore. It was a good sim. High scoring. Very, very unusual for an Emerson noon sim for the game to actually have some points.
It is rare. And I wasn't able to tune in. Usually when I'm going to be on, I try to tune in a little bit, get the vibe of the sims. Wasn't able to. A lot of meetings going on in my outside worlds, which really cramps my style of not doing work.
Oh. Meetings.
Even this. That was later than I usually am because I looked up at the clock and I said, oh my Lord, it's 1:53. I have to get downstairs. And someone was like, why? And I said, well, I have a meeting. And that was it.
Technically, you're not wrong. This is a Zoom meeting we are in.
I never lie, Flash. There's a big part of me. I try never to lie. Stretching the truth or expanding things is another subject. But.
Correct. You're not wrong. Yeah, there comes the pressure, and down goes Jared. Josh Allen. Not that Josh Allen. That Josh Allen.
Same draft pick, but just a year later.
All right. Chris Thompson, the highest owned in the free showdown, 61.2%. Jared Goff at 60.9%. You risky people. Robert Woods next, then Chark and Henderson. All right.
Makes me actually think. I got a question for some of the Sim fam.
You think?
I wonder, are you also saying you're in meetings right now? Like, where are you all? Like, is this a work day? Do you work different shifts? Like, people that are here like at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock West Coast. I'm just curious. Like, right now, are you just home? Are you working, quote unquote? Do you have this, like, a second screen while you're working on TPS reports? Like, what y'all doing? I'm very curious. That maybe just sparked the thought.
What are you doing? And then what's your excuse to get here?
Which we appreciate.
I always notice you have to leave at like 1:58 and 3:58, 11:58.
That's me. So.
Oh, it's my therapy every day at 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Have to be there or I'll get in trouble.
Yeah.
It'll hurt my insurance.
Court mandated. Ooh, Blood Robot at the pool. Now that's Are you in the pool, Blood Robot? Swimming? Jeremy says, I got laid off last Feb. I'm home, unemployed. Well, hopefully you're getting some of that government benefit in the meantime, and you'll land on your feet soon, dude. Happened to my wife.
Just win every big contest at DraftKings. There's Aaron Donald, so we're going to get another punt 3 minutes into this sim. 2 punts if you're just joining us. You haven't missed much, unless you have those defenses. Let's look at the Rams ownership, 12%. Jaguars, 4.25 in the flex. Yeah. Mr. Cheesehead, I am on lunch eating Burger King, watching the sim all the way from Pasadena.
Hell yeah. Sounds good, actually. Tiger says, I'm at work right now, but I'm not shooting any cars. I don't know if that means you're a photographer or a action hero.
That was good. Hey, Rich, Rossi, I'm taking a shower, losing my poop every time I don't hear a catch from Didi or Woods.
Well, so far, you got a lot of poop to lose. Evan says, taking care of the baby all day, every day. Now, Evans, that's awesome that you're here. Because that's awesome. You need it.
All right, back to the ground. Malcolm Brown. That a babe. 4 yards. Brown's the RB1. Henderson, just way more trustworthy in these sims. 2 of 6 on this Tuesday. Tiger confirms he is a photographer.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that confirmation. Even though I do in my head kind of have you mentally pictured as like Sylvester Stallone and Rambo. Get over here, cars!
Oh, hey, Rich. There's Robert Woods. Over the river and through the woods. To the end zone we go. At least we hope. Producer Drew's here. Tom. Another Tom that works at DraftKings on the 1s and 2s. And Joe from Game Ops.
What up, Joe?
What's up, Joe? How we doing, Joe? Oh, fumble! After the catch!
I don't know. Was he down?
Robert Woods fumbles.
I hope he does fumble this time because I always go with Robert Woods with this team, and this first time I didn't. So I need... no, that's going to be down.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know. Yeah, he was down.
Looks to me.
Tiger says a manager at AutoZone. Do I feel like there's a jingle to AutoZone? Am I wrong? All of a sudden, everything comes back to Water Country for me, and I don't know why.
Water country, have some fun.
It's just, in my head, it's like AutoZone. Like everything could fit in that jingle. Dun, 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 boom.
Welcome to AutoZone, Jason. We will get you the appropriate booster seat.
I know, producer Jude, it's get in the zone, AutoZone. Yeah, there it is. Good job, Drew. Somehow your words made me reminded me of it. A lot of time hitting commercials. Yes, I do need the booster seat. Does help though.
Yeah. Oh, you can be very mobile.
Yeah, you gotta. But you also need the stilts. You have to remember with the booster seat when you're driving the car, I need the extra long boots and shoes and the stilts to hit the pedals.
166 entries in the I Don't Believe in Jared Goff free roll. The Madden Stream $250 free contest on DraftKings. 9,860 entries. Robert Woods with another catch. They go right back to the fella. Here is Goff. There you go. Henderson. Nice, easy throws, Jared. That's what you were meant for.
Yeah, just
simple.
Simplify the offense. Let's see. I don't even know who the offense is. I'm going to look it up with Detroit because I will say with Sean McVay, I know the way you think of him, but he had some really good flashes. Be a good quarterback, but I wonder what that offense is even going to look like.
Yeah, who's he throwing to? The Hawk?
Amendola? The Hawk. No, Amendola's a free agent. They signed Terrell Williams. They signed, there was somebody else who went to Detroit.
Oh, I thought Amendola reworked his contract. He's still out there, huh?
I believe so. That's why he's just bashing the Patriots, hoping that Tom Brady's like, hey, Danny, come on down to Tampa.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah, he's currently a free agent, Danny Amendola.
Wow, okay. Hello to the Twitch fam. Darth Dracul, Buggy Boo, CEH, Germ, Fooligan.
Or as I like to call him P. Hooligan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see. Who did Terrell Williams? Oh, Brashard Perriman. That's who they signed. So, yeah, they have guys that have had some flashes.
Glashes?
They've had a couple glashes in their day.
Heard of it. Look at this. Rams are at the Jags 23. Young Jared.
That one, sorry, and I will, I'm not here to ever bash. I like to keep things positive, but that play always aggravates me. It just gets me. It's like wide open. They always go with the possession catch. If you play Madden, the possession catch is just like all you're doing is trying to catch and not move any further. It's usually on like a comeback route, and that one didn't even count as a catch. Didn't even get his feet down.
Peace of mind. I am in jail right now. Don't tell the guards or I will lose my burner phone. Thanks.
Some part of me believes him.
Hot Sports Gaming. Imagine parked at AutoZone watching the Dream Stream. The guards are probably watching too, producer Drew points out.
Good point.
We welcome all viewers. To some degree. Just don't get caught. Snowman 4-3. Yes. To put the Rams ahead 3-0. After a couple of punts, this first quarter is whizzing on by. Hit that like button if you have not already.
I gotta
Follow us on Twitch. Turn those notifications on. So when you do need to make an excuse from what you're supposed to be doing, you will remember to come and ditch the other important things that are happening in your life. And you won't regret it, Tater Hater. Brian Anderson, I was watching at Jiffy Lube earlier. LOL.
Everyone's getting their cars done.
No way.
Just go on your webpage. It's in the description. Here's a play.
Wait. That's hysterical.
Let's see here. Jags. Go Jags.
Brother Phil, Glashy, you can't just judge Goff and his post having an O-line time with the Rams when he had Pro Bowlers, Andrew Whitworth, John Sullivan, Roger Saffold up front. He looked great. So did the Rams. I'm talking about Madden Jared Goff. Madden Jared Goff. Never the actual Jared Goff. I'd be nothing but nice to him if I ever met him in real life. Madden Jared Goff.
See, you're different from I. Like one day when me and Eric Winalda, that coward, go face to face, I'm gonna just verbally smack him around for the spewing he did. By the way, we last time we were together was the 3-man weave right before the 30K contest. We know that Mr. Winalda or Ronaldi, I can't say his name because I'm rude and dumb. But Tommy Freeze Pops, remember he was going to be on with him. He had no idea, and I texted him. I said, "You better not back down." He goes, "I completely kissed his butt."
Oh, I tuned in a little bit. Sure did.
Freeze Pops, come on, dude. He's like, "Oh," he goes, "I didn't know what was happening." I said, "Well, okay, credit there. I guess you're right."
No, Freeze Pops really did show up. I think kind of surprised.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we found this out too that Matt LaMarca didn't actually know that Zach Thompson's name is Zach Thompson.
It was unbelievable. We're sitting there at the 6 o'clock, the beginning of the 30K contest. Everybody's pumped and jacked. And I brought up the conversation we had about Zach's, how Zach is the greatest name ever. And we started rattling off all the cool Zachs like we did last week for those who missed it. How dare you ever miss a sim and miss any jokes? Oh, Glass, you drinking a soda water?
Poland Springs sparkling water with a twist of orange.
All right, just chug it. See what happens. It feels real good.
I've seen that before. I'm all set.
Yeah, don't do that. But yes, so we bring up Zach Thompson, and he's like, "Oh, I said Zach Thompson," and he's like, and he kind of gives a look. I'm like, "ZT, he's awesome." And Lamarcus like, "Yeah, dude, I love ZT." He goes, you may have seen the clip from I don't know if it was a burner account. No, it was Reed's T put it out there, and he's like, I literally thought his real name was ZT. Like, I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, he thought his legal name was ZT.
Would be kind of cool if it was.
It would be cool, but it's like, dude, and they talk a lot. Me and Zach had a sim yesterday. We talked about it. He's like, now he calls him L or MLM. He's like, we talk several times a week, whether in meetings or Slacks, because, what Zach does behind the scenes on the playbook.
Uh-huh.
So I just found that hilarious. Like, but hey, that's Lamarca, though. That is the most Lamarca thing. Just steady as they go. Whatever he sees is the truth.
Oh, O'Shaughnessy, the tight end 2 for a gain of 15 yards to the Rams 47. Gardner Minshew starting to feel it.
Getting there.
All right, Harpo 10 was in first. Sean Griffin, friend of the chat, just hopped in first place in the free roll. And right now we have a solo leader in the free showdown. 90 seconds into this second quarter. I want to say hello to the freak of nature. Yes, even though it's 3-0 and so far the offenses aren't great, there's a good energy in the sim.
Freak. Brian earlier said, Madden Goff is a dancing fool.
I approve that message.
And Abby, yes, I'm working on I know I'm a squinter. I can't read. My eyes are really bad. Working on it. Got the prescription. We'll get glasses, and I'll come in here and look. Either people will be like, oh, you look so handsome, or they'll be like, you look like a doofus. More than likely both.
It's like we talked about on Sunday. You're better off just coming in here, your grizzly beard, and looking all, freaky. And then you shave it, you show up the next day. Wow, man, you look so different. You look so handsome. And then the next day after that, it's like, oh, Rossi's here.
Yeah, that's up, dude. How you doing?
Talking real football, Brother Phil, I think Stafford is a slight upgrade over Goff, mostly because of his arm. It's just kind of special. But he isn't any more mobile than Goff, really. So the Rams won't be much better without better O-line. I agree with him. I think Brother Phil's right.
No.
We are overhyping the upgraded quarterback for the Rams.
I disagree. I think Matthew Stafford, is not just a slight upgrade over Goff, and he says mostly because of his arm. I think there's a lot more intangibles that we've seen from Matthew Stafford over the years. So, I do agree. I do agree that, yes, the offensive line is key to any successful quarterback. But I think that he should not be the reason that they don't, go forward here with those weapons, what we've seen in his career. Obviously, he doesn't have that dynamic, otherworldly number 1 receiver, but he has, a good bunch of number 2s, and that's no disrespect to Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp, but I don't think they're game-changing number 1 wide receivers.
Woods and Kupp are both locked up. I think they've got a great group, right? And Van Jefferson was good. I think they're really good.
Yeah. You still have Higbee. I know Reynolds. I don't know where he signed. But
Reynolds is with the Giants. And
that's right.
What's his face? Gerald Everett, the tight end 2, is now in Seattle.
Which I think is going to be an interesting loss there, and I think a big gain for Seattle. He's pretty dynamic. But with Cam Akers, with that running back situation, I feel like Matthew Stafford has a real chance to be, to finally have that next special season in the W column. I think he's going to win a playoff game for once.
Okay. Right, and they signed Deshaun Jackson, 34-year-old Deshaun Jackson.
No, that's fine.
Nice depth piece.
Yeah. Ooh. He'll fit in with that group, taking over for Reynolds.
Gary says Stafford is a huge upgrade. Goff is trash. I think they win that Super Bowl against the Pats if they have Stafford. Well, we can play that game.
Yeah.
I'm talking about getting there. I think that it says more about McVay, the McVay factor. The totality of the season.
I agree with you. I think Stafford is going to finally have some consistency in that head coach position. His best years, he had Jim Bob Cooter, who was an underrated offensive coordinator. I think, we've seen what Sean McVay can do. Woo!
Touchdown to the highest owned player in the contest, Chris Thompson.
He threw up the chalk of which he is there. That was a celebration. He's like, I am chalk. Woo! But gets the first touchdown here almost over halfway through the second quarter.
LeBron chalk toss. Chris Thompson, 61% owned, which to me stands out because that means There are a lot of guys, Rossi, in this sim that are in like the high 30s, mid 40s in terms of ownership. So this kind of has like a, I don't know what's going to happen feel to it.
Yeah.
There's no like slam dunk play. Thompson is based on ownership, and he's been good lately.
No, he has. He started off, he was really hot when we first went to Madden 21. He was almost one of those like half to captain position players as he's so far in this one. While we still have plenty of time, he's fitting that mold again, but can have those big games. He's involved. He's a 3-down back. You'll occasionally get the Armstead. Hold on, let me look up. Glash, I don't know if you can see here in Jacksonville. Is there any vultures up there?
Not yet.
I don't see any right now. We had a bunch flying around yesterday.
Bunch on Sunday night.
Yeah, we sure did on Sunday.
Heard.
Oh my Lord, we had
I
backup
heard the
tight ends.
Terminator showed up. Jordan Reed showed up.
Yep.
Crazy.
There was one other one. Who was the other? 3 vultures on Sunday, says TP. 3 vultures. They were just.
We had one. Adrian Peterson vultured one.
There you go.
Might be another one. I'm leaving it. Brother Phil, I'm a big Stafford fan, Rossi. Don't get me wrong. I felt sorry for him in Detroit, but Goff got thrown under the bus for a lot of things that weren't his fault out there.
I don't fully disagree with that. That's a little different of a point than what you first made, but yes. But I think the thing that the Rams did that I think is smart is they recognized something bad happened.
No, I really nothing. Mike Drumma, thank you. Reynolds went to the Titans. My not the Giants.
That's it. Cancel the sim. We said something wrong. That's it. It was real, everybody. Game audio from here on out.
Who are the Giants?
Giants signed John Ross. Maybe that's who you were thinking.
Okay. All right.
They got obviously
yeah.
Kenny Galladay. I'll tell you, Giants like that offense. Smells good right now. In the offseason, they got Kyle Rudolph. Yeah, smell your hand. What do you smell like now?
Orange.
Aren't you glad you smelled your hand?
There's Reynolds, right on cue. First down. Oh, the other vulture was Danny Vitale.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, he was in that. He was the first touchdown scored of the 30K Classic, and he was owned by no one.
Well, that's the benefit, right? If no one owns the player in a big Classic contest with so much riding on it, then you can. Of course, you want guys that you own to score.
Yes.
But you can live with it if no one else has it. It doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, him and Jordan Reed in that first game, nobody owned them. And then even in the free showdown of those games, they were both owned under 0.6%, which was hilarious.
You guys showing up here on a Tuesday. Love having you with us. We're under 2 to go in the first half. We are moving here. Robert Woods has been a busy man. Catches for a first down, and the Rams are in Jags territory at the 47-yard line. Touchdown for the Jacksonville Jaguars belongs to Chris Thompson. Over 160 likes, almost 500 watching on the Dream Stream. We have 50 on Twitch. I got to be honest. As much as I was sad, I had to help a friend move yesterday. Reynolds with another catch for a first. Getting a day out of the sim bubble and then coming back just refreshed and ready to deliver, ready to speak to you. I feel great. I'm so glad to be on season 2, episode 2 of the Madden Streams.
Yeah, you're like the character. You're like one of the main cast members that maybe there was a cliffhanger with, so you weren't in the first episode of the next season. So everyone's wondering, what happened to him? Did they cancel him? Did they kill him? Was that car crash? Was it? Was he sold off? Whatever this show happened. But then look, second episode, boom, starring sexy Glasheen.
Yeah, we got to bring him and Latzia back. Ratings sucked on Monday.
Oh, yeah, I remember someone was on yesterday, too. That's exactly what they said.
That's what I believe.
Well, you have to. Okay. Listen, that's why you get the call at the station with the radio stuff. Like, man, we need to boost this. Get me Glash. Call him up now. He's busy. He's on a YouTube stream. God dang it. I said call him. That's how everything works in radio. They just scream.
Thomas Pike, I can't confirm, Tom, I can confirm your report. They originally wanted Skip Perkins to appear, but as we know, RIP. All right, Goff, 3rd and 13. You got to get to the 24. That's not the 24. It's a gain for Darrell Henderson Jr. Jr. That's it. Freak of nature. I golfed on Saturday, so bite your tongue.
Did you mini golf? Are we going to do some mini golfing this year, you think?
I'm in.
Okay, good. I think that's what I'm going to... I think that's going to be the one Rossi contribution to behind the scenes. I think we're going to do a classic, like a little putt-putt with the DK behind the scenesers and in front of the scenes.
So Sloman did not make that from 50.
We've had too many misses from 50.
Rossi, the fact that we went out and kicked field goals in a frozen tundra when it was 30 degrees out, I think we can do anything. Meaning, like, the fact that we got together to do something like that, I have the utmost confidence that we can, collaborate and do something else.
Yeah, 100%. And if anybody judges mini golf, just if you point your finger at me, 3 point back at you, the thumb just kind of there. Mini golf is great. And you get an ice cream at the end. Winner gets an ice cream.
Loser buys, winner gets the ice cream. Neil, you make a good point. It hurts when the vulture runs one in, even when nobody owns them. But if you have the quarterback that could have, let's say the quarterback was that threw it to Jordan Reed. I suppose I
Garoppolo.
Right. Jimmy Garoppolo, which, that reminds me yesterday, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Oh, Jimmy's our guy. Our guy.
Please, enough.
We traded 2 future firsts and our pick at 12 to move up to number 3. But Jimmy's our guy. Jimmy Garoppolo has a lot of control over this, though, man. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo with that no trade clause and the fact that he is set to make $25 million. There's a lot. Jimmy Garoppolo has a lot of leverage in this situation.
He sure does, but let's be 100% honest. Jimmy Garoppolo is their guy today. Of course, they're saying that because the draft has not happened. The same thing happened with Josh Rosen in Arizona. It's like, oh, Josh Rosen's our guy. We're going to start Josh Rosen. I love Josh Rosen. Kyler Murray picked number 1. What was it? Less than a week later, Gonzo. We'll see you in Miami. Like, that's what happened. So these reports are all, I forget who said something about poo-poo earlier while they were in the shower, but it's all that. It's all caca. It's all fluff. It's all ego boosting. And Jimmy Garoppolo knows that too.
Yeah. Josh Rosen's case was a little different, right? Because he was still so young. It was just his second year. Jimmy Garoppolo has been to a Super Bowl. He's been in the league now 7 years, right? They drafted him in 14.
I thought he was 16 for some weird reason, but I could be wrong.
Might have drafted him in 13.
No.
Yeah.
He was traded in 18?
Chris Conley, touchdown. Jimmy Garoppolo draft.
Noah Moon says, Conley, you punk. Well, there you go. 2014 draft, you're right.
No, so, 14, yeah, man.
So this will be his 8th technical season.
Crazy.
But with that being said, I understand what you mean. The situation is different, but they also spent a first round 10th overall pick on Josh Rosen, and the next year they just send him off. So to me, I don't think there's no loyalty. Doesn't matter what kind of player. They just have more money invested, but the capital that was invested in Rosen. So it's all similar, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just, if you're the Niners, the one thing the Niners can do, that I've given this a little bit of thought, the Niners can hold him hostage.
Oh, we have breaking news.
Oh, ready? I'll do it for you. Beep, 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 boop, boop. This is breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Here's Jason Rossi.
All right, I'm here at the DraftKings Dream Stream news desk. This just coming in via verified Mike Garofalo. He had it first. Don't let the haters tell you otherwise. The NFL owners have officially approved the 17-game regular season. Get ready for players' complaints in 3, 2, 1.
I still feel the same.
Well, because you're not a player. You're just a player.
Oh. Shucks.
But yeah, that is, I just want to say, I don't do this often. Maybe this could be a gimmick here too, is take a famous person's tweets and then read a couple of the ridiculous replies. But the first one under this is from Deontay's GOAT. Just says Steelers going 16-1. Yeah, Mike Garofalo had it. It's out everywhere now. That is pretty exciting for the owners. I believe this kicks in 2 years from now, by the way. I don't think it's this year, right? Get the confirmation on that.
Yeah, this coming season.
No, I don't think it's this season. I think it's 2021. It's this year. Oh, that is so bad. That is so bad. That's like being told, "Hey, Glash, you like Sims? We're going to 8 a day, and you have to do 2 more, but we keep you at the same rate. Cool, but you don't get paid more. Like you just do those."
Flash, what we're going to do is we're going to take some of Watzia's salary because he's the highest paid, and you'll get some of his. You'll get his change. And yes, producer Drew, it was agreed in the CBA last year.
That's right. I remember because this was all basically, they knew this was going to happen, but they just waited a year to officially put it through. But that's tough for a lot of you people out there that have hope for these like middle teams, and now you have to win that almost extra game. And I know it's even for everybody, but the better teams are. Wait, it can't be for this year, really?
No, it's this year, man.
But then where's the extra game coming? Did they already have the schedule set?
So no, the schedules aren't out yet. That's still being discussed as to how they will plan. So I did a sim with Jeff Ulrich when this news kind of came out on Friday. Yeah, he had 2 takeaways that I thought were good. Number one, he felt they should have gone to 18 to make it a little easier. You have 9 away, 9 home.
Like
just to even it all out. And the other one is, and this relates to us as fantasy players. When do you end your playoffs? When do you end your regular season with your fantasy leagues?
Well, that is a very interesting point. But
I'm stealing that from Jeff. But
that's okay. Mine. It's all good. No, Jeff's a great mind. He's the mega mind of the Dream Stream. He is a genius, handsome. And we've already said if the world blew over tomorrow, he would still be sitting in his red room chilling on the Dream Stream. Nothing shakes that guy. But with all that being said, I think that's a really good point because, what I meant is they don't have the schedule, but they have the, right now the 16 team. So who's that added team? The 18 makes a bunch of sense, but this is going to get everybody what we actually want. I don't know for sure, and I'm sure there's stuff out there. Is Drew's dropping some knowledge in here as well. But I will just quickly let you know that this is going to put President's Day weekend now have the Super Bowl.
Bingo. Monday
so that's off. Monday off, American holiday. So that's really why they did it, because they didn't, for whatever reason, want to make the move to the Saturday night, which I feel like would have been they still should do that and have 2 days off, because then people will you want to see money spent in this country. But
so we've been told scores have been updated by, there was a fumble. Close.
Yeah. By the way, Drew does ask, is that official? No. But that is the theory behind one of the ideas. Yes, I know that they're still working out the preseason.
Wait a minute. Is he down? Which is Minshew just fumble? Is it Rams' ball?
Rams have got the ball.
Yeah, strip sack. Wow. They're at the 19. I thought there'd be a review there potentially.
So I'm very much invested here now.
No, all good. I saw the fumble and the change of possession. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to read through Drew's text. I think this is very fascinating. So, Drew, are you saying that the east and west of or like the two norths, like that's how they're going to play? That's going to be the extra game? So, like Washington would take on Buffalo? The extra game?
Yeah, you're reading that right.
Yeah, okay. He goes, that's the tweet. All right, I know I'm a moron. I'm just asking questions. So if you are a New York Giants fan, you'll be taking on the Dolphins, Patriots, Cowboys. That's a nice matchup. I'm trying to feel like what's the most exciting one? Pittsburgh versus Seattle.
Yeah, just to give the people what we're talking about. Andrew Siciliano. Andrew, Siciliano. He just put out a tweet for all 32 teams. 17th game. The matchup is known. So we literally just said, like, how are they going to plan which the matchup is? Well, we have our answer. The league, and Siciliano works for the league. So, yes. And I just wanted to make that point so people knew where you can go and find information.
And also, Schefter just tweets, he put his most intriguing games to be the 17th week. That's the other thing. So this will be week 17. We'll include, wait for it. Oh, there's Goff. New Orleans at Tennessee, Tampa Bay at Indianapolis. That's an interesting one. Green Bay at Kansas City.
Oh.
Week 17. New York Giants at Miami, Dallas at New England. I put a caveat on all this because we also know what can happen those last weeks. If teams are already clinched into the playoffs, they won't play their players, but still on paper, those are some intriguing matchups.
Yeah, we could get Jordan Love against Chad Henne.
Giddy up!
Green Bay, Kansas City on NBC.
So I would say your fantasy leagues for those year-longers are probably going to go now till well, that would be week 17 because there's no additional bye week. But yeah, there's still 17 weeks now, so 18 weeks of the schedule. Whew, it's going to be interesting. That was the other thing. I was surprised they didn't add an extra bye week with all the player safety stuff that's been going on and protocols. But
True. I just put the tweet in the Twitch chat if you guys want to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Scheduling maneuvering. So that is not only is it the 17th game. Rossi makes another great point. That is the 17th game of the season. It's on week 17.
Yeah. Week 18, whatever it's going to be.
And B. Dom Walk, you make another great point. You're all making great points today. Hit the like button because you should tap yourselves on the shoulder for making great points on the Dream Stream. Yes, there's only one bye.
Mm-hmm.
So the meaning, there could be meaning for all. There will be meaning. I shouldn't say could. There will be, as some of these games will have implications, and they need to win the game. You play to win the game.
Playoffs? No, absolutely. But we did see it this year. There were several teams that, because here's the thing, with the one bye, actually caused more teams last season to bench their players because they knew they didn't have a chance to either get the bye, and they were like, the NFC was like locked in. So like none of those guys had to really do much, except for just, some coaches deciding to keep their players hot, warm, loose. Yeah, I think for me as just a fan and following the game furious, I'm surprised they're not adding some form of extra week or something in there for another bye week just to give some of these players. Yeah, I, with all the player safety implications to this, and I understand it's a money maker, but they can figure that out.
So this is a good one to answer to make a response to your point. Ray says they'll probably end up expanding the game day roster to allow more player rest.
I do agree.
It creates more jobs.
Yeah, there you go. That's the NFL. It has nothing to do with them losing revenue for the last year. No, I do agree with that, and I think that will happen.
Uh-huh.
But I do think that still isn't good. So say you're a paying customer and you're going to pay, and you get week 16, and Patrick Mahomes is going to sit that week. Not even the last week, just 1 week, just because they're in a position. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It adds for a fun conversation because it's all theories. A game theory.
Question in the chat here about preseason games, per Dan Graziano of ESPN. Just 3.
Great.
3. Yes, 3 preseason games. Not on TNT, but check your local listings.
So you're telling me we're adding a regular season game. We're only taking away 1 preseason game? And that's fine.
Rossi, do you want to be the commissioner of sports?
All sports? No.
Okay.
Probably the easiest one. Aside from all the player dealings, I feel like from the game perspective, because everything's once a week. But if I read baseball, give me baseball. I'll get in there. I'll fix them up.
So I'm reading now in the I Don't Believe in Jared Goff free roll. Interesting. BJGLASHE. Oh, that's me. I'm in first place, and I warned all of you not to play Jared Goff.
No, actually, Glash, you're wrong on that. That's another account. That's not you.
Oh, pretty sure that's me.
No, there's somebody out there. I think that's who that is.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the public free showdown, LJack47 is leading the public free showdown, but yes, BJ Glashy, me, first place in the contest. Let's go, Jared Goff. Oh, maybe this will light a fire under young Jared.
He's like, what? He's in first? I must throw touchdowns.
Stick says, I know it takes some time to update, but Eifert still didn't get his credit. Just letting y'all know. Stick, thank you. Joe working hard here behind the scenes to update the scores. We'll be sure to take a look at the end of the third quarter. 14-6. Couple of field goals for Sloman. Thompson and Conley have the touchdowns for the Jags.
Wait, did you have Conley?
I did.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense now because I'm looking. I'm at 47th. You put together a nice little roster there.
Jerem over on Twitch says, I'm pretty sure BJ Glash E is first time playing Fortnite.
See?
That is the Twitter parody account. How's your parody account doing?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him in a little bit.
Okay.
Tater hater. Wait, I just realized this isn't ZT. This is Rossi. What's going on? The name of the sim is wrong. The sky is falling. We all must return to bed.
Yeah, we had a scheduling change. Rossi jumping in for ZT. Zach is his name, if you guys didn't know. Marco. DeMac Lion says, Glash, they're going to add an extra game, but most teams are up against the salary cap. Not sure how they would add more roster spots. True. Good point. That was in response to what Ray had to say. Maybe that's something, what you're saying, Rossi, that they need to, think about in the next CBA.
Yeah, as Andrew says, game day roster spot. So, that includes practice squad. But, no, I still do think there's going to be a lot to be worked out here. But I'm telling you right now, if you follow players on Twitter, already Alvin Kamara the other day called this idea, I think, dumb. So you're going to see a lot of that. And records are now going to be changed quickly, which I don't like. This is the first time I think this season has changed since don't quote me here, 83 or something I saw the other day. It's been a long time since they went, because it used to be 14, then went to 16. So all those records we've held dearly to us since the fantasy era started, all these passing types, someone's going to throw, 53, 54 touchdowns sooner or later. Could be this year.
A little bit of actual player personnel news, not worthy of a breaking news sounder, but Rossi, you love to.
I turned it down. No, you told me not to. That's okay.
So this coming from Benjamin Albright. He reports in Denver. Ooh, he's a friend of Brandon Cristal. Apparently, Mitchell Trubisky was very interested in Denver in trying to compete for a starting job, but the Broncos never offered. What a sad way to end that report.
Wait, where did that come from?
Benjamin Albright.
That is straight. Oh, that's BK's coworker. That is says producer Drew. That is straight trashing on Trubisky. That is that report is so nonsensical in a sense, and I'm sure that's Jason Rossi wanted to play the Mega Millions to win millions and millions of dollars, but he did not buy a ticket. The Broncos didn't show interest. Of course, Trubisky wanted to go there if he could compete. You think Trubisky really wants to be in Buffalo right now? He's going to be outside jumping through tables before he sees the field. Oh, man. That is unbelievable.
Producer Drew, that's like Mitch was like, who is the worst QB in the league? I'll go there and start. But
honestly, that's a great point. Because he probably was like, he probably wanted to go to Houston potentially too, because everyone's saying Deshaun's going to be, traded or whatever. He's like, they didn't call me. I wanted to call them. It's like, yeah, I wanted a date with Jennifer Aniston, or J-Lo. She's single again. But I didn't call her. It's like, what the heck are we doing here? It's unbelievable. That is just burying Trubisky even worse than the guy has been. Somehow the entire city of Chicago didn't bury him as bad as that tweet.
You guys have been great here today on the Dream Stream. Hit that like button. We're almost at 200 likes on the stream. So if you haven't yet, you love these streams, you love these Madden Sims, you love the Dream Stream, crush the like button. Hit subscribe on YouTube as well. And Twitch fam, you keep following along. Turn those notifications on. You guys have been a fantastic audience all the way through. We're into season 2 of Madden, not season 3, season 2. Cooper Kupp with the catch inside the 30. So the Rams, of course, need a touchdown. They could go for 2. But now we're getting ahead of ourselves because I I believe in Harvey Dent, but I do not believe in Jared Goff.
No. Not today, you don't. And so far, it's paid off.
Jordan Warren says the Broncos learned their lesson with Jay Cutler, and they don't want a QB the Bears didn't even want. That's good. It connects.
It went the other way, didn't it? Because the Bears took Jay Cutler, but it still fits.
Right. Cutler was in Denver.
Bears were like snagging that dude. You guys want Tebow? You gonna draft Tebow?
Yeah, we'll just keep setting the bar really low at this position.
Hey, still got him a playoff W. Don't be hating. They're now retired, Tim Tebow. What sport's he going to take on next? I feel like he's got enough competitive juice. Is he going to take on golf? Is he going to be a golfer?
I don't know. He still is in great shape. He works out. He's dedicated to his working out. I'm seeing so Bill Belichick is at the Alabama Pro Day. I just saw a video that now has gone viral of Belichick watching Mac Jones completely miss a receiver and Cooper Kupp.
Now, I believe that was a rushing touchdown. I could be 100% wrong.
No, you're 100% right.
I could, because those plays are so quick. I can never tell if he drops it. So there you go, Glash. A touchdown here for Kupp, but he does not get the credit for the touchdown.
Good. So they run the jet sweep with Cooper Kupp. And wow, a jet sweep. I've seen jet sweeps that work for like 15-yard gains, but not for touchdowns. At least not recently. Come on, Jared, don't screw this up. Tie the game. Get rid of the ball.
Don't get mad. Go
I can't even get mad. I didn't play him. See, I warned all of you.
This is why. Just take it easy, man. Just breathe, dude. Just breathe.
Just take it easy, man. Wow.
Come on. Getting some intel here. I don't know what the next game is, Drew. Are you on the next one, Glash?
I sure am. Me and Kenny Ducey.
I might be subbing in for Mr. Disclaimer, so hold tight.
Why?
Hold tight. I don't know. Something about the internet in the bunker. In the prison cell.
Cooper Kupp 40% owned, 8.5% in the captain spot. I'm sorry, the Cooper Kupp touchdown happened. This is the video of Belichick watching Mac Jones miss this throw, and it's freaking funny.
I also. He is just shaking his head. But he also they could have been talking about lunch plans. I think that's McDaniels with him.
Oh, is it McDaniels?
I think so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Josh. You're right. I was like, wait a second. Maybe that's like an offensive coordinator or something for Alabama. No, it's McDaniels. That's freaking funny.
Maybe he was like, dude, are you in on lemon-flavored candies? And Belichick's like, they don't taste like lemon. He's like, you're right.
What a great cutaway. Whoever's running that camera. Maybe it's Billy. Kudos. Yeah. D. Rich, with 17 games, are there 9 home games for some teams and 8 for some? You're exactly right. That's exactly what's happening.
And it's broken down in that Siciliano tweet, I believe. Which, that's a whole nother thing.
Tom
AFC
says, hey, Belichick, what's your take on Peeps? Rossi, do you like Peeps?
I like to put them in the microwave.
Oh.
Dude, I have to tell you this. Christian yesterday, you want to talk about crazy psycho stuff here? His parents, when he was a kid, used to slice the seal of the Peeps. So they'd slice the Peeps open, so the Peeps would be, out in the oxygen.
Yeah.
Put them in the back seat, like the back windshield of their car. And 3 weeks later, would eat them.
Oh.
And I'm sitting here with Christian. I go, dude, was like, why? He said, because then it was crunchy, but then fluffy in the middle. I go, that takes 3 weeks, and why does it have to be in the car? Like, what are we talking about? So there was someone, I can't remember. There was a female audience member, and I apologize, who said that she knew about this before. But I'm like, why wouldn't they just do that in like a drawer? Why does it have to be in the sun? Doesn't that like add extra, like, that's all chemical-based sugar. But he's like, yeah, and he didn't eat them though. Because I'm like, did you ever try it? No, but you could hear, he said there was such a crunch to it, almost like a potato chip. I'm like, this is disgusting.
Yo. Oh.
Was it still? No. So TP, what he did, like they sliced the package. So I don't know.
Randy W gives us some insight. The matchups for the 17th game will feature, this is the quote, teams from opposing conferences that finished in the same place within their division the previous season. I like that. Like, aren't we always the ones that are like, we never see Brady against Rodgers when Brady was in New England. We never saw Brady Wilson, or in this case, we'll get more. In this case, exactly, we will maybe get Mahomes against Rodgers, like guaranteed. And maybe those matchups not just occurring once every 4 or 5 years, but once, like, it should happen every year. We should see the greats, the best of the best teams.
Mm-hmm.
We should try to guarantee that every season.
This will all be worked out in a weird way, but I do like, the basing off the AFC gets the money this year, NFC gets it next time.
Chad is shouting out for Chris Conley to show up. There's Thompson making a catch to the 18.
He's got a touchdown.
Share.
He doesn't need it.
Guru says peeps are the only way to go.
What, putting him in the trash? No thanks. So me and Tommy Freeze Pops, Saturday night, we're having the Easter Vigil dream stream. We're just going to put a bunch of peeps in the microwave, and I'm going to chug a Pepsi peep flavor if I can find it. Which I'm not even going to look at the side to know how much sugar and caffeine is in that, because I'm probably not going to sleep that night. Speechless. Just speechless.
David Perry says, what's up, guys?
Hi, David. What's up, dude?
What else we got here?
Oh, DFS Queenie. I'm going to do that, too. I'm going to throw one in the air fryer. Probably going to destroy my air fryer, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Hey. Dangerous.
But, Reeties, did you know I did eat floor candy? Porch candy, too.
That was when so if you want to know when I first started, that was the big hot topic. It was like mid-July.
Yeah.
That was the hot thing. Would you eat floor candy? It's like, what? Hi, I thought I was calling a Ram Sim.
Wait, that was one of the first weeks you were on?
Yes.
How did that come up again? It's definitely me.
Something at the movies, like, I thought.
Right, but I'm trying to remember how...
Oh, the origin of the question?
How that entered my brain and why I decided to read or bring that up on the air. There's a lot of things for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the things... How did I find out that Christian psychotic parents cut a Peeps package, left it in the back windshield for 3 weeks, and then ate it? Where's the origins of that? I don't know, dude. It just happens.
It might have been you or Billy when we were together on Sunday.
Yeah.
But one of the great things about these streams is we've become so comfortable with the DK Sim fam that we've opened our arms and let these people into our lives and our really bad takes and our really sad lifestyles, which I don't regret one bit.
Oh yeah, listen, we only reveal what we want to reveal.
Producer Drew, yeah. Something to do with the 5-second rule. So I propose to people, if you were in a movie theater and say you got you buy that movie candy that's like way overpriced.
Oh yeah, dude, you don't do that.
If DraftKings ever partners with a movie theater down the road, I will apologize.
No,
but
you said it before. You're fine.
If you buy, Skittles and you drop a couple Skittles and they're right by your feet and you can see them, and it's actually really hard to see in that movie theater. You reach down and you grab a couple. 5-second rule.
All right, crazy. How about this? What if you drop popcorn? Same thing? With butter.
Nah, I'm probably good with the popcorn, but candy's a little more expensive than that popcorn, I think, usually.
It's all similarly overpriced. It's the only thing I'll buy in a movie theater is popcorn. But
now that I think about it, And this can promote what we have coming up next. We have the golf crew coming up, Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. Reed is actually one of the first people I spoke to about this topic, and he was like, what is wrong with you? What are you thinking?
Well, because my thought process, maybe this is Reed's as well, like you've already probably touched your fingers to your mouth. So any candy that's been touched already has like some like lubrication on it. So when you're touching the floor, you're picking up dude, yeah, I wouldn't, especially like Skittles, especially if it's yellow, just keep them on the floor. That's where they should be anyways. But
I mean, like really, really quick. Like if you start fidgeting and you have no luck down there, move
so
on.
like when you drop a fry in the car, like you'll take 10 minutes and you even might find it tomorrow. You still probably eat it.
No, you definitely pull over and grab that fry. Put your hazards on the highway, get that fry.
I just see Glash reaching down at a movie theater. 1, 2, 3. I got it, everybody. And then you don't even know if that was yours or if it was there from earlier. Ugh.
So I just asked producer Drew if we have a name for this golf show yet. Producer Drew's throwing out reading the greens or the betting green. Off the read tee. I like that. Off the read tee.
Oh, I like reading the greens. Betting greens. No, don't like that. How do we get Moose's name? How do we get Jeff in there? Can we fit Ulrich into this name?
Ulrich's Ultimate Golf Show.
Wow, mic drop by Moose. I'm glad we're talking about this right now. He just came in out of nowhere. That was great. Jared Goff's really going to mess this up for all of you, isn't he?
How do you go back to the sim? This was amazing.
Oh, Jeff Ulrich, folks, from the rafters right there.
He better put an extra time because he dipped into the 2:00 hour. You get paid for that.
Yeah, it's true.
We just turn your mic on, dude. You get paid for it. I'm now the boss.
Henderson again. Rams still have 3 timeouts, but they're in business here. First and goal from the 8.
Especially with it being a 5-point game. Now I have that name stuck in my head. I'm gonna name all my fantasy teams that. Ulrich's Ultimate.
So Reed and Jeff will be here right when this sim concludes, looking ahead to golf action later this week. So be sure to stay here.
Oh!
Reynolds!
Jumping in! That's my captain. Is that going to get me to that number 1 spot? Ooh, the drama.
Where are you right now in the standings?
Hold on. Gonna find me.
All right.
I fell off. I was in 48th going into the 4th. I'm in 118th. I don't think that's going to do it.
TPC San Antonio starting up Thursday.
Oh, I wonder if our guy San Antonio watering hole, if he's near there. He'll be serving him
Valero,
up.
Texas Open. Nice. This Thursday. Jared Goff going for 2 to extend the lead to 3.
Oh, another. That's a second 2-point conversion. He has been sacked. But I kind of like it because now we know there won't be overtime.
I really hope we can fire up the Lambo.
Also, quick shout, Thursday, what a big day. You're going to have, with the other side of DraftKings, obviously we'll be here, but you'll have, we mentioned the golf. You got the baseball. You got a lot doing. Lots doing.
The Dream Stream will be, this is not an April Fool's joke. We are taking the stream to new heights when April comes around. We've talked to you guys about the tournament style we are doing for the Madden Sims starting April 12th with some of those loaded prize pools, paid contests, also some free-to-play pools via the DK Sportsbook. We got a whole lot coming up, so enjoy it. The madness belongs in March, but we will just continue to blow your brains off here in Simland with all of the content we have coming your way. All right, what do you think, Rossi? This is doable. 3 timeouts. They're at the 22.
I think, of course, it's doable. It's been very unimpressive the second half here from the Jaguars, and that throw exemplifies that. So, I don't know. Minshew's been really off, and this Rams defense is played up. So, I'm going to say it's not going to happen, but doable, yes.
CEH says, why do you guys act like 1 minute of overtime kills you? Because the minute we start thinking about overtime, we know it gets worse. It just keeps going and going and going.
And I'll be honest, I love doing this like nobody else. Everyone loves doing it. But when you know you kind of have a time frame, and you're like, okay, I want to stay within that time. And we have good content coming up right after.
Right, we're eating the time away from the golf duo.
Yeah, from the Reed's Ultimate Ulrich teeing off green betting extravaganza. Put that on a t-shirt, baby.
With a moose. Hit that like button if you guys have not yet already. We appreciate you being here. 12 seconds for the Jags at their own 29. Here's Minshew. Oh, he's got
him open!
Got him! Chris Conley!
Oh, shoestring tackle, 4 seconds. I was more looking at the clock than I was if he was going to score, because we've seen games like this where they get down, but the clock, depending on how much time was left, actually ticks away. 4 seconds left. We should see one timeout here to freeze or ice the kicker.
Jared Goff takes a sack on the 2-point conversion. So now the Rams are going to lose. Jared Goff. I don't believe in Jared Goff. I told you. I think someone's here to fix our washing machine. They hear me going nuts.
What is he doing in there? He's at work. I heard him laughing about someone named Jared. Is that a coworker?
He went to Jared.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Yes. Oh, Lambo. Very good, Rossi.
Thank you. I drive mine only in the summer, so it's about that time. I think they're coming in.
Something was, our washing machine was acting up, so it's just being looked at. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. All that wardrobe, we got to get it cleaned once every year and a half. Oh, man. Brian C. Hey, Glash, love the energy in the sim. Just saying, yep, there's a good energy in the sim. Jared Goff on 2 2-point conversions. Takes a sack. Not good. Rick James is leading our free roll. I don't believe in Jared Goff. And Nevada_Smith, first place in the $250 free. That's ball game. All right. Good finish. Nice catch by Chris Conley.
Which, by the way, I'll just quickly segue. He's going to be the Glash player of the game. Right there. Chris Conley coming up big. 3 grabs, 57 yards, a touchdown. It all seemed kind of slow until that last catch, but that did a ton. So he's going to get that award. So we will send him a mini statue of Mr. Glasheen when the budget comes in.
Right. And Rossi makes a great point. If the NFL is moving to 17 games, what if we move to 7 sims? It's going to change the financial plan. So
the uproar that will come through, it'll just be crazy.
We're only into episode 2 of season 2 of Madden Sims, and there's a lot of problems, a lot of drama building. What's that? It's okay. We're wrapping it up. Okay. They have to use the vacuum, so we got. Okay, wow, they're not kidding. Rossi, any parting thoughts?
And the player, the not my kid award. This sucks, literally. All right, not my kid award's gonna go to I don't even Malcolm Brown. Don't even know what his ownership was. We'll just get out of here. Go to people that have good microphones, non-vacuums, and smiles on their faces, and info that can make you money.
All right. So are you here? It stopped. Are you here for the 4 o'clock?
We'll find out. Tune in at 4. Maybe it'll be me. Maybe it'll be Kenny. Maybe it'll be a boat.
Either way, it's going to be a buddy of mine. So I'm looking forward to that.
Always.
All right, for producer Drew, Tom, great work. Let's send it now to Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. They are getting you set for what is going on the PGA Tour. They are heading to San Antonio this week. Reed, Jeff, whoever leads this segment, take it away.
Glash, I remember that that conversation that you and I had about the candy, and it was disgusting, especially when you mentioned it's dark, you can't see anything, you're going to pick it up anyway. I think that's what Rossi was getting at. And this was early on. This was before all of the antics. Let's just leave it at that. I think it's a good word to encapsulate what you do. But you bring the energy. That's right. Jeffrey Ulrich came from the rafters, a la Sting, came from all the way up top. He came down on a rope and he said, I'm going to bring the bat and bring the action with, we're going to call it Ulrich's Ultimate Golf Show for today, just because of that.
Just for today,
so everybody,
sure.
Yeah, everybody, welcome to Ulrich's Ultimate Golf Show featuring Reed Fowler. That's this guy. What we do every, Tuesday, Jeff? At this time is we answer you guys' questions. We're going to talk a little bit about the tournament. I'm sure we're going to get some questions about the Masters. That is next week. We'd like to prioritize the Valero Texas Open because it's happening this week, but we'd be fools to think that no one is thinking about Augusta National. Especially DJ. I'm sure he was thinking about it when he said, goodbye, Valero. Hello, Augusta.
And we got the Masters salaries out today, guys, for the Millie Makers and stuff, right, Reed? So
yes, we did.
Lots going on. Just right off the bat, because I haven't checked. Has there been any withdrawals or anything today that we need to update the people for?
I didn't see any.
I don't think so, but
yeah, I know Rob Bolton. I believe it's at Rob Bolton. I think it's his Twitter handle.
At Rob Bolton Golf, yeah.
Rob Bolton Golf. He's really on top of the withdrawals.
I don't see any since DJ. Yeah. So DJ, obviously Dustin Johnson not in the field anymore, but none today. So right off the bat, that's good news. Field looks set, and definitely the MVP of the last sim was the vacuum. A little surprised by Ross's choice there, if I'm being honest. Throw your questions in though, guys. Obviously, Reed and I will start things off by talking about who we like, but get your questions in. We're going to be here basically for until the next sim rolls around or just before. Yep. So lots of time.
So a small recap, just a little bit of the match play. Scotty Scheffler almost panned out for us, Jeff. We almost got a Scotty Scheffler.
That's true. We both liked him.
Yeah, he's coming in at plus 4,000 on DK Sportsbook. He was, I believe, 7,900. That last day he just didn't have anything going. Honestly, thought Sergio looked like he was going to take this one home, but give it to Billy Horschel. He was the guy, the law of attrition. He was the guy that was still there. It looked like they were fatigued towards the end, but he was the guy that was left standing, and he played better than Scotty Scheffler. Scheffler could not find a fairway, could not make a putt within 4 feet, so he does not deserve to win, but got close.
Maybe that's a good jumping off point too to transition to Valero, because Scheffler coming off the big week. I mean, what's your initial thoughts here on him? I mean, I feel like he's a young guy. I know he played lots of match play, but these guys play a lot of golf anyway. So I'm not too worried about the fatigue factor with Scheffler. I could easily see him, really going hard after his first win here this week. I mean, I think 10-4, he'll be popular, but I still kind of want to play him here. I mean, do you have different thoughts or?
No, not at all. I mean, especially with DJ withdrawing, right? Well, especially a guy like Dustin Johnson or anyone at the top. Let's just say that was Brooks Koepka, Rory, or whoever is leading the salaries. If they leave, if they withdraw, so much win equity goes with them. But especially Dustin Johnson, right? You look at the strength of this field. I think we'd be hard pressed to prove that it's strong. It's stronger than usual, but it's not that strong compared to what we see in other tournaments. Dustin Johnson made it that, right? He was the guy to beat, even though he's not in form. Once he leaves, that opens up the entire board. And especially, Tony Finau is, how much, anyone who watches this show or who hasn't been living under a rock and, follows any one of us, we know that, Tony Finau is a favorite of this program, especially me. So I don't think he's, up plus 1,100 or whatever he is now to win. I think that's egregious for Tony, but that opens up the entire field to win. So yeah, Scotty Scheffler at 10-4. Yeah. Texas kid. It's the same narrative that I liked last week, right? Mm-hmm. If he makes his putts, if he gets the ball in the fairway, the guy's going to shoot in the low 60s at this course. And if the wind is up, which it is, right? The forecast does show wind gusts throughout the entire week. This guy knows how to play in the wind.
All right. So we're getting some questions rolling in. On on Twitch, Gurma wants to know who our Masters pick is. I mean, I'll just throw out there right off quickly. We won't dwell too much on it, but I like Bryson. I like Patrick Cantlay. Those are two guys I'm definitely going to be keying in on next week. Got some futures action on Cantlay. I think from betting, he's a better target right now. In the 20s even. I got him a little bit bigger than that, but I still like Cantlay. I'll like him next week. And Bryson, man, I just feel like Bryson has had such a good start to this year. The irons are going. We know what he can do in the rest of the game. I think even at 10-1, even at plus 1,000, I think Bryson is a bet next week, much like DJ was a bet coming into the Masters in the fall. So those are two guys I'm really keen on. I don't know if you got someone else to throw out there.
Yeah, I think Bryson is right there. Like you mentioned, he's at plus 1,000 on DK Sportsbook right now. Remember JT did not have his best stuff last year, and he finished fourth. So he's always someone. And again, here's a big thing about the majors, and Spieth mentioned it in his presser when he was talking about the Masters. Current form is great, and this kind of goes into this week as well. Current form is fantastic, right? It makes us feel a little bit better about backing the golfers that we like because we know they're playing well. But this week and next week, I don't really factor it as much as maybe other weeks. Reason being is this week we've seen Corey Connors and Andrew Landry, past two winners, miss 3 of their previous 4 cuts coming into this tournament. Corey Connors Monday qualified and won in 2019. You take a look at Augusta, the guys that played well here just have a different feeling, right? You go down Magnolia Lane and call it, it's a stat list, narrative, but you go down and you feel comfortable there, and that's why you see a guy like Jordan Spieth always play well there.
So
Patrick Cantlay,
who's your guy then that like would be the guy to kind of make a jump, like not playing that well, but just from an experience standpoint, you think like will pop up next week at Augusta?
Yeah, I think Patrick Cantlay is that guy. Like
Cantlay?
Right now, he's not playing that well, right? It might have been a little fatigue, it might have been a little, nicked up, a little injured.
I think he got sick or something for a couple of weeks, like at the Players.
Right.
It was really just a little dip at the Players, right? So
right. And I feel like right now, which is the first time in I don't know how long I've been doing this, Xander Schauffele is I think properly priced. And the number is still short at plus 2,000, but he's no longer ahead of Brooks. He's no longer ahead of Rory. Like, he's like she shouldn't be. He should never be ahead of those guys until he proves that he is. And so where he's positioned on the board, I really like that at plus 2,000, because we know, like, if he plays at his apex, he's the guy that can contend with the best of the best, winning the Tour Championship, winning the Tournament of the Tournament Champions. So those are the two guys. And I also think Daniel Berger. I think Daniel Berger at plus 3,300 is someone that maybe some people are sleeping on. I don't think they are, but he's someone too that if he gets there on Sunday, I like his chances against these big names.
Yeah, I agree. I think from an odds perspective too, Berger's really interesting. Might end up being like kind of the interesting value play people tend to try to get on for betting next week. I think we're kind of on the same page though. I don't think you want to go too crazy with the Masters betting. You want to see guys who've had at least a little form prior to that, but all those guys definitely in that category. Let's get to Valero though. I see a couple questions. Let's kick things off with Zach Johnson. Zach Johnson seems cheap, says Evans. What's your take on Zach Johnson?
I mean, Zach Johnson is he's at 8,500.
Yeah.
Zach Johnson at 8,500 in this field, I think seems properly priced. A guy that's like the thing about Zach Johnson is I worry about is I'd rather play him at Augusta at like sub 7.
Yeah.
Like that's my feeling about Zach Johnson is in this field. If I'm looking at a guy that's sort of secondary, tertiary player that could play well here, it's like a Ryan Moore. Like Ryan Moore always plays well here for whatever reason. That's someone even at a price tag. I think Ryan Moore is more expensive than Zach Johnson. No, 7,900. Perfect. He's cheaper than Zach Johnson. I like him a lot better at this course as opposed to Zach Johnson. So I'm out on Zach for this week. I'd rather be in on him next week.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if he's either appropriately priced or he's actually overpriced, Zach Johnson.
Right.
You look at some of the names under him, Wise, Moore you brought up, Charles Howell the 3rd is playing well. Like if you just want a veteran guy who's playing steady, I mean, just play Charles Howell. I mean, ZJ's played good. He's making cuts. I know he's good at the Honda. Could he pop up here? I guess he's a Texas guy. I don't know. I feel like this course, you really want to just go heavy on the tee to green. I don't know if ZJ's quite got that in him here to like grab you a win. And I think at 85, I just think there's similar upside plays at like the high 7K range. So I'm not really even considering Zach Johnson. I'm with Reed. When he's under 7K in an elite field, I think that's actually a good time to go with Zach Johnson. So maybe next week for the Masters, but not really in on him here at all.
Question from CEH 1300. Do you like Adam Scott this week? No, because he's not playing this week. So I don't like Adam Scott.
You can play him.
Here's one from Jim on YouTube. Hadwin or Varner, feel like both can win win you money or miss the cut. Yeah. I like Varner personally. I wrote him up in my article.
Yep.
What you need here, what you've seen from past winners, Jeff, like Adam Scott, he's won here before. Corey Connors, you've seen these guys. They're great off the tee guys, right? They hit the ball very well off the tee, and that's what Varner does. His approach is a little shaky right now, but man, we've seen Varner go absolutely ballistic on day one and shoot 7 under, which is definitely feasible here. He could do that. So he's a guy that I like between the two.
I agree, man. Varner's interesting. I think I would lean him over Hadwin as well. But yeah, the past 3 winners here have gained like something insane, like plus 13 strokes tee to green, just blitzing it with their irons, right? So this is really a course where it just really favors those. I know it's a cliche, but like the supreme ball strikers, it's not really an event where we see guys just like get insanely hot and like putt their way to a win kind of thing, So really interesting. I think HV3 for sure. He hasn't been in the greatest form is like the only kind of worry, but he was, top 20 at the Honda. Like, and when I say greatest form, I mainly just mean like his approaches haven't been that hot, but he's definitely a guy who can catch fire with those for a week. So yeah, I like it. I agree. And like, you look at this weak field and how this event is shaped up. I'm almost tempted to like lay some money on him just in the outright department too. Cause if he's ever going to win, it's going to be at an event like this.
Right. So, exactly. Yeah. It's like,
I like it. Yeah.
It's like you would think Varner should win a shorter course like Shriners or like a Safeway Open, right? Like that type of course that favors the guys off the tee. Mm-hmm. But he's someone that plays well on these longer courses. We've seen it before, but this hasn't gotten over that hump. We kind of saw what Joe Damon did over at Corrales, right? It's really hard to win on the PGA Tour, and Varner's been there. And that's kind of what that's the sentiment, if we're taking it from a 30,000 foot view here, Jeff, of how I'm attacking this tournament is I want those guys that have been close, that haven't seen a lot of current form, haven't seen a lot of success of recent, that could come to this course, look at the field, say, I want to get in the Masters, if that's their motivation, or look at this as an opportunity to win. A couple of those guys right now off the bat, because there's some questions like who's your bottom dud, who's your chalk stud. Cam Davis is my favorite, and I think is going to be extremely popular because I think there's like 8,000 touts that have called for Cam Davis.
Yep.
Yeah, and Harry Higgs. Both of those guys have been close to winning, but have not sealed the deal. So I do like Cam Davis. If you look at past winners here, guys who've done well, Australian golfers and guys who are from or live in Texas. Reason being, a lot of the similar conditions.
It is. And it's kind of different from what we saw in Florida too. So I wouldn't like if guys are coming in, like haven't played well in Florida. Higgs played well in Florida. Yeah. Cam Davis dipped a little bit, but if guys didn't play well in Florida, then I wouldn't discount them too much because of it. I agree on Higgs. He really came through for us at the Honda. It's his first time playing here, which is like the only thing that kind of puts me off him. But much like Varner, like we've seen him compete at places like the Safeway and those fall events. And this, without DJ now, this event really shapes up. It's kind of like just a fall start, like the field. So Higgs, definitely a guy I got on my radar. I really like the price on Higgs. I mean, 7,100, that's the same price he was at the Honda, right? So I don't know if he's going to get too popular either, but Cam Davis, definitely. Only thing putting me off about Cam Davis is really the popularity. But man, that guy can make birdies in a hurry. So the birdie rate alone on Cam Davis almost just says, I think maybe just get a piece of him because he can finish like T25 and still be a part of the winning lineup this week. Like it wouldn't shock me. That's how good his birdie rate is. So
yeah, and you kind of have to think of it this way: you look at his stats in Florida, Not one round did he gain in around the greens, Jeff. Not one. So there was something about those greens, those Bermuda greens, that he just did not jive with. All right, like he just didn't like it.
And you can suck around the greens here and still do well, like Connors did, right? So absolutely, like you can, not a big deal. So it's a good setup for Cam Davis. Again, only thing that's really got me like even considering not playing him is just how his ownership percentage might work out. And I think that's more of a worry if you're playing like 100 lineups just for weighting purposes. So
yeah. So let's get into your picks, Jeff. Everyone put in your questions into the YouTube and Twitch. I see someone shouting out Fred Couples to the bank. Nuke, I think that's for Augusta. Bernhard Langer from Care Bear as well. Yeah, both those guys, especially Bernhard. Bernhard Langer is always the guy who shows up at Augusta, like on day one.
It's sick how often he shows up.
Yeah, like they have like the broadcast already has like a paragraph or two and graphics already made for Langer because we know that he's already going to be there in day one. But let's see your picks right now, Jeff. You have a couple names that have been thrown around throughout the better part of this season, but also some values here. So talk us through them.
Yeah. So well, we'll wait till my graphic gets up, but it doesn't matter anyways. So the guy I do like this weekend, again, we're talking about Zach Johnson, 8,500. One of the reasons, like, I mean, again, it's probably a safe play, but I just feel like there's upside. We talked about Varner at 7,900, but Sam Burns at 8,000, similar story. I mean, this guy can get super hot with his irons. He's improved his approach play over the last year. He's just a solid young player with a lot of upside. And we've seen him get super hot on the greens. So for me, like I got to target him in this range. He's coming off 2 missed cuts. I think that's going to keep at least a few people off him this week. But again, a guy who's had trouble closing out events. It's a weaker field now. This is like a fall field event. He's had some competitive action with guys like Dustin Johnson in the mix. I really like the spot for Burns. So we'll see what he can do after a couple missed cuts. But, was T20 here last year? I think it was T23 or something. So 8,000, I'm fine. Again, this is too cheap for him in this field. Chris Kirk just playing really consistently, tee to green, everything. He's got some good course history here. I really like it for him. He can get hot with his irons as well. I think just, again, you're looking at him and Zach Johnson right now. I'd say Chris Kirk is the far better upside play. And then a couple other guys, I already kind of mentioned Charles Howell playing really well tee to green. Wouldn't shock me if he just continued that. Again, maybe not a guy you're going to pick to win, but at 7,800 for DFS, when he gets in this form, he just makes cuts, man. He just an ATM machine. The flyer of the group is without a doubt Doc Redman. Another player who can really get consistently hot with his irons. The weaker field, is this where he finally pops up? He's had trouble with his putter this year. But again, if you've played PGA DFS for the past year and a half, you know who Doc Redman is, and this guy can really play. So at some point, he's going to turn it around. Wouldn't shock me if it was here. No water to worry about. Maybe a little bit easier greens to putt on too with Doc Redman. This is the type of course you would normally be targeting him at. So we'll see if he can turn around this week. I like him for a GPP kind of play though.
Yeah, and a couple of things I want to mention because I really like what you're doing here, Jeff, is that you got to look at these guys too, like investments, right? Doc Redman, if you guys remember the beginning of the year, this guy was like mid eights, maybe even high eights in his price tag. There's a reason why he was up there. And granted, yes, the field wasn't as strong, which Jeff is mentioning now here. He's at $6,600. We know that his upside is top 5, easy. We know that that's his upside, and you're getting him at $6,600. Now there's risk baked into that because he hasn't been playing well. But you have to look at it from a larger perspective, especially in these type of tournaments where the field is wide open. Same thing with Sam Burns. It was a month ago, if that this guy almost won a golf tournament. And now you see him at this price tag. It's something that you have to focus in on. And it's something you have to take, a step back and look at the bigger picture as opposed to honing in on, I'm just trying to play the guys that are playing extremely well right now because everyone wants to play those guys. And I think, this guy that Erwin Fletcher mentioned, Akshay Bhatia, I think is someone that we've seen pop a little bit. He's that really lanky lefty, great player, great swing, a lot of power. He's a cheap play right now. And I think isn't he like 60? I think he's like 62 or maybe he's not.
64.
Yeah. Do you like him as a cheap play this week?
Yeah, there's a couple guys down here you could target. Batia, definitely super talented. We've seen him pop up a couple times. He had a nice start at the Pebble Beach. Hasn't played since then, but again, this is a fall field event, man. Like it really is just in terms of strength of field. So absolutely. I think the other guy you could be looking towards down there, Austin, and I can't remember how to pronounce his name. I think it's Eckroat, but he's 6,300. Austin Eckroat, ECKROAT, guy from Oklahoma State. They produce lots of solid golfers. Yep. T12 at the Mayakoba Classic, which is actually another Greg Norman course, by the way. But I like this. I like this play. I think I would go with Eckroat over Batia, just because again we've seen him play on the PGA a little bit. Came through in his first start, and again now another sort of Greg Normanish design. So those are two guys down there. I got my eye on both those guys, and that's who I would go to in this kind of field. I really would. Keith Mitchell might be one other name I throw out, but I don't know. I mean, the veterans are just so hard to peg down here. Are they in form? Are they not? I think under 65, I'm going for the young guns there. I think both those guys are live to do something good in this field. And the thing is, Reed, too, when these guys they make weekends, they play well. Like these are really top end players. So yeah, Batia at 64, Eckroat at 63. Those are two guys I really like. I will say this though. Roger Sloan at 67.
There we go.
Is a play I really like too. Canadian. So obviously I got to like him, but I saw some people asking me about guys like Charles down there. And I kind of like Redmond, but Sloan is in form. Like he's the guy who's actually playing well. So don't be afraid to target Roger Sloan down there. I really like him for that price.
Yeah. So if you're looking at this tournament, like Jeff mentioned, what he means by fall series, it's like a swing season type of tournament, right? Where you don't have the big names. Yes, you have Finau, and yes, you have these other guys like Answer, who are going to garner a lot of roster percentage. But another guy from Oklahoma State that's down there too is Christopher Ventura, right? He's also someone that you can potentially like. He makes a lot of bogeys.
Pop. Yep.
He makes a ton of bogeys, but he could pop 4 par 5s, stock 72 right now. Yes, there are 2 that are over 600 yards, and the eagle and birdie rate here isn't like, it's one of the lowest on tour when you think about like par 72s. It's because the runoff areas are tough. These fairways are narrow, but the rough isn't thick. If these guys get like Jeff mentioned, if they get to the weekend, this make or break. We saw that with Will Gordon last year when he went on a stretch where he went, top five, and he got his conditional status. That's what these guys are all looking for as well. Right. So I like attacking the young guys down there. I think there's this idea, right? This exodus of not old guys, but veterans that are on the tour. And then these young players and, like Joe Dahlman, a perfect example, the article that came out, I think it was last year in Golf Digest, he said that he'd be completely fine winning 2 million or making 2 mil or 3 mil a year and never winning, right? Not winning once and just securing his bag for and his card every single year, not winning. Yeah. And one of the reasons why was he's like, these young guys are so effing good that it's so hard to keep up with them. It's so hard to keep up with them because they're playing at an unbelievable rate already in college. Oklahoma State is it's like the Alabama. It's like the Alabama of golf. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The SEC. So
he's right. It's just it's competitive. I mean, he's obviously very upfront and knows what's going on. Joel Damon, not afraid to share his thoughts, but it's true. Let's see here. Abby, who do you like under 79? We both like Varner. Mm-hmm. I like Howell, although I think Howell's a little bit more of a cash play, but he's playing good. Charles Howell, he's really good at the players.
Yep.
One other player I kind of like, and he's lower down. I am pretty high on Sam Ryder this week. I'm a little surprised he's not getting a little bit more love. This guy's been really lighting it up lately. And again, the type of player we want, Sam Ryder is very iron focused, approach focused. That's where he gains a lot of his strokes. Mm-hmm. I think these greens are a little bit easier. He's played Valero twice before, made the cut. Each time he's played Valero, he's gained over 3 strokes on approach. 7,400 for a guy playing this good, 8th at Honda, 2nd at Corrales. I don't know. Yeah. I'm very in on Sam Ryder this week. Love him for betting too. You can get him at pretty solid odds.
Yeah. Sam Ryder, back-to-back top 10s. Right. So he played well at Honda. I think he finished 8th there. And then last week at Corrales, he was runner up. So I know we don't talk. I know I said current form, focus in on that. But if you want to, I wouldn't tell anyone to not focus on that. That I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like current form is never a bad thing. And so he's one guy. I mentioned this guy in my article, I think, or maybe I was talking to Emerson on Monday. Doug Gim at $7,300. We know what he did at Sawgrass. Maybe it was a blip. I think he missed the cut after the players at Honda, but he gained ball striking. He could not find a putt, could not sink anything. He lost over 4 strokes putting, but he played his college golf at University of Texas. Now, I'm not saying that this is like in Austin because, that was last week, but I mean, the idea that you've played golf in in Texas, I think only helps. Oh, and again, sure. He's someone at $7,300. He was in the final group on Sunday at Sawgrass. And so what that does for me, that says this guy doesn't worry about the bigger moments. He knows that he has confidence to play well. The moment probably got to him, on Sunday, which is okay. It happens. Yeah. You need to get your battle scars. But Doug Gim, 22nd in tee to green over his last 24 rounds. That guy can hit the ball, man. So he has hit $7,300. I really like him.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Like Doug Gim was kind of like massive chalk at Honda. Everyone liked him. He didn't even play that bad. He just kind of had a bad week on the greens. Yeah. But again, you look at this event. I mean, like, again, we just really want to target the solid iron players. And like Reed said, this guy's been kind of lighting it up in that regard. So, I very much like Sam Burns. You're kind of like buying the dip here. And I think most people are just kind of not play Doug Gim, which is kind of funny after he, right. he did so well at the players and like had one bad week. So he's only 7,300, man. Like, I think he was 8,400 at the Honda or something. Like he was really, he was up there at the Honda for DraftKings salaries. So I agree. Doug Gim, another guy, had my radar for sure. Love the Texas connection too. Actually forgot about that, but you're right. He was a Texas University guy. So there you go. I think Ryder and Gim. Ryder definitely. Like, I would probably put Ryder in front of Gim, but I like both those guys in that range, that low 7K range, and definitely Harry Higgs as well. I think you can play all three guys right there, and really just if you want to play like a Finau Spieth combo or something as well with it, like I don't know, that's a good way to go. So I like this lower 7K range. The more I think about it, there's some guys you could sprinkle in up top, but Ryder, Gim, Higgs, just all playing real good.
Yeah. So and this goes to my next question. Everybody smash that like button, hit the subscribe bell button, share this with your friends.
Likes. Let's go.
Come on. 17 more people, hit that like button. But this kind of goes to my next question, Jeff, is roster construction. Are you looking at stars and scrubs? Based on what we're saying, the guys that we like kind of leans that way. Or is there argument for balance here, in your opinion? Maybe that's a better question because I think I know the answer between the two. But is there an argument for balance?
Well, with Dustin out, I think there's a lot of people who are going to kind of shift to that approach. So, again, like I think a unique approach for tournaments might be to try and get like Spieth and Finau in, or something like that, or like Scheffler and Spieth. Because I think a lot of people are going to say, well, Dustin's not in, Finau is kind of like Finau and Spieth are kind of like paper favorites, right? Like they don't really, shouldn't really be priced at this because the field's so weak. We have to price them like this. So we'll just say, well, it's fine. I'll just start with Connors or Answer. And look, I like those guys, but I think from a roster construction standpoint, GPP, you'll get more unique lineups if you start with like two of the guys over 10K now. So I think that's definitely interesting. And like I said, because there's not like a huge talent gap between like the high 7K range and the low 6K range or the mid 6K range, let's say, I think it's very viable to just go that way. So I'll actually be looking to maybe load up on like those top three players. We'll see how the ownership percentages or projections roll out, but I think it's going to be a good way to go unique lineups is again, going a little bit heavier on those top guys.
Yeah, I agree. There's Jim mentioned, did we see the Dustin Johnson, Kevin Na disagreement over the weekend? My answer is yes. Yes, I did. And I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, it was classic Kevin Na. Making a boulder out of a pebble kind of speak. And look, it's like he didn't do anything wrong. He's just like, Dustin shouldn't have picked up his ball before he got it conceded. Was it obvious that he was going to get it conceded or that he could have just tapped it in? Yeah. Is it a big deal? No. But at the same time, like, Kevin Na could have like gone to the official there and been like, dude just like did a rules violation. I win the hole. Like he legitimately was in his right to do that because the putt wasn't conceded. So I think he was mainly just kind of trying to be a nice guy about it. Now he did it in the wrong way because he made an incident about it in front of national TV, but that's kind of just Kevin Na, right? So again, it's more just for funny, and obviously doing it to DJ is like, DJ just doesn't care. So
that's the thing I was going to say. He does not care. Kevin Na cares, right? Kevin Na had to say it loud enough too, to all of us to hear it, and thank God that he did because it was great TV. And then you just see, like, it's your typical, like, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. Dustin Johnson 6'4". Kevin Na is not 6'4", right? Like, there's a personality trait with guys like DJ. Just again, a mass generalization. So you just see, like, the reason why I mentioned that is because personalities. We want to see this. We want to see this in golf, and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love people getting angry at Kevin Na. And Kevin Na going back and essentially saying, flipping off everybody and saying, I want to beat this guy. And he did. I would love to see Kevin Na on the Ryder Cup. It's not going to happen. I'd love to see Ryan Fitzpatrick in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I mean, clearly what we need now, Reed, is a Kevin Na, Dustin Johnson pairing in the next Ryder Cup.
Wouldn't that be great? Because Kevin Na, look at him. He's a character. He's going to walk in putts before they go in. What more do you want from a guy? Maybe it's just, I think it would be pure entertainment. And it's not like he's playing bad. It's not like he's a bad golfer. He won this year already. So like, that's someone that I would love to see in the Ryder Cup. I have the same type of energy about that I do with Ryan Fitzpatrick being in the Hall of Fame. It's probably not going to happen, but I want to see it at some point.
It would be good. It would be good to have Na on the Ryder Cup. He probably have to grab a big win to get there, but he's a pretty good match player, man. I mean, definitely good at getting inside other guys' heads as we saw this weekend. So what
if he wins again? What if he has 2 wins for the
Ryder absolutely Cup? No, he'll be in the mix. I think he's already
he'll qualify
for the no, that's what I mean. Like he's in the mix to like even qualify. So it could happen, man. I would love to see it. Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, about 50 more minutes, everybody. 185. We only moved 2 likes since we requested, Jeff, but we'll get there. I have faith in you guys. Bass Pops asks, who are your best mid buys, Jeff? So specifically to you, not to me. You have to answer this question.
So definitely Ryder. You could include Higgs down there. And by mid buys, I'm just going to go like between, 8,900 and 7K.
Yeah.
Burns for sure, probably would be right up there. And then for me, like, I mean, I do like this 8K range. There's a lot of guys we could talk about, but I think for me in the mid 8Ks, it would be Kirk. Lanto's interesting too. Again, we could talk about all these guys, but I just like the way Kirk's been playing. It's been really, really consistent, hitting it better off the tee than he normally has in the past. He just feels like a guy that's really close right now. And I like, again, we're talking weaker fields, man. Like, I definitely like that. So yeah, Kirk, Burns up there, and then lower down Ryder, Higgs, and I would probably throw Gim there at the bottom, but definitely in the mix as well.
Yeah. Do you hold any stock, Jeff? As you guys saw Jeff's graphic of his picks that he liked, about the guys that have come over from Corrales to here playing in the wind.
Could be, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt. I mean, used to a little bit windy conditions.
Yeah.
It's definitely not going to discount them. I mean, like a guy like Sam Ryder. I mean, I think it's good. Used to it. I mean, it's a weird week for that, right? Like you got guys coming in off the match play. How does that affect them? Some of them didn't play that much. Some of them played a lot, like Scheffler. And you got guys flying in from like Corrales, right? So how did that affect them? Like they might have the longer trip. In a lot of ways, I think the fatigue factor might be more with the guys on Corrales. So there's too many variables there for me to consider. But, as far as what they played last week, the guys in Corrales closer to what we're going to see this week, a stroke play event and potentially some windy conditions. And it's a good time to bring this up. There could be a little bit of a wave bias this week. It does look like Friday afternoon going to get a little bit windier. The Friday AM could could be like the sort of calmest of the four waves, of the first 4 waves. So just keep an eye on that. Right now, I'm not like worried about it too much, but I am going to take a look and see if that kind of stays up there, because you might get a little bit better conditions Friday morning.
Yeah, and just to note, we should have mentioned this at the top, so that's my fault here. A victory here, what that means, right? Again, for like if the winner isn't in the Masters, this is the last opportunity that they get to be qualified or to get an invite to the Masters. So they get that, but they also get fully exempt through obviously this season, but then also the 2022 to 2023, and they get a spot here in the RBC Heritage, the PGA Championship, the Charles Schwab Challenge, and the Memorial. And then they also get a spot in the Tournament Champions, American Express, Genesis, Arnold Palmer Players, and then the RBC Heritage the following year. So what you're getting essentially, and this is why it's vastly important for these guys that are, and I think one of the reasons why we like sort of the mid 7K guys, the 8K guys, is they're priced there for a reason, is that they had some success. They maybe are trending the wrong direction, so their price is being depressed. But we know what's at stake here. Again, I'm not saying a guy like Tony Finau or Spieth or Answer don't want to win this, but they have less of motivation than the guys like Sam Ryder. What this would mean for Sam Ryder would be huge. What this would mean for Doug Gim, what this would mean for any of these guys down here would be massive. So just keep that in mind, that what you get along with the FedEx Cup points, the 500 points that you get for FedEx, this is huge. And that's why, I don't think that we should be sleeping on this tournament, because there are guys that could play well here because of what you get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that's why this event has always kind of had that. It's always had a little bit weaker fields, but it's always kind of been one where, the guys can come in, the good ball strikers that sometimes just can't get over the hump against the elite fields because they just don't putt well enough or whatever. And then you add in that Masters factor with the top guys, maybe just a little bit focused on other things. And it's always lent itself to that. You had Connors winning, Landry got his first win here, Kevin Chappell got his first win here. It's just been an event like that. So I agree. That's why I'm, kind of trying to target some of those guys like that this week. It's a good course too. Like, it's a really interesting course. So, I in a way, I kind of wish that this had a bit better field, but in a way, it almost works better with like the weaker field events, because it gives a time for these other guys to shine. So,
yeah, and you're seeing it now, right? Like, and this is sort of reading between the lines and looking at next week, as well as that you see, the style of how these guys want to play and how they want to prepare, right? The Tony Finau's, Scotty Scheffler, Spieth, Answer, they're looking at it like an on-ramp, right? Like, I want to be playing, consistent golf all throughout. And so if Finau is, third or fourth to last group coming in on Sunday, like, he's going to stay aggressive. He's not going to be someone that doesn't want to win. He's going to stay aggressive, even if he's in first place, right? Some of these guys, if they're leading after Saturday's round, after 54 holes, they're going to want to stay aggressive. It's going to, and that's the thing that you also want to check, as we go down the season, is look at how these guys prepare and how they play. If Finau, like, he rattled off how many, runner-up finishes, like bang, bang, bang. So we know that fatigue, yes, it matters. And maybe that was earlier in the season, but that definitely, I take that into account. They're like, okay, he's playing in his third tournament in a row. That doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, I don't think fatigue is going to set in for him, as opposed to like Sanjay. Yes, we know he plays 12 tournaments, and actually Sanjay would be great here. But like, he's not playing right now. And maybe like his 13th tournament, he's going to be tired. Like, right. Like, we've seen that before. So also take that into account, that some of these players, you're seeing how they prep, especially for next week, that if they're playing well this week, that's someone that you might want to consider, especially if it's like a Hideki who's been playing bad, or especially if it's like a Ryan Palmer at $9,400 who finds confidence here and he takes that to next week.
Yeah, I know, it's a good point. We've seen that happen lots of times. This is an important event for like the lead up to Augusta. I know Spieth was like on a roll when he won, came in off like a second place in Texas, different Texas event, but probably a couple other, but actually DJ in November did the exact same thing, finished runner up and then won the Masters. So yeah, man, it's an important event. I'll be keeping a close eye on guys like Hideki and Finau here for sure. Do you want to just go over like quickly, like the master salary, anything that sticks out?
Of course.
Should we do that? If you guys got questions if you guys have any lingering questions about the event, throw them and we'll get to it. But otherwise, yeah, let's like do that for 5 minutes. Because I'm basically just taking my first look at them right now. I didn't really have a chance before,
So we got Dustin Johnson as your leading guy at 11.5. You see the out label right now. That's just for this week. He should be okay, but we have to put that up there just to be sure. John Rahm comes in second. Bryson, JT, Rory, and Xander are your guys in the 10K range. Anything stand out to you there?
I like that they have Dustin Johnson priced up at 11.5. I think that's going to make interesting. Could even push Dustin's ownership lower than you think. Rahm at 11. Again, you got to pay up for Rahm. I think he'll be popular, but I don't think he's going to be overly popular because he's priced up there. Bryson, kind of similar, 10.8. I expect people will play Bryson, but with JT cheaper, Schauffele at 10, Cantlay at 9.8. Like, I don't think is going to be crazy popular or anything. I think a lot of people will just try and pivot up to get to Rahm. So I think it's pretty good pricing for the most part. I probably would have liked to see Bryson at 11 and Rahm at 10.8 and flip those two, but that's fine. Bryson might end up being a little bit tiny more chalk, but I don't think it's going to be too crazy. Anyone in this range. Be interesting how many people, decide to play Rory after kind of like the embarrassing match play. 10-2. It's still not super cheap, so you'll probably be able to get some low ownership on him.
Yeah.
I think the guys I think it gets interesting as we go lower. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing I really like, just from a strategy standpoint in majors, is always looking at the split where the prices change, the tiers change, right? Like the Cantlay and Schauffele. Cantlay's at 98, Schauffele's at 10. I love attacking the Schauffele guy, the Schauffele price, right? Yeah. Like that's at the lowest. People see the 10. It's a psychological thing, right? Oh, Schauffele at 10,000. I'm not going to pay that. I'd rather go down 200 and get Cantlay. I'm going to talk myself into it. Mm-hmm. Like I mentioned earlier, I think Schauffele is properly priced, maybe more in DK Sportsbook, but I love attacking those margins because I think you mentioned it. Like the difference between these guys and talent at this level and at this price, they're razor thin. Like they are razor thin. And I love looking at the ownership of those guys, and especially the bottom of the top tier. So that's just something I want to mention. But you were saying that as you get deeper into the salary, something sticks out. What is it?
Well, I mean, it just it gets more interesting in the 9K range, right? Because you have a guy like Jordan Spieth up there at 9,400. Everyone knows his history at Augusta. I'm just wondering if people are going to play him at 9,400. You got Reed underneath him, Webb at 9, a guy like Hatton who's been playing well, Hovland at 8,700. So I think Spieth is going to be like a real dichotomy play. Like either people are going to be like, you got to play Jordan Spieth at Augusta, he's playing well, or people might just be out on him for salary purposes. Again, you can pay up to Morikawa at 200, who quite frankly is like the better player. So I think Spieth is like a real kind of interesting, you want to call it an inflection point or whatever, something funny like that. But it's just going to be, he's just going to be like a polarizing play, I think. Cause I think a lot of people are going to be like, you shouldn't play him when Reed's cheaper, when Webb is cheaper. But I think a lot of people will just play him and be like, are you crazy? I played Spieth at 10K. This is Augusta, right? So I think that's where it really gets interesting. Cause that's where you have to kind of start to really make like legit decisions kind of based on pricing and stuff like that.
And what's beautiful about this is that if Spieth wins this week, then his price in usual weeks would be up like 10-4, 10-2. So you're getting that discount. You wouldn't get the Ross percentage discount, but you definitely would get that. Question here really quickly, Jeff. Brooks Koepka, if he says that he's playing, even though you see the Q tag next to him, what are your thoughts?
No, there's no way. He had surgery on March 16th.
This guy is a medical marvel. Look at him. He benches 400 pounds. Right. He's a men amongst boys. One thing I like, and this is true for all DFS, especially football and golf. I love attacking these guys with the Q tag. Probably more football, because then, right before the game, we get the injury report come out that says that they're going to play. Yeah. And everyone is so worried about that they just gloss over the players who have any sort of Q tag on them.
Look, Brooks could come out, and if he just had a cleaned up knee procedure and it's not a big deal, he could just be feeling better and just run off adrenaline all week. But again, I mean, it's a deep field like event, and
Yeah.
quite like Brooks it's a pretty good discount, but it's not like he's 8,500. You've got Berger down there at 85, who is 8,500. Sung Jae. There's just so many good players in this field. Like, I just don't know. I don't think he's cheap enough to take a chance on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. If he was in the eights, the low eights or the mid eights,
even 8,500, then I'd give it at least a thought. And if he does play, we're gonna have to like really I want to hear from him that like he's playing good, and like I want to hear the positivity. I'll buy into it a little bit if he's playing positive, but I still probably won't play him this week.
Yeah. Okay. Really quick, just a name because I want to get down to the lower salary guys that got Augusta.
Yep.
Question 4, and this has to be Texas because Charlie Hoffman isn't in Augusta yet, which is weird. Like Charlie Hoffman, first round leader at Augusta, it's like an auto bet. But Siwoo or Charlie Hoffman this week?
Yeah, I answered that in the chat as well, but definitely Hoff for me.
Yeah,
I like Siwoo, but I think he's already qualified for next week. Again, he played well at the Players, but just a player probably just trying to get some form in and get another consistent made cut. He's played well at this event before. He could certainly light it up here, but I think Hoff with the course history and stuff, and look, Siwoo's the better player, but I feel like Hoffman probably has slightly better upside this week.
Okay, so really quickly, again, we're looking at the 7K range for Augusta National. It's led by Sergio Garcia at 79. Then you got Bubba, Paul Casey, Adam Scott. Man, this range looks juicy. Jason Day,
completely.
Your boy at 75. Louis Oosthuizen. Joaquin Neiman, Answer, Zalatoris, English, Jay Rose with a Q tag, Billy Horschel, Matt Wolf, Homa, Molinari, Victor Perez, yada, 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 Shane Lowry. Who do you like?
How about everybody?
Everybody, right?
Yeah, maybe Justin Rose is that like course history guy who just kind of pops up. I don't really want to play Justin Rose, but legit, you could just start you could pick like 5 players in this range and just like build a lineup and you'd be fine. It would look great. I don't even know who I would favor there. I think you got to give the edge to Casey at 77. He'll probably be pretty popular. He's just had a great start to the year. Always worries me when Paul Casey becomes like the Casey chalk. That's typically when he takes like an 8 around the green or something. So
yeah.
But as far as play and price and everything and consistency, you factor it all in. Casey is definitely like the best, top of the board for me. But I'll consider Day. I'll consider Louis. It's a major and it's Louis Oosthuizen, so definitely we'll have some exposure there.
Mm-hmm.
I think where it gets interesting is, and just again, this is my first look. The guys under 7,500 versus the guys under 7K. Like I might just skip that low 7K range for Augusta and just like play the guys under 7K because you got like Woo there, Siwoo, Fratelli, Bezuidenhout, Kuchar's played well again. Brian Harmon. So lots of talent under 7K. I'll take the discount on the vets like Day and stuff like that, but I don't mind going under 7K at all.
Yeah, well, it's Ulrich's Ultimate Tease for next week. It's just his first look. We'll have content that comes out from both of us for Augusta National, but that will conclude Ulrich's Ultimate Golf Show because he came from the top ropes, called it out during a sim, and it was something that we couldn't deny. One thing I want to mention, Jeff, before we bring the guys back for this game, I think it's Packers versus Seahawks. It's going to be Glash and Rossi, so both will be back.
Oh, they're back.
To call this next game. I want one thing I want to mention before we leave. Henrik Stenson is at $6,200. That to me is, I don't know what to do with that.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's like you're probably going to say nah.
Look, he's 6,400 this week, Reed. Like
right. Yeah. So
I don't know.
So just let it marinate because we got a lot of time. We got a lot of time. That allows you to do a lot, right? There's worse players that I've rostered than Stenson at maybe even this price.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth. Rossi and Glash will be coming back soon. But for Jeff Ulrich, follow him on Twitter at the Fantasy Grind. He's going to have all the great content, all the puns, all the great tweets over the weekend about the Valero, Texas, and saying, screw this, let's get to the Masters. And so follow him. I'm at Reed T. Fowler on Twitter. Thank you, everybody. I'm excited for this week, even more excited for next week. We'll be back same time, same place. Good luck.
All right, we're back. It was a quick 50 minutes. I think because I did consume some of the golf discussion between Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. They did a great job getting everyone ready for Valero this weekend coming up. So good stuff from those fellas. Action starts on Thursday in San Antonio. But back to the task at hand. Madden, Jason Rossi, sliding in once again for Kenny Ducey now. So now you've backed up ZT, you've backed up Ducey today. You are the crusty coffin player of the stream today.
Listen, when Madison reaches out and she says things politely and you can make it work, you're here. Listen, I'm more time with the Sim fam, the better. I appreciate everybody, but I will just say it is funny how these things just happen, dude. Internets, people's life. Things come at you quick. But Glash, once I saw I was with you again, I was like, why not? Come on, let's party.
Wow.
We did it once. Let's do it twice. It's a hell of a day.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion. Like, if you're on one, just you leave it all out there, right? And in this case, you saved a little bit. You had some insurance energy just in case you had to use it here in the third sim of the day. So I'm happy.
I've reserved just the right amount. And, I have my water. So, yeah, we're good to go. We're going to rock it.
Let's do it. We got a great matchup here, too. Packers and Seahawks. Did you get a lineup in?
Sure didn't, Glass. Sure did not. And okay. I apologize, but I will pull the BK. I can tell you last time I did not set a lineup. So my magical lineup will have everybody captain that scores at that time.
Very nice. Well played. Here comes Russell Wilson and the Seattle offense. So after the 2 p.m. sim, I went in and I'm like, wait a second. I made a contest for Madden After Dark tonight. The title was intended for this matchup. The question I posed in the title, the headline, will one of these quarterbacks ever win another Super Bowl? I'm talking Rodgers and Wilson, not Joe Burrow and Matthew Stafford. That's the matchup later, I believe. But, got one in. I put Aaron Jones in the captain spot for a little bit of savings. Played MVS, Carlos Hyde, both quarterbacks, and Sternberger, Jace Sternberger.
I like that lineup. I'm very intrigued, obviously, without seeing all the money in front of me, how you had to construct that bad boy, but we'll see. I wish you luck. It's going to be tough to beat my ultimate lineup, my ultimate Ulrich lineup here.
So we know Russell Wilson can go mobile. He will on 3rd and 6, and it works for a first down. I must add, as Rossi comes in from a meeting into another, Sarah is on an important work meeting now with important people. So she just texted me and said, can you please just keep it down? So this will be an experiment for the next hour.
Also, big question that I need to know personally. Are you all cleaned up there? The vacuum, did Did it do its job?
It did. So I felt better about myself because Jeff Ulrich asked about the vacuum as well. And he said, what the heck was going on there with the washing machine? And there's Carlos Hyde. First down pickup for the Saints. Nice pickup there. Hyde, the third down. Hyde's the power back. We see him in third down spots. So there were like 20 socks buried at the bottom of our dryer. They just got clogged up underneath, so it disturbed the piece of the washer and dryer. The washer is stacked. The washer is at the bottom, dryer's on the top. So a bunch of socks got stuck at the bottom of the washing machine.
What? Like outside of the barrel of the washing machine?
Yes.
How'd they sneak back there?
It beats me. No clue.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I have a similar unit. You know, I used to live in a similar place to you, and I had something there, so we just kind of rolled it over into our estate up here. And I'll be honest, that blows my mind a little bit and worries me, because sometimes I think I have issues with the washer dryer unit there, and I go, it's nothing. I kick it. That's my favorite thing in the world. Like, such a dude. I'm just like, I just boot it, and I'm like, yeah, we're good. Like AC Slater, he used to just like knock on things and it would fix. So. Or Fonzie.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to be them. Every 20 years, a character comes along. So yeah, I just think, kick it. I'll fix it.
Seattle moving here on the opening drive. Carlos Hyde, his first rush, has a catch. Green Bay, Seattle, sim number 3 of the day. Clash, Rossi, producer Drew, Tom on the 1s and 2s. We have Tate from the Game Ops team. Tate loves hanging out in the chat with you guys. Tate is great. Great to have Tate here with us. Also, the board of directors across the wall, and Sarah. Stupid board of directors. 2nd and 5. Hyde enough for a first.
It made me think. It's been a long time since I feel like we've had a op switch in the middle, so it threw me off when I saw Tate.
Same, because Frangelico, gotta be loud, can't be loud. Sorry, Frangelico. Frangelico was on the first sim. Then we had Joe on the second sim, and Tate is our third different ops member today.
What are we trying to figure out who's best?
Yeah, Tate, what's going on today? What is this? Is this like Major League Baseball All-Star game? All right, you getting in it? All right, you getting in it? Yeah, you getting in it?
He says, call him off the bench. That's it. So he's a closer. He's a closer of the first half of the day. I like it.
Let's see, highest owned Aaron Rodgers in this contest, 73%. Russell Wilson, 72%. Devontae Adams, 50.35. Aaron Jones at 44% owned. And then Devin Funchess at 43%. We're almost to 200 likes. Smash that like button. 300 plus watching on YouTube on 2nd and 2. Enough for a first. And your man, Samuel, it's your old man, Greg Olsen. That's Jeff Ulrich's old man voice that I like tried to emulate. Oh, it's your old man, Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen, man.
You did mention, though, but those guys were great. And I know diddly squat about golf, so I love when I get to get a little insight. And listen, if you want to play, I always find that having... I relate this a little bit to my old days when I used to interview like musicians and such. If you're really passionate about like a band or whatever, anything you like, an artist, a sports player, and then you interview them, you're going to like overthink it a little bit. Like with golf, I feel like I have a better chance to win because I'm just going to go with what people tell me to do or like what seems right. Like NFL, I play it every week. I think I know something. Have I ever won the big ones? No. Mm-hmm. Won like nothing. I've gotten like no return because I overthink it. But here with the I always joke about my LPGA one that I got my free crowns with. That was bad. But those guys are dropping knowledge. So I always suggest people, whether you're doing that, check out the playbook. Play some of these contests, especially like if you're not an NHL guy. Go read Jeff's write-up about the slates there. NBA, same thing. Edlo, all these guys. We got a great crew that can help you, help you on those donkey runs.
Yeah, right. That 370 for a large pup. Ooh, Wilson!
Ooh, stick! Defense, baby. Wins championships.
Now, I want to guess they're going to go for it. On 4th and goal at the 1? Come on, Pete. You got to throw here, right, Pete? Nah. Rossi, they're going for it. Imagine they throw.
Sling it.
They will not. And a touchdown.
Get in!
Chris Carson.
It's not who most people were probably thinking he was going to get there. A lot of people wondering, somebody mentioned earlier, like, in what world are we looking at Hyde? But in Simland, it's a whole different world.
Myers on for the extra point. Opening drive. Seahawks take up a ton of clock. At least it results in a touchdown. It was Chris Carson, though, so
Where's Chris Carson?
not too sure how many people are happy about that. 22.4% owned.
Yeah, and Carlos Hyde, just so people know, a little bit below that too. So people not feeling the running game in at least the showdown here. So that touchdown didn't help a ton, and not a vulture. People were running. Neither one of those guys would be a vulture.
All right. Noah Moon passionately yelling at the video game, Chris Carson. Sam Spiegel, Carson, in all capital letters. Justin says a whole quarter. What a joke. Well, Justin, let me ask. If it was a player you rostered, would you have minded or?
No, you'd be pumped.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good energy in the sim. Got to keep it a little down here, guys, at 4 o'clock. Sarah's in an important meeting. I could really be disrespectful and override.
Hey! Go deep!
I mean, my thought process, it's the same thought process I had with a gentleman we had in the chat a long time ago. I'm blanking on the name. The chat probably knows.
Bob
I convinced.
I miss him. I miss Bob M so much.
Not Bob M.
Sorry.
I convinced the boss at Subaru to watch the stream.
Wait, like you convinced them?
We had no, I remember the name. Joseph, remember the name, Fort Minor. Joseph Odom was the young man's name. Joseph works on the assembly line at Subaru. It's what makes a Subaru.
I love it.
And Joseph Odom was like, my manager won't let me take bathroom breaks because he knows I want to watch my Madden sims. So I said, well, tell your manager to leave you alone and convince them to watch it.
And he did?
They did.
That's awesome. That's
more to just go in the chat and go, he needs to go back to work.
That's fine. Still got him in. I used to work on advertisements for Subaru. So, good times. It was a good Subaru New England. You may know the name Ernie Bach.
Oh.
Yeah, he was one of the radio stations. He was one of the clients, and we used to do a campaign where a local artist recorded the "Ooh Ooh It's Love" commercials. So you can go back to like 2014 and watch them Subaru commercials, and like these dirty, stinky fingers were all over them.
Nice.
Smell good today, actually.
Rollerball says, must be quiet. Nobody used the caps lock button. Yes, the board of directors will appreciate it.
It's like a quarterback trying to do work on the offense. Quiet it down, everybody.
Russell Wilson went 6 for 6 on the opening drive. Carson scored the touchdown. Metcalf 2 catches. Olsen 2 catches. 1 catch for Funchess on the Green Bay side. Lockett 1 for 5. Hyde 1 for 10.
Slow start in the passing game, really offensively for the most part, but you get that touchdown from Carson. He's getting his wiggle on, getting into the end zone there. Hyde did a lot of work as well, so we'll see. We'll see what Green Bay can get going.
We've got a new member of the ops team with us. Tate scores updated to the opening quarter. Aaron Rodgers. Overall 89 player on 2nd and 8 to Aaron Jones.
These plays give me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, also the MVP coming off of last season. We found out they're going to play Kansas City as part of this extended schedule that all the players are so excited about. Yeah, this is interesting. This will be fun. I just hope that game means something. I hope like neither one of them have the bye. Kansas City, Green Bay, week 17, game 17 in Arrowhead. Could have been, should have been the Super Bowl.
Well, we both know, like, years ago when the Pats played the Giants week 17, like, oh, yeah, like, whatever. Like, Giants, Pats, week 17. What do they know? What do you know? They met in the Super Bowl. Like, that would be cool.
Would be.
It's a Super Bowl preview.
Especially if the game even just has a little bit of meaning. Like that game technically for the Patriots meant nothing in the sense of the season, but meant everything for historical purposes. There is still a banner that hangs because of the win in New York for that game. But yeah, it was a preview, and just talking about this, I kind of has a little vomit in the bottom of my throat. So let me drink my water down so I don't have a reversal of fortune talking about the Patriots and Giants Super Bowls.
That a boy. Brian C. Am I dumb for captaining Disley? Unless he vultures a touchdown.
Yeah. Listen, you can't call yourself dumb or suggest that other people could call you that until things happen. So I always say, you never know, dude. You could snag 3. What's your floor? I guess. Like for me, even if he gets a catch in 2 to 5 yards, hey, that's awesome.
Yeah,
more than you probably expected.
MC Sub, you do know these new games. No, they will be week 17. These games are happening week 17. Those matchups that you saw, they are all happening the last week of the season.
It's official.
It's not just the 17th game. It's also happening week 17.
Well, I think it might be week 18.
We understand.
Wouldn't it be week 18?
Oh, yeah, technically, yes. Week 18. The 17th game would be week 18.
So I'm going to run, Glash, we'll play, if you want to, the fun, I'm going to play a game. I'm going to tell you we already kind of know the matchups, but I'm just going to say the matchups, and you just quickly tell me if you think, do you think this game will be worth, is it going to mean something at the end of the year? Or are both of these teams going to kind of know their position?
Okay.
So here we go. Washington at Buffalo.
Yes.
New York Giants at Miami Dolphins.
No.
Dallas Cowboys at New England Patriots.
Yes.
Philadelphia Eagles at New York Jets.
No.
2 for 2 good, 2 down. Seattle at Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Rams at Ravens.
Yes.
Cardinals at Browns.
Yes.
By the way, that might be the sneaky one right there. 49ers at Bengals. Pondering?
No.
Okay, so 5 and 3 so far. Saints at Titans.
Yes.
Buccaneers.
No. Take it back. No.
Okay, 5 and 4. Buccaneers at Colts.
Yes.
Carolina Panthers at Houston Texans.
No.
6 and 5. Atlanta Falcons at Jacksonville Jaguars.
No.
All right, so we're all evened up here going into the last division of play here. So Packers at Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
Bears at Raiders.
No.
I like when you laugh. Vikings at Chargers.
No.
And Lions at Broncos.
No.
Okay, so we, out of the Glash game here, majority of these games won't matter in his eyes. Obviously, we're months and months away from everything. But the fact that you even have 7 yeses to that tells you all you need to know, because that's going to fulfill a week. That's going to get you some big ratings when they play some in the flexibility now with Monday and Sunday scheduling. So your move, NFL, good move. I think the best thing, I almost want a clip of you when I said Panthers at Texans. No. The beginning of the laughter.
And yeah, someone who we referenced earlier, Andrew Siciliano from the NFL Network, put out a tweet that has the matchups. Whoa, wait a minute.
What happened?
Guys, are we sure this is the last game of the season? Because Siciliano actually cleared this up.
Things could have changed. Things are happening fast, don't forget.
True. Okay, so
I've heard it's the 17th game. Schefter said it too. But what are you seeing? What do you think?
Siciliano put out an hour ago. To be clear, this is not the Week 18 schedule. This is the 17th game added to the previously known list of games. Schedule will be released in May.
Okay, well, either way.
Oh, it's still great that they're doing this. I mean, great for us as consumers. Let me read Schefter.
Yeah, no, you're right. That it makes sense. The way I was reading it. So yeah, I get it.
MC Sub, you were correct. I apologize.
Shout out MC Sub.
Yeah, it's even that the fact that they had to go on Twitter, these NFL reporters, and clarify. So cool. It's still great. I think, Brian C. here in the chat was like, oh, what do you guys think of these matchups? And oh, it's great. I think the fact that they're adding a game out of conference, we made this point last sim. We should be getting these kinds of matchups more often. The chance of seeing, we said this for years in New England, like getting Brady against Rodgers or Brady against Russell Wilson, or even like nowadays we're going to see this, right? We're going to see more. We should see more Josh Allen against Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen against Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes against Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes in Dallas, Patrick Mahomes in LA against the Rams. Like we should be getting that on a consistent basis, not once every 8 years, meaning we could get the matchup every 4 years, but I mean like in a specific city. Like honestly, I know the Patriots are going to host the Cowboys. I'd prefer the game to be in Dallas. I just think it's way more sexy, Put the game
yeah. You go down to Jared's world. Mm-hmm.
So we're a team here. You guys are great. Thanks for the help. Hit that like button. It's been low scoring. First half is flying by. Carson has the touchdown for Seattle. Seahawks ball at the 9. Here's Russ.
Let Russ cook.
There's Disley. There's your man, Brian
That's
C.
It. There it is. Done. Brian C., you have won the game. How many yards was that?
None. He caught a ball for no yards.
Perfect. You got to catch, though. Woo.
Woo. We're almost to 200 likes. Smash that like button. 400 plus over on YouTube. The Twitch fam active per usual. About 50 on Twitch. Germ thinks a Disley vulture's coming. There goes Russ. Ooh, nice slide.
Nice wiggle there. You're like, faking left, going right, breaking ankles. Slide.
Evans is in here. Evans, Boney, Lewis Daniel, Jeff, Irwin, Randy, Choker, Stick, Ashley Edwards, Jim. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love you. Extra point, field goal attempt is good from Myers.
It's good.
Yes, and just to clarify, I screwed up making the contest today, so I had to make a new one about 40 minutes before kickoff of this 4 o'clock sim. It's titled Glash and maybe Ducey, maybe Rossi. I made a contest for the wrong game. So fun. So Rossi, let me pose the question to you that it was the original name of the free roll. Because you played a question game with me. Now let me ask you a question. You can play along. In the chat, please. Got me thinking, Russell Wilson, a lot going on with Russ these days, and he likes being in Seattle. He is the ruffling of feathers there, and Aaron Rodgers, they're keeping him in Green Bay. He's not going at this point. But yeah, hey, you never know. Another year like this goes by, and maybe he gives a murky response at a press conference about his future in Green Bay. And down he goes. Will one of these quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and or Aaron Rodgers, will one of them ever win a Super Bowl game?
Ooh. That is a tantalizing question. My gut says yes. But my body is telling me no. There's something wrong with the Packers. Like they just can't seem to get over the hump, or maybe it was these 2 years of going to the NFC title game, being a bridesmaid, basically the maid of honor. I guess it would be not the maid of honor. That would be the loser of the Super Bowl. But, you're right there, bridesmaiding 2 years in a row. Matt LaFleur, maybe they've seen something. Maybe something along the way has kind of, kicked in. So maybe they get over that hump this year. Brady going to the NFC, doing what he always seems to do, win. Has been tough. But I just feel like Russell Wilson, whether it's with Seattle or elsewhere, if things do eventually fall apart, he's going to put himself in a position to win. So I want to say between the two of them, we probably have another at least, 15 years of NFL action. So I want to say yes.
Must Be says not with their current teams.
Like, I understand where Must Be's coming from, especially with Russell, but like Aaron Rodgers, I don't know. But Tom Brady changed the game on everybody, so you can just go find a team that you feel best suits your abilities and go link up. Yeah.
Evan says no. Troy says no. MC Stubb says Rodgers no. Wilson yes. And I'm not even factoring in, like, Aaron Rodgers is still a young 37. And I mean that because these guys are playing into their 40s now. So he's got at least 5 more years left.
That's what I was thinking. 10 years for Wilson, 5 years for Rodgers. I'm just saying that's 15 NFL seasons. But, again, I want to say yes.
I would like to think so, especially because they're both in the NFC. They don't have to go through Mahomes and or Josh Allen. The lone guy in the way right now, I hate to bring him up, is the GOAT, Tom. He's still playing, and I know you hate the Tom talk, but yeah, he's still there. Never mind the fact that Seattle has that division to deal with, because that division is just like, I'm going to pull front. My turn. And it's just like his competition and all the headlines.
Yep. Yeah, and you have to remember, like, even just look, like you mentioned, we talked about Stafford now there. That puts them in content, probably a favorite. Loading up on the offense and defense is the Cardinals. They're going to have a ridiculous defense, at least front 7 next year. And with San Francisco trading for the 3rd overall pick, you could say what you want this year, maybe next year, but 2 years down the line, we saw, what Josh Allen has been able to do. He's made the playoffs 2 years in a row, with the Bills being, an early round pick that people thought stunk. So they're going to be a threat. And Russell Wilson, if this marriage between him and Pete, chewing gum, I think he has. He's chewing gum as we speak right now. I got word. He sleeps chewing gum, but if they can figure it out, the window could be kind of small for them. They made the trade to shore up the defense. No 1st round pick this year. Going to be intriguing.
Just throwing it out there. Our guy Choker from the DK Sim fam, 86 entries in this contest because I'm, as Tara Lynn likes to say, I'm a bozo and made a contest for the wrong game. So I had to make a new one. And, in a glash, it appeared. Flash, sorry, did I say glash? Interesting. Choker is in 1st, so good on Choker. And Ray, 12263, leading the free roll, 10,000 plus entries. Love it. Reeties, did you know Emerson told me you've changed? Ask Emerson whatever happened to him when he got his blue check mark on Instagram. He's very different now.
Right. I really want to text him right now saying you've changed, but I know what the rest of my night's going to look like if I do it. If I'm going to do something like that.
You're buckled in for back and forth the rest of the day.
Yeah, so is he on? Wait, who plays tonight? Any local sports tonight? Bruins. So I think he's actually free, yeah, so I'm not going to do it.
Right, when there's an actual game here in Boston, it cuts into his show.
Yeah. So he, if he wasn't free, then I might do it because he'd probably be busy, prepping, fluffing up the hair, doing all the things. You've changed, man. Glash, where have you been? You've changed. Actually, next time I talk with him, I have to talk to him about protein cereal. I found a good hack. You want a little insight on a hack on protein cereal?
Sure, please.
So, like some of the big brands out there now, like the Magic Spoons, you see all the advertising. If they become a sponsor again, we'll redact this, producer Drew. TP.
Right, exactly.
But $40 for 4 boxes. Pretty expensive. I don't know how much cereal you have, but I've gotten Magic Spoon here and there. And then I started doing some diving in. 150 calories for like a third of a box. Third of a cup. Not a lot. 150 calories, you get your protein. Moral of the story is, Flash, you can go get yourself some Cheerios, put a full cup of Cheerios, milk, protein powder, less calories.
Wow.
So I'm gonna let him know that.
Are you gonna purchase this?
Well, if you just get regular, I don't really eat a bunch of cereal, but
I don't either.
I did with Magic Spoon because I was like, it's protein. But then I looked on the side, like 150 calories for a third. And you know how much you fill a bowl. If you're going to have cereal, dude, right? You're going to just go all in. You're not going to just put, let me measure a third of a cup. Like, that doesn't happen. So one of those, like, to-go containers of Cheerios, if you look on the side, you split that thing in half, or you can have the whole thing, and that's like 200-something calories. Add your protein powder, it's 300. Fill it up. You get your protein, you got everything. And it's less than, like, for the scoop of protein. Dude, we're talking way less when $40 for 4 boxes of cereal. I'm very cheap.
Why do I think this is funny? Executive sessions. Listening to Rossi is like watching Jeopardy.
Dude, honestly, I'm going to say this. That's meant to be a dig. That is the highest of honor I've ever done. Anyone's ever said about me on these things. I am religiously a Jeopardy viewer every night, so I'll pivot off of my horrible conversation, but I will say I appreciate that executive sessions more than you'll ever know.
Gambler X Factor lit for Aaron Rodgers. Gets knocked out with another incompletion. He just threw one there. So it's 2nd and 10, about 6 minutes to go here in the second half. Seattle leading 10-0. Myers kicked a field goal, chip shot, and then Carson scored a rushing touchdown earlier on. That's complete to Funchess at the 24. Aaron Rodgers, 8 of 11 passing. Let's see. Red, white, and green. Come on, Jones. Adams, Seattle DST. Oh, it wasn't a diss.
Oh,
it says executive sessions.
Well, I don't understand it then, but I will still love it. In executive sessions, I love you, and I love all the DK Sim fam. Like Emerson, I wish I could just grind you all up, mix you in my shaker, and put you inside of me. So you could live with me forever and ever.
Gets me every time. If you guys are curious about Andre Drummond, he is going to start tomorrow against the Bucks for the Lakers.
What an absolute joke.
What?
Just this, that's Drummond. Yeah, let me go join the Lakers. What happened to the pride? Oh, baby.
Ooh, Aaron Jones. Woo.
Break, yeah. Whoop. Oh, it's just like bumbling snow all over the side. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What would he say about Aaron Jones? I can't even think of Boomer. What did he come up with? I got nothing. I can't even think. Like, what that mind would come up with. Aaron.
Yeah.
But not that one, but this one. The running one. Whoa. That guy, honestly, people can say what they want about anybody, me, you, Glash, but Boomer, dude's the best. That dude is... Have you ever talked to him by chance? Have you ever crossed paths?
No. Freeze Pops knows him. He tells me he's great.
We used to do interviews. So with EI, he was doing a couple Red Sox games a couple years ago. And he came on. Right. Yeah, he came on with us a few times. And just, I don't care if he's on for 4 minutes or 40 minutes. He just brings so much of like his just goofy nature. He's probably a very interesting man outside of like when he's quote unquote on. But man, what a blast. Like, I feel like you would have a great time just having a conversation with him.
I remember driving and listening to him call a game. It was like, wow, this is weird. He's doing it for an actual team and not a national broadcast.
Crazy.
So,
dude, everybody should praise. Whenever you get to see him, I still like when like ESPN will roll him out for certain things.
See this comment I put in our Slack from Steve?
Yeah. What's going on here? Wait, Steve wrote that?
I'm glad you're... Just Steve. Steve wrote this.
Oh, so you just copied it over?
Yes, I didn't copy his name in. No.
Okay, that's why for a second I was very confused reading this. I'm like, you talking in the third person?
No, no, not me. No. Steve, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Where's Steve? I gotta find him. Oh, Dean, what's up, dude? I don't know what I said, and you need me not to say that anymore, so I won't say it, but I don't know what it was. I do want... I know the DK Sim fam connects. Anytime I see the Packers uniforms, I just think of my guy, Bob Bam. I know people said like he had like a schedule switching or something, so he's not around anymore, but anybody can let him know that we're all asking for him.
Midway through the third, smash that like button, everybody. Aaron Jones just scored a touchdown. Russell Wilson, a couple yards on the ground. He's up over 20 rushing. Robert says these dudes say a lot of suspect stuff.
What?
Yeah, it happens.
I don't think I say anything suspect.
You know what? Now that you say it, I don't think I do either.
Yeah. Dean. Oh, Dean. Just like Emerson's protein. Shake you up. Drink you up. Keep you in me. Not suspect at all, baby. Just love. Jim says free Bob M.
Yeah, Bob M. Is Bob the one with the Packers logo?
Yeah, he was the man.
Yeah.
Always repping them. Like he's like the Congo cab of the Midwest. Just always got his team's back.
Emerson's forehead needs a touchdown to Dorsett.
Oof.
All right, go Russ.
Look at him go. Ooh. Doesn't slide. Always that. You want to know what's suspect when a scrambling quarterback doesn't slide. That always worries me.
Jack says, I can't believe the crap you guys talk about. Unreal. Mute time.
Ooh. Do we go all Glash on him? Listen here, Jack. I'm only going to say this once. Now, Jack, that's your God-given right to hit the mute.
All right, I'll do it. Jack, here's what you want to do. You want to go to Amazon, and you want to search Blue Yeti microphone. You then want to hit click on the purchase button. Then you want to take the microphone, plug it into your own personal computer, and then talk into it, and then no one will listen to you. So that works too.
And remember, you got to tell me you love him.
And I love you.
Yes.
Thanks for being here. 3rd and 10.
Sam says, suspect talk forms rabbit holes. I love rabbit hole-ing. That's not a thing, too. I'm good on that one. Thought about it. But I will say, speaking of rabbit holes, that is like...
Yeah! Meeting's over!
Oh, can we yell? Should we just... Did I do see
Sarah's
something?
meeting's over.
Okay, hold on. It's be a touchdown. Big catch over the line! My God! I only busted out on special occasions. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I did break... Producer Drew, that's true. Glash, when we did it on Sunday with the 3-man weave with Babysitter Billy, my tag team partner in the podcast fair, I did bust my microphone last time I did the Ducey impression. The old Ducey impression.
Oh, Carlos.
Carlos.
Can we name him Carlos?
I still want to stand by this comment that
Michael Irvin.
Please.
What's that?
No. Go. Who cares what I have to say?
No, you. No, go. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No. You're fine. You have to apologize. I was rabbit holing. I was gonna just say that.
Keep.
I'll make it quick. The Hangover would
I almost said something bad. Just go.
The Hangover would be the greatest comedy of all time if it didn't have sequels. I think sequels in comedy should never be.
Absolutely.
I think it takes away from the overall feel.
Yeah.
Brother Phil, you took it to another level.
First one was a hit.
Oh, dude.
First one was a sleeper, It came out of nowhere. Everyone loved it.
The funny thing about the first movie, there was the NBA playoffs, whatever year that was. I'm just throwing out a year. I don't have the research. I'm going to say it was maybe The Hangover came out in 2008. Just a guess. Oh, TP, you think so too? Or is that fact? But anyways, I remember it was all throughout the NBA playoffs. It was like the Hangover commercials, Hangover. So I was like, this movie, not seeing it. Anything that puts that much budget, it's not going to be that good. Leave it alone. Came out, and I remember I saw it once it reached DVD, and all my friends said it was the funniest movie, all that stuff. It was 2009. So I ended up seeing it, dude, and to this day, like it's whenever I take a plane ride anywhere, that's like my movie on my iPad that I watch. Because it just makes you laugh. I don't know if anyone's a nervous flyer, but if you have if that movie doesn't just take you out of your elements, it's amazing. I'm sure we all have those things anyway, so music, whatever, but I love putting on The Hangover, especially flying to Vegas. You can watch it like 3 times.
I think the first time I saw it too was when it was out on DVD and I watched it with my parents.
Bold strategy.
Yeah.
But to be honest, as bad as it is,
again, we didn't know what we were getting into, you know?
it's like, I don't know if you know the movie American Beauty, but I watched that with my parents. It was bad. That's a bad movie for parents. A lot of seduction and stuff like that. And like, oh, this is getting uncomfortable. But The Hangover, that's really funny, especially, it's more the language than is the visuals. Executive sessions.
Jack, no problem for the shout out, Jack. Sweet. The Cripplers in first place in the Glash, maybe Ducey, maybe Rossi, made a contest for the wrong game. The Cripplers in first, and then public free showdown, Revan Devon. Aaron Jones in the captain spot. Good change, though. Oh, as Russ takes a sack.
Sacked.
Working 6 to 7, I really, really hope that it's supposed to be annoyingly unoriginal and garner 0 laughs when you do the bit of going to Amazon and starting a podcast anytime someone doesn't like what you say.
Left. Sorry.
Oh, did you hit the like button?
I did in the last sim, so. Oh, fumble.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Listen, Serious
Burn.
Glash.
Oh, Burks, nice play.
Serious Glash is the best Glash. And that was more like him playing it, like when he used to really feel it, and there's going to be a moment. Somebody's going to get him sooner or later. She goes, all right, listen. I'm going to say this once. Oh, it's the best. Oh, always gets me. Always gets me. Yes.
It's not ever once. Myers kicks another field goal. Look, for real, though, love you, mean it. Glad you guys are here. Whatever you want to talk about, we'll dive in. NFL-related news. Schedule stuff came out today. That's fun. That's always fun stuff. Good matchups on the board for that 17th game. Jack, it's all in love. I'm just messing around. It's good to have you guys here. We got producer Drew here with us. Also, Tate from Game Ops. So we found out that Frangelico had some internet issues. So Rossi, it speaks to what you're talking about with how you've subbed in today for ZT and also Kenny Ducey.
Love it. So, just who needs me? I'm here, baby. Let's go.
So yeah, shout out to the ops team. They all have each other's back as well. Let me make the schedule. It's a lot going on here. 6 sims a day, 7 days a week. We love when you guys show up and hang out, make lineups, see how it goes. We could use some more points here in a great, great matchup.
Sir.
That ball was caught out of bounds.
Oh.
David Stover says, I am horrible at showdowns, SMH.
Is that me or you? I thought that female device started talking.
Not me.
No, it was me. My bad, everybody.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers' little jump throw.
Oh!
Aaron Jones making something out of it.
Whoop!
Whoop! Nicely done. Nicely done.
See what we get here. So less than 6.5 to play. 13-7. This is what you came here for. Big fourth quarter. Who do you need? Shout them out.
Adams almost caught that deflection.
Almost.
So Rodgers now 9 of 14, 2nd and 10. So if you have Myers, stacking the kickers is always the co-host here.
That's what I did.
His suggestion, building your lineups. Right, that's right, Rossi.
it's a one kicker game usually, but there are occasions when, especially the most expensive ones, you stack them up. And there's been a few winning lineups recently that have stacked the kickers, and nothing brings more joy to me. That and being told that when they listen to me, I feel like they're watching Jeopardy. That was right up there.
Frosty is leading the free roll. Aaron Jones captained. Wilson, Funchess, Lockett, Olsen, and the Packers defense in the flex. Revan Devon still leading the free public showdown. Rodgers is changing the play, calling an audible. Come on, Aaron. Over the middle, first down, Mars. Oh, no, it's MVS.
In there.
He's a big guy. Big guy for a receiver to the 3. First catch for MVS.
MVS, going to be interesting with his developments. This Packers offense going into next year. The slight adjustment, still nothing ground-breaking for Aaron Rodgers.
Touchdown.
Got it. Devontae.
Adams. There you go.
Listen, there it was.
Devontae Adams.
Give it to Adams. WTF says lol cow central. Sorry, can't read. And there you go. Boom. Well, now you can start stacking kickers because now both of them at least have multiple, kicks.
Adams 50% owned in the free showdown, 13% in the captain spot. Low cow central. El Paso #1. Randy put him in the flex. Barbs loves it. Nice. Emerson's forehead says it hurt, though.
So that's the hard part when they say, I don't know Emerson's forehead's lineup, but say you have Aaron Rodgers and you were looking for that to be Funches or MVS or whoever, like Aaron Jones, that's the hard part. Where it's like you got the one side, but you didn't get the other. And a lot of people owned Devontae Adams in this contest, 50%. So tough.
David Stover, finally, my captain. Nice.
Finally.
Jim was like, this is unbelievable. Adams has been completely froze out, and there he is, having the time of his life.
And we have a sack lunch here to start this drive. And Jim also says,
obviously smarter than you. Glash, put your mask on. Nobody wants to see your face.
What if you got a mask of your face?
Maybe I will.
I've seen some of those going around where you can get a picture of the lower half of your face.
It's a new one.
Yeah, those freak me out. I've seen a couple of them.
That's a new one, Rossi.
Yeah. Gotta check out. You can go over to that Amazon website you tell people to go to. I've heard of it. Pondering. Oh.
Nice grab.
Sticks. There's another one. He's signed somewhere.
Philly Doors.
I think he's somewhere new this year, too. You got to remember, it's such an odd thing.
Jacksonville.
There you go. Because he was another one of those guys. First round pick by the Colts. I think it was the 32nd pick or somewhere late. And never really lived up to that. But some people, I wouldn't say he was a bust, though. Because he's had enough. It's tough. That maybe is a tough argument. But if there was someone I was listening to who said he wasn't a bust. Because some of the big plays he made in the playoffs for the Patriots and a couple other moments. But I don't know. I guess it's hard. I don't know where the bust starts, though. Do you have to be a top 10 pick to really be, if you do nothing, it's a real bust? Late first round, it's whatever. I feel like those early ones, much more pressure.
Another completion. Nice pass to Disley. There you go, Brian C. Disley delivering another catch for you. This is good. Michael Irvin. Russell Westbrook, who scored almost 100 DraftKings points last night in NBA.
Amazing.
Westbrook had more dimes last night than Rossi could jump over.
Listen, watch. For a little guy, got pretty good ups. Little guy.
I'm just, you should take a video of you stacking up dimes. Yeah, there you go. Hydrate. Yeah, that'll help you jump.
Need it. Yeah, that's what you need, baby. I believe he had over 20 assists last night.
He had a crazy game. Let me look it up. Now we're talking about it. There's a first down for Seattle on 2nd and 2. 2-minute warning coming up. They're only down 1, so a field goal would do it.
We had, what do you have, 38 points, somewhere around there? I did see his insane game.
Where is it? Russell Westbrook. Give me a minute. I'll find it. The chat probably knows. The chat
Congo Cab says, DK, let DK get a TD. I like it. Kareem says, bust start with Ryan Leaf or Jamarcus Russell. Everyone else is safe. It's kind of an interesting point.
Here it is, right here. Ready? 35 points, 14 rebounds, 21 assists.
Wow. I think the most impressive in that still is the 14 rebounds, because obviously in today's NBA, rebounds kind of, it's not like there's a guy underneath boxing out every play. Things kind of fall into place. But to me, with that much just activity on the court, 14 rebounds, pretty darn exciting and good.
Wilson sits in the pocket, now scrambles. Go straight. Truly.
Don't go this way. Nope, going that way. Whoop, out of bounds.
Hey, we've got 500 on the dot. Well, we did a second ago. 500 of you watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here, everybody. 60 on Twitch. Great to have you with us for this final 90 seconds. Power eye. Carson looking for his second score. Had the hole, but stopped at the 4. I think we can all live with that. He's only 22% owned. Some of you will be upset. 4th and 2. What do you do, Pete? Hey, kick the field goal.
Listen, all guts. Go for it, you coward. Stop chewing gum and let's see what you got. Let's see what you're made of, Pete. But hey, if you did stack this kicker, this would be his 3rd field goal.
You put the pressure on him, Rossi.
Ooh. You know what's funny? Now, I know this is going to sound really dumb to some people, but I do wonder it. You always freeze the kicker at the end of the game, and I understand Packers going to need their timeouts. But right there, that kick is as important as anything, right? If that mentality plays, why don't they call it there? I know they'll only have one timeout with $1:22 left, but if you find that strategy to be... That's why I think the whole strategy of freezing a kicker is nonsense.
Yeah.
If there was 2 seconds left in the game, I know you have the timeouts, why you're not going to be able to roll them over to the next game. But you know what? I just, the freezing of the kicker thing has always been a really strange situation to me, personally. I don't understand it. Like, do you really think it really... I understand you're trying to get in their head, make them think more, but I want to know the execution on that. I bet you it's really low that it actually helps.
I could be very wrong because I don't... But can you remember one in the last, 2 or 3 years that really stands out? Wasn't that kind of a thing like a few years ago? But has it really been... Do you remember one from last season?
No.
The freezing of the kicker that was oh, you remember that? They froze him and then he missed the kick? I don't remember one from the last year.
I know when the Patriots beat the Cardinals last year, but I don't think they had timeouts to freeze because it was on a missed field goal. It was a 4 o'clock. It was nationally televised, but that wasn't... I don't believe they froze the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of games that came down to the end with field goals, and nothing's jumping to mind. But I've always just found it this way. And as producer Drew says, but timeouts on offense are way more important, which I do agree with. He said not the worst point, though, and a great compliment. I'm leaving this fill-in stream just feeling so good about myself.
Yeah, so Tater Hater brings up Cody Parkey, but wasn't that 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, and I don't did they freeze him though? I want proof on that. Someone send me a link. So I'm not positive that Cody Parkey was frozen on that play. He was literally frozen because of kicking in Chicago. Actually, I believe he is true. Neil Hatrick Harris says Jason Garrett once iced his own kicker for the Cowboys and they lost, and I do remember that.
Oh, actually, it was 2019.
No, wait, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I guess it was. Cody Parkey, game-winning field goal attempt, hits the upright crossbar and fails.
That wasn't was that for the Browns though?
No, it's for the Bears.
Wait, that playoff game was it was the season 2018 because it must have been in January.
Right. So yeah, okay. 2018 season.
Okay. A 1 year difference.
That's a fair one, but that wasn't a freeze situation, right?
I don't think it was. I don't believe so. But Tater Hater says they froze him. I'll take it. Obviously, I don't remember off the top of my head. I just don't recall it being a freeze.
Oh, and there you go. So Tater Hater says he blasted the practice kick through the upright. Wow. Okay. All right. Good one.
Interesting. Wait, Drew coming in. Says, oh, I don't know what he means. Oh, because he's a Bears. Yeah, I forgot Tate was on here. That's our fault. I feel like I always end up saying something either positive or I feel like the Bears always come up when Tate's on here and he probably just gives him all the feels. That Cody Parkey thing's really got a sting. That was Trubisky, baby, when people used to respect him. Oh! Aaron Rodgers looking like Mitch Trubisky on that pass.
So as we know, the Hail Mary not out of the question. They're out from 40 yards here. They're not going to kick a field goal, right?
No, that would be a
57?
Yeah, around there.
Don't kick it. Don't do it. No!
Oh, wait, look, the freeze! They're freezing. That could actually change the thought process.
Go for it. Throw the ball. You're not making this kick.
Hope he kicks it and it goes right through the middle. Oh, Jack, notice you didn't mute us. Just saying.
Jack said he's cool. He's nice.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate him either way.
Yeah, he's cool.
So it's like a 56 yet.
What are you doing?
Let him get it. Let him get it. Come on, old man. Oh, no, not even close.
It was, Tyler Lockett. Very good. Nice job.
Nice catch. Nice catch. That was like Sarah during the unofficial DraftKings kickoff.
Except it went off like her shoulder.
Yeah, the poor thing. I'll tell you, though, that is, you got a real one. Didn't even flinch. Just footballs flying at her. She just stands there filming. What an absolute amazing human being.
Producer Drew, icing works.
It does. There it is. I'll eat my words and eat some snacks now that my day is done.
Hit that like button on your way out. By hitting the like button, you are booing the AI Matt LaFleur for kicking the ball.
Boo.
Boo. All right. Well,
yeah, Troy, it's a good point. Says Rodgers is the king of Hail Marys. He really is. But Matt LaFleur hates Aaron Rodgers, if you didn't know.
Tater hater. I woke up my dog laughing at that kick. Stephen Boss, I remember Butker crushing 3 long ones in a row. Oh, I remember that one. That was that was the day Herbert started for the Chargers.
Yep.
Herbert's debut. Butker nailed a couple from 55.
He had like almost 60 as well.
Yeah. And then didn't they move the ball a little closer and then he missed from closer in? That might have been what it was.
I don't know. He had a game winner in that game. I know that.
In overtime.
Did they go to overtime? Either way. I know he won the game on a kick.
Missed from further away. False start. Okay, whatever. But I know what Steven's getting at. That was a memorable one for sure. Yeah. Chargers, Chiefs. Good ones. Good.
Yeah, Jordan.
Moral of the story is don't waste your timeouts. Just to ice the kicker.
Jordan, my day is done. I wasn't even supposed to be here. So, yes, you put in all your contests. I will know moosh, mosh, the rest of your lineups.
Hey, Jason Myers was pretty good, man. Who do you like for player of the game?
I was going to say, I'm looking at the scoreboard, dudes, and I'm sorry. I'm giving it to Jason Myers. Nobody jumped off the page. I might sound like a buffoon, but this was 3 field goals. It was 3 touchdowns. Adams was fine. Chris Carson, fine. You could give it to him, but I'm going with Jason Myers. Give some respect to the kickers here. 2 field goals in the 4th quarter. They get the dub. That's it. There's your play of the game. And who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Ooh, baby, I love your way. Okay, let's see. Rodgers, Russell, Devontae scored. Jones scored. Oh, Devin Funches. I don't even know if we called his name. Could easily be DK Metcalf as well, but Funches is a little more owned.
I think both of them had a catch. If we can.
No, don't even bother. Don't even go back. My decision has been made. It's final.
Funches had a good game-ish.
And DK Metcalf, just like I said, DK Metcalf, not my kid award.
Okay. Yeah, stats are still being updated. He had 5 for 75.
Okay. So, DK.
Okay.
Metcalf
had 2 for 13. He was 42% owned, $7,400. That was the big public free showdown, which had 10,000 plus entries, Tate is updating the scores now. Don't yell at Tate. He's doing his best, and he's in the chat, so he will say hi to you.
And Tate also filling in. So he's coming off the bench. He's ready to go. He's just wasn't even warmed up. Just brought him in here.
Yeah, Tate's the man. Tate and Joe filling in today. For Angelico lost internet after the noon sim.
He's in Kenny's bunker right now. They're working on it together.
CV Ferguson, first place in that contest. Choker, if you're here. Good stuff. Choker won Choker won the Glash, maybe Ducey, maybe Rossi. I made a contest for the wrong game. Contest. Tate, no one's yelling at you. I'm just protecting you. I'm protecting you, Tate. All right, here's the lineup for the rest of the day. So as of right now, at 6 o'clock, you will get Kaufman and Ducey, I think. We think.
We'll find out in an hour. Who knows if... do I have to keep the old right arm loose? I don't even know if I can, but... Well, not the loose part, the available part.
Tater Hater is saying we should give it to Mason Crosby. Mason Crossbar. Metcalf didn't miss the game-winning kick.
Yeah, but he lined it up from 56. I give him all guts. Takes heart, man. Got to have a lot of heart to kick those field goals.
So as of right now, it's Kaufman and Kenny Ducey for the Washington football team at the Dolphins at 6. 8 o'clock, Colts at Cardinals with Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops. And then Bengals at the Lions for Madden After Dark. You get Freeze Pops and Christian DeAndrea to wrap up the night. All right. Well, Rossi, if this is it for you, we think. Have a great night. Nice
you
job,
too, man.
Thanks for
That was
being
a
here.
pleasure. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It was a great time.
Yeah, we get to make sure you get to Emerson about that cereal.
Listen, everybody was enthralled with that conversation, so I'm going to actually say it in the same tone and take the same amount of time to talk about it with them.
Captain, obviously smarter than you. Kaufman will be wearing his toy mask. I really don't get what that means, but it could be just one of his bobbleheads in front of his face. Hi, I'm Kevin Garnett. Okay. Twitch chat, you guys are great as well. Thank you so much. I am back tomorrow night, 8 and 10. So see you then. Rossi, you here tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't think straight. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. So just Jordan, adjust your lineups accordingly. I don't know when. I'm gonna just guess I'm here at 4 and 6. No. Tomorrow I switch with Koff. I'm doing the noon and the 2.
Cool.
That's it.
All right. Well, either way, we're both here tomorrow at some point. We'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of the day on the Dream Stream. Late slate starts at 6. Thanks to producer Drew, Tom on the 1s and 2s, Tate from the Game Ops team, Rossi, Glash. See you later. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Goodbye.
It's Tuesday here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Jesse Cofield. We have a lot of cool stuff going on tonight. We have our late slate of Madden Sims at 6, Ryan Fitzpatrick revenge game. Okay, Washington football team visits the Miami Dolphins. Adam Kaufman, Kenny Ducey. Then at 8, Colts, Cardinals. Koff is back, joined by Tom Carroll. Then at 10, Madden After Dark, Christian D'Andrea, and Tom. Okay, that's all coming up later. Lots of stuff I'm going to talk about going on in the DK lobby, on the DK Sportsbook. We're going to get into all of that. We got to get to the football. We got like 30 seconds, okay? So I'm going to talk MLB opening day, the NCAA tournament, and more. But right now, let's send it over to Adam Kaufman and Kenny Ducey for the call of Washington and Miami.
I tell you, it's like music, Ducey. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm psyched to be here. Didn't have power earlier, so if you missed me, I'm here now. So we're here, we're ready to roll, and I got Mike Gesicki for you in my captain spot. How about that? Coming in hot, Mike Gesicki, Matt Breida. The lineups is locked. J.D. McKissick, Jeremy Sprinkle, and then I have Grant and Inman, of course. Got to go with both WR3s. Mr. Kaufman, who do you have?
We actually only have a couple of differences, you and I. So I went Devontae Parker in the captain spot.
Yeah, that's a garbage move.
Tua Tagovailoa, Jeremy Sprinkle,
really
Jeremy Grant, and Dontrell Inman. So that's what I'm
How
working
could you
with
roster
here.
Tua?
How or why?
How? He stinks.
He doesn't stink. He's getting
In
17
real life and
points
in
a
The
sim.
Sims.
He's getting 17 points a sim. He's regularly in double figures. I'm not going to say he's posting up around 20 to 25 on the regular. I mean, that doesn't happen often, but he's capable. He's capable of hitting the explode. The thing is, you're not going to, people know this, obviously, who have been around long enough and seen enough of these Dolphin Sims. He's not going to give you the 300-yard bonus. That's just, I know he did it last time out, but generally speaking, that is not going to happen.
Generally speaking, he's going to give you like 12 points.
What you need, no, more than that, better than that. I'm looking for, you know what, let's play the game. We're here. Let's get a prediction, a Tua specific prediction for this sim, and
Tua
all of you
will
in the
have
chat jump in as well.
Fantasy points.
Drew, Mads,
14.
you're going 14.
14.
I'm going to say 17 and a half.
That is way too many fantasy
makes him a good
points.
play, but it's not crap either. Going 17 and a half.
No more than 14.
You're maxing him out at 14 in this matchup. You got a
him
lot
out
of
at
faith
14.
in that Washington DST, my friend.
That's right. I actually almost played them.
Mads
Believe it
is
or not.
writing it down. She's coming at us with the receipts in a little bit.
I almost played the defense. I really was into it that much, but I didn't. I couldn't do that.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to see how it's going. Hit the like button, folks. Thanks for being with us here on a Tuesday, a little later in the day than I'm used to. Occasionally, like, I'll do something early. I'll pop back for, prime time at 8. Very irregular that, and I know you have talked about this before, that I have the 6 o'clock, the dinner time, the happy hour sim, because, usually I'm just spending some time with my family, heaven forbid. But on top of that, as we know, NBA lineups locking in an hour. So, I'm going to have to pay a little bit of attention to that as we get closer.
right.
As the guru says, NBA head-to-head tonight, Koff. Send her over. Let's go. Whoever wants it, send it on over. Light slate tonight, 4-gamer, DK-A Kaufman. Let's party. Big Deal says, damn, the Tua haters back. I suppose they mean you.
Yep.
That ball
Also
completed. Washington moving the ball out to the 41. Another 1st and 10 on the way.
The Buddy hater is back as well. Don't like being called Bud or Buddy. Don't call
what
me
is
Bud or
that?
Buddy.
So I didn't hear that sim. I only heard about it after the fact. But
I think it's belittling. I think
gotta
it's
fill me in.
I think that calling someone buddy is belittling. I think that
Why?
it is. I just think that it comes off as like you're talking down to something. All right, buddy. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Well, maybe
You
if
know.
you do it with that tone. But what
I don't know.
Like you don't have any friends that you ever just said like, "Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you?" Like
Never.
Is
I've never said that.
Is man belittling? Like, "Hey, man, how
Yeah.
are you?" Or "Hey,
Man,
pal, what's
bro,
going on?"
dude, those are all fine. But buddy is like
I would think if
it's
any
condescending.
if any of them are belittling or condescending, I would think like pal or chief. Something
Yeah, those are
like
condescending too. Buddy is in the pal and chief category for me.
That. Oh, I could not disagree more. I'm at a loss for. Not for words, that never happens, but for understanding, certainly. I got to tell you, I don't get it. Do you typically call people by their name as opposed to, man, dude, bro, whatever? It's like you
I
would
always say
me,
man.
like, hey, cough, more often.
I say
than
man.
not.
I say
You say
man or
man?
dude. What's up, dude?
Matt says you're also a dad, cough. It's true. I mean, Yeah, I wonder how you'll feel about that when the time comes that, you bring some little doozies into the world and you say, like, hey, buddy, like, but it's not condescending.
I would
you're not a child,
never
I
call
suppose.
my kid buddy, ever.
It's true that maybe you would never, but I think most people probably do.
I can call my kid by their name, not buddy.
Squirt, sport, champ.
I would never call squirt or sport. I mean, those are, come on, what are we doing here? Jordan Lindenbaum says, what if someone is named Buddy? Then yeah, obviously.
Like Buddy the Elf.
Call him Buddy. I love Buddy the Elf.
Do you have a favorite color?
That's his name. Buddy Healed.
Who's going to pop off? He's got to appease the sim god, says Jared.
Buddy Boeheim.
You're right. Buddy Boeheim, of course. Ed Zone Dance Cough, great job expressing your view. I'm not picking a fight with Ducey over this. I have far more interesting things to pick fights over him with. I just don't understand this one, if I'm being completely frank, as I typically am. About 3 minutes into a scoreless first here, the Dolphins and Washington. Are you sure you weren't just wanting to sort of get into it with Glash that day?
No, it was not about that. I did not want to get into it with Glash. Well, I mean, I did just want to bring up, I always got to bring something to the table in these sims. That particular day is something, but that is a real take. Like I've said that before to my friends. Like I just hate when people call me buddy. I think it's condescending. So
you've had this argument with friends.
It's not an argument.
People before.
It's just me giving my opinion.
You've expressed this viewpoint before.
Yes, there you go.
People
Good way to
before
put it.
hanging out with Glash on the stream.
Absolutely, I've said
this is a well-known take of yours.
Yes, and the way I behave on the streams, that is how I am in real life. I say the same type of stuff.
Choked up over it.
I say the same type of stuff all the time.
Kareem says, "What's up, champ?" That goes well around my way. Joseph saying, "Buddy Healed has to change his name now." That's not what he's saying. He's saying if your name is Buddy, your name is Buddy. Now is Buddy Healed? I mean, is Buddy his legal name, or is that just a nickname that stuck with him throughout life that now he goes by it, like Doctor,
I wonder,
for instance. First and goal. Sprinkle and a touchdown into the end zone.
Little sprinkle.
Lindenbaum says, I used to work with this guy who called everyone Shooter. Shoot him to
I don't know
Gavin.
about that. My uncle's like that. I don't like that at all.
The Guru says, let's call Kenny Boss. He'd probably hate it. What about Boss? You ever
yeah.
call anyone Boss? I don't typically call people Boss, but I will text people Boss.
Yes. Wow. Yes. Same thing. I don't call people boss at all, but I would text people boss. I completely understand where you're coming from with that, Cough.
I did today, as a matter of fact.
That speaks to me, what you just said.
Kilgore says, Glash and Ducey were so mature and annoying on the buddy sim, it earned my dislike. We should call Kenny Sweetie from now on. Now obviously no one's calling you Sweetie, but would that be if you were to call a girl Sweetie?
Shavano.
If you were to call a grown woman Sweetie, no question, that is you can't do that. That would be a degrading or a whatever your argument for buddy, that would fit.
Yeah.
But a little girl, I mean, people call little girls Sweetie all the time. So is Buddy in that same category? Like you can call a little kid Buddy, but you can't call an adult Buddy because then it's
I feel like that. But also, if you're talking to a little kid and you call him Buddy, you technically really are talking down to him, right? Like that's you say it
not,
like you have so much more life experience. Like okay, Buddy,
But I don't think you're. But you're not doing it.
If you're two adults,
if you are, it's in some incredibly subconscious way.
You can't, if you're two adults, you can't just call another adult buddy.
What about Bud? Steven just asked that.
Oh, even worse. That's like
Bud is worse than Buddy?
That's like a curse word.
Oh, I call people Bud. I mean,
by the way, Buddy Heald's real name is Shavano or Shavano.
Text than in actual life, but
that's what you wanted to know. Buddy Heald's real name. It's Shavano or Shavano. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Okay, so now we know.
That's like when you call me buddy, like if you were to call me buddy, it would come off as if as if I'm the kid and you're the adult saying, "Buddy," right?
I'm just gonna tell you so that you know for.
It also
future reference.
It also doesn't that there's an age gap too. Like there's like a 10-year age gap, or not a 10-year age gap. That's ridiculous. There's like a 5-year age gap at least
between the
so
two
like
of us.
I feel like so I
there
feel
could
like
be.
you're
I don't know how
talking-
old are you. There could be a 10-year gap between us.
Yeah, not quite, but I'm 27.
So I'm 39. So there's
Okay.
more than that, as we've got a nice run, Matt Breida from the 43 to the house.
I hate
Touchdown,
when Matt Breida does
57-yard
this.
score. Nothing but offense early. 7-7 game after the extra point.
This is the only thing that the Miami Dolphins bring to the table is Matt Breida from a DFS sim, a DF sim perspective.
Bonzo says, "Hey Kenny, nice to see you, old sport." That's not something you tend to hear over here in the U.S. of A. Maybe across the pond, you might.
Did he
hear
say
it.
little sport?
What's that?
Did he say little sport?
He said old sport.
Old sport.
Like
Wow.
old chap kind of thing. Bill says, "Oh man, we're really doing the buddy debate again? Come on, man." So we're really not. I'm going to tell you this, and then we can move on. We're halfway through the first 7-7 game. I'm going to tell you this. I absolutely, in the flow of conversation during Sims, during records, I did it with Moose earlier today as I introed him in for an NHL hit. I will absolutely call people buddy. I am telling you that I will not even thinking about it. This won't even be in the back or forefront of my mind. It will not be on the scope, the prism of any way of thinking that I have. I promise you, at some point in time, maybe even during this sim, I will call you buddy. I will mean nothing by it. I will just be like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on,
Right.
buddy? It's great to be back with you here. Haven't worked with you in a hot
Right,
minute. This is awesome."
Yeah, I know you, and I know like you're a very friendly, happy guy. Like that's not. I know who it's coming from, but yeah, I mean that to me is just like hateful language.
So
I don't
really
like
what
it.
you're saying is you just felt belittled by Glash.
No, I mean it's
He
happened.
went silent long enough, folks, that he was trying to decide exactly what avenue he wanted to take that.
No, it's I've had the problem before. I just I don't know, maybe a little bit.
Kilgore offers a buy stream trash specifically for you.
Buddy, pal, and slugger.
Pal,
Oh, boy.
slugger.
I actually kind of like slugger.
You wouldn't like if an adult called you that, though. Like, I promise you, that would be belittling.
I think the stream is going to
Adam
be pal.
Kaufman with Kenny Ducey. How are you, slugger? Great to be back with you.
Boy, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Oh boy.
These are the important things, folks. You have missed no big plays. You've got all the pertinent stats. There's 2.5 left to go in the opening quarter. 7-7 Washington, Miami, and we are just dissecting the dictionary effectively here with Kenny Ducey.
Okay.
Boston Joe says, "Hey guys, don't overestimate our interest in the words buddy and bud. I'd like to think I was underestimating it." Obi-Wan says, "I'm trying to stir the pot." Obi-Wan
cannot.
hates me. Obi-Wan, like I have a
Obi-Wan.
genuine-
See, Obi-Wan loves me. Now you know how it feels.
and that tracks. I have got a genuine critic in Obi-Wan at all times.
Now you know what it's like.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, Obi-Wan loves me. I thought I was confusing him for a sec with something else, but no, I didn't. I'm trying to think. The buy stream trash there is really difficult. I think I honestly like Slugger the most. I think I would buy Slugger. I think I would stream Pal, and I would trash Buddy.
Well, you have no choice but to trash Buddy. You have backed yourself into a corner. That was automatic. People referencing the
kind of
South
love
Park with
Slugger.
Terrence and Phillips.
I kind of love Slugger, to be
fighting
honest.
over Buddy.
What up, Slugger?
Ernest says, "Koff is great, and I do like Kenny too. Very intelligent. I also think that you are a smarty pants. Although I got to say, it's a little different not working with you with the brick wall behind you, the comedy club wall. I miss it.
Yeah, it just kind of changes my whole attitude, doesn't it? Like you can't even take what I'm saying seriously.
I feel like that part's fairly consistent.
Bad Boys of Pop.
Look, Kenny. Yeah. Well, go ahead, read it.
Well, he didn't say, "Look, Kenny." He said he's talking to you.
Yeah, well, it's true.
He said, "Look."
He's been putting in work.
Pause. Look, comma.
On the fence, almost fans. He's making huge strides, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Obi-Wan the Peck says, "Cough, I like you." I know it's the original Obi-Wan that is not a fan. Smash Lana, damn, I really hope McKissick picks it up. Percy says, free roll like Captain Sprinkle. Got Brita, knock on wood. It's a good start for you.
Come on, Knight says, never minded the guy till the buddy thing. Freak of Nature says, what about Buster? Buster is someone's name. That's not a thing you call somebody.
That's not true. I mean, maybe not like today in 2021, you don't hear that a lot. But, I mean, I've absolutely, you'll hear, it feels like you'll hear an adult woman say to a child, Buster. Don't you do that, Buster.
Drew's saying 6:03 p.m. We were reminded not to spend too much time on this.
To which I've said, time 7-7. About 30 seconds left here in the opening quarter.
Oh, cough.
I just think these are the interesting things in life. Maybe just to me.
Yeah.
although
you know what I know.
Fairly engaged.
But also, you know what I've been really thinking about a lot, being in Cooperstown, being among, some of the great baseball names of all time. We used to have great nicknames for people. We used to call, there was like Three Fingers Johnson or something who had three fingers and played baseball. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Like Goose Gossage, Red. People's nicknames would just be like straight up just Red. Like where did that come from? So yeah, I mean, if you want to call me Kenny Slugger Ducey, that's totally fine. Good old Slugger Ducey.
I don't feel like I'm there yet. You don't seem like Slugger is going to be the nickname that sticks.
What sticks? The ball to Mike Jasicki's hands.
How about some actual football? John Horn says, Cough, Kenny, give me your takes on the 17-week season. So obviously this is official now. We know. Well, let's save it for the second quarter. Let's do the stats first because we've reached the end of quarter.
Stats first.
I want to expand upon some of that because it is. It's been rumored, but it is new news. It's a done deal. 17 weeks starting here in the upcoming season. Dwayne Haskins, 7 out of 8 for 77 passing yards, a touchdown. Tua, 3 of 4, 34 yards, and so far so good for Kenny's hot take of 14 points max for Tua because he has not been very good. McKissick, 5 for 15 on the ground. Breida, 2 for 56 with a touchdown, so he is pacing for a 200-yard game. I don't think he's going to get there, obviously, but he is certainly well on his way to the bonus. We'll see if that holds. And then we will look at the receiving yards for you as well. Let's see here. Parker, 2 for 23. My captain. Sims, 2 for 36. McLaurin, 2 for 21. And then single catches for McKissick, Gesicki, Sprinkle, who's got the touchdown for 8 yards. Logan Thomas is on the board, 1 for 12. So we are off and moving here, folks. 7-7 game. Again, virtual South Beach, Miami, and Washington. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, and we've got Zach with us in Game Ops, who Zach is here all the time. Zach, I'm not sure, has ever had a day off. Every single day. Every time I look up, it's like Zach and Game Ops. Zach loves it here, or is, tolerates it here. Either way, he's here. That much we're sure of. Drew says he might sleep in the Zoom. It's true. I don't think he even leaves.
I want to know, by the way, I don't know if anyone just caught it, but when I was interrupted during the quarter break, and I was talking to somebody. And now I don't know if this is going to violate a rule because
is this me? Are we?
No. I want to know.
Sort of fourth wall here.
The Guru 805 wanted to know. You just said muted. Why not share? I want you guys to know, or I want you guys to guess what I said based on my lips. Like I want to know if anyone out there can read lips. I want the best interpretations of what my mouth said. Please.
I got to be
You
honest.
can go back, hit the rewinds.
I have
Go back.
no idea what we're talking about.
When we were on the air,
Yeah.
someone came in and I muted my microphone and I said
Okay.
some words.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know if we have any professional lip readers out there. By all means, let's let the people.
I said one word. I'll tell you. I
Go.
said, "Hey, I'm
Sim.
on the air." Okay, I'm looking back and I said, "Hey, I'm on the air."
Well, of course you can read your lips. You
And
know
then
what
I
you said.
and then I said, I said one word, and I want everyone to guess what that word is.
Okay. Lewis, by the way, says, "Conf, I don't know how to feel about that neck on the on the sweater. Well, it's a sweatshirt. There is a difference. Like, if this were a sweater and had this neck, it wouldn't work. Being a sweatshirt, I mean, I love it. I want to get more. It's very comfortable. I like the tight neck on the sweatshirt. I'm a big fan of it, actually.
Bruce says 2020 tough year for professional lip readers.
This is true. Christmas says you.
Oh
you
no,
said, "Leave me
I
alone,
can.
buddy."
What I said was totally sim appropriate. I just didn't want to interrupt Kaufman. You guys, I mean, it was. I said one word.
Big Deal says you can't repeat it. You obviously disagree with that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm responding to Big Deal.
All right.
Freak of Nature
Let's see.
said, Ducey said, "Mom, the meatloaf."
Ma, the meatloaf. Ah.
I dare you to say that right now in your house. I dare you to back up from your microphone and scream it, please.
I don't know how loud it would be on the mic. Is the
Well,
problem.
that's what I'm saying. You put the mic away. It's more about I want to know the reaction it's going to
Elicit?
ensue. Yes.
I don't think there will even be one. Wait,
Why don't
hang
you-
on. Hang on.
Can people hear you? If you
Well, I mean, they're not on this level with me. They're above
but if you
me.
scream "Ma, the meatloaf," will the rest of the people in your house?
Yeah, I mean,
hear?
there's a chance someone will come running down, just wondering what in the world
Okay.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's perfect. So why don't you?
Okay.
I don't want you to yell into the microphone. So that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
back up.
You want me to get
Yeah,
into the
no,
microphone
just
and back
just
up?
move,
Yeah.
Move a little further back, buddy.
Okay. How about this? Does this work for you?
A little
far enough
further.
back?
A little further. A little further. A little further.
Well, I'm gonna fall over. If I
Okay,
try.
that's good. That's good.
This is good.
Yeah.
Ma, the meatloaf.
Say it. The meatloaf.
Ah!
Now I really want to know if anyone comes down.
Honestly, I think they will just think to themselves before even coming down. Well, he's just on a sim. These are the things that happen on the Sims. I mean, Mad says I've lost control of the sim as if I ever had it to begin with, and I disagree. I think, Mads, that you actually keep us reasonably in line. Just imagine where this could be going right now.
I would yell it, but I think I would get kicked out of this house.
Why are you in Cooperstown right now? Has that been addressed?
You know, I don't know. I
Sounds
don't
overly
know.
complicated.
I have no idea, man.
You just don't know. Just straight
I
up.
don't know.
Okay.
No, I know why I'm here, but I don't know why Cooperstown.
This is getting deep.
No, because it's as you know, my girlfriend's a nanny, so the family decided to come to Cooperstown, but they're not baseball fans. They just wanted to go to the middle of nowhere, somewhere in the nature.
Okay. It's felt like checking out the middle of nowhere for a bit.
And
Now, what's
I was like, I was asked if I could come, and I was like, well, let's see. Opening day is Thursday.
Thursday? Yeah.
That's about it. And then I was like, I could just do my whole job from here. So
how long are you there for?
till Friday.
Okay.
I've been here since last weekend. Oh, breaking free!
Nice work. To the 33. John Horn wants us to revisit. He's right. Let's get back to week 17. Let's do that. Yeah, Andrew says Friday.
Drew said
what
Friday.
a month.
This upcoming Friday.
So
I'm getting out of here.
we know the players are generally speaking, we don't have the, not like every player in the NFL is weighed in, but the players that have been vocal on this issue are not happy, not pleased about the 17-game season. Obviously, it's financially driven, and clearly, if the players don't want a preseason, well, you're going to have to do something. So you're going to play an extra regular season game. So all of this stuff is just being worked out, details being finalized. We know we've got a 17-game season now. How do you feel about it as a viewer, as a consumer of the game, as a fan of football?
I think it'll work out well. I do. I think that the next step should be a 2-week preseason. Here's the thing about the preseason. I think this is great because I think that everybody who watches the preseason has always known to be true that the preseason is 1 week too long. That is the bare minimum. Some people say no preseason. Some people say shorter the thing about it is last year we didn't have a preseason. And look what happened. The football was sloppy to begin with. There were a ton of injuries. I think that last year, and I will admit, I was one of those no preseason guys. I said, no, we don't need a preseason. Let's just go right into it. Workouts, like no one cares in the games anyway. And again, what you saw was that we absolutely needed a preseason. So I think that a three game preseason is the best because, again, I think that the 4 felt like it was one too long. You saw a lot of guys get hurt at the end, right at the very end of the preseason. So yeah, I'm definitely in favor. The longer regular season is it's whatever, but makes fantasy football a little more fun, right?
Sure. I like it. I mean, I'm all for more football. I get why the players don't like it, obviously. That, we understand it. It's a lot of wear and tear on their bodies. It's very easy to fathom why players would want to play less. That being said, a lot of these teams, not a lot, but at least a couple teams, are playing up to 20 games a year anyway, make it 21, depending on whether a wild card is able to emerge and make it to the Super Bowls. We saw last year with Tampa Bay. I like the expanded playoff format that obviously started last year and continues on more than I care about a 17-game regular season. But are we now at a point where, with 17 games, do you think to potentially have a Washington touchdown? First and goal, Haskins almost picked, should have been.
Oh!
I have second and goal from the 6 on the way. Are we at a point with the 17-game season that a baseline for a playoff team is going to be 10 wins? Or are we still going to see a 9-8 team in the postseason more often than not?
That's a good question.
Thanks.
Oh, what is this? McKissick? Did he get it? He
yes,
did.
Sir, he reached.
Chef Mandan called it. How do these people call it? How does this happen? Like every sim, there's one person that just goes sprinkle, and then bang, he scores. Unbelievable. I mean, obviously it was JD
Can we
in
just
that
have
case,
a second postseason? Doesn't work that way.
I like that Madison went back in the chat on YouTube because James Simmons asked, "Who owns the Dolphins now?" And then Madison actually looked it up and said it's Stephen M. Ross, an American real estate developer, philanthropist, and sports team owner. In case you wanted to answer the question, so yes, I will not be reading a Bad Boys of Pop question because of what he's been spamming the chat with.
Been coming at you a little bit.
Nice, just been saying inappropriate things in the chat.
Okay, all right.
We're not gonna answer him until he cleans up his act.
better clean it up, Bad Boys. Ducey's unhappy with you.
Well, they call them the Bad Boys.
Clean it up.
All right.
14-7 Washington with about 80 seconds remaining here in the opening half. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, Mads, Drew, Zach, all here hanging out with you. Levi looking for a scoring update. Remember, Levi, anybody else, it is manual scoring. Our man Zach is on it. True, any time of our Game Ops crew. Just it takes a minute. It's not the live scoring that you're used to with actual NFL. It's Madden simulations. Points need to be manually inputted. Sometimes it takes until the quarter break or a little bit longer, but rest assured, as is always the case, everything will be accurate. There's never a time where it has not been.
Here's my favorite thing. This is to me a classic sim moment.
Okay.
So James Simmons asks everybody, right? He goes, "Hey, anyone know who owns the Miami Dolphins now?" Madison looks it up.
Answered the question
on Google.
Right.
We tell James the answer.
Right.
What does James say next? What does James do next? He tries to correct us. He goes, "Last I heard, they were owned by 4 or 5 people, including the Williams sisters." Well, James, if you knew, then why did you ask us?
Now, can I be the devil's advocate and say there is a possibility that James is watching, not in real time. He's watching on tape delay. Maybe he has not gotten to the point yet where your question.
No, he definitely did. We had definitely said it by that point.
You don't know how far back in the sim he is.
Yes, I do.
You can't inception this whole thing. This could be explained away maybe very easily. Maybe Drew says maybe he's still on the nooner.
What was
maybe
that?
He's just starting his stream day.
Did
Tua
you just see that
showing
throw?
his great athleticism, Ducey, just to prove a point. 1st and 10 from the 24 into the hands of Gesicki.
Speaking of points, how many DK fantasy points has he proven today?
Well, it's very early.
It's very early.
This is the happy hour, the reunited, and it feels so good.
He has 67
I called it that
yards.
because the two of us hanging out. Haven't been with Ducey in a little bit, and I am being punished for it, I guess. I'm sitting 119 out of 166 in our free roll. It's very bad. DeHarv 17 is in front by about half a point currently, but like I said, long way.
I'm in my normal spot here, 57. I feel like I'm always right in the middle for most of
the sim. Now James says that is correct. What is that correct to? Maybe it's correct that he was listening on tape delay. Maybe it was correct.
I think he's saying
question?
My bet is that he's saying he's correct.
James, when you get to this comment in an hour and a half that I'm saying right now, I want to know precisely in that moment where you are in the sim. And we're going to figure out at that point in time if I'm right, that you were on tape delay, or if you were, in fact, being argumentative. This is Kenny's problem, guys. Kenny just assumes everybody's always going after him and that he is the victim. That's not the case. That's not the case. Everything can be explained away every once in a while. They're not after you, Kenny. Tua might be, though. Back of the end zone.
That's my captain.
Touchdown.
Let's go.
See, now he's rooting for Tua.
Bang. Bang, bang, bang.
Freaking Nature says, Koff, do you remember the My Buddy doll? Who doesn't? Had one. My buddy. My buddy. My buddy and me. Big sister. That was the other one. Because, it was like My Buddy for boys, Big Sister for girls.
I picked up on the melody. James Simmons said tape delay. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, James. How do you feel about that, buddy? I couldn't resist.
Thought it was funny.
I couldn't resist. 14-0. We're almost at the
I
half.
thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny. Is it Kid Sister? Bad Boys and Pops is Kid Sister. I thought it was Big Sister, but you're probably right. My buddy, Kid Sister. I just don't remember. I'm gonna trust you though. I'll defer to you. Yeah, now the Guru's saying Kid Sister.
I'm up to 31 in the contest.
Let's see where I'm at after those 2 points.
I need a little Inman in my life, but other than that.
130. Not great. Not great. We have someone in the chat whose username is Hey Buddy. Do you think it's always been that way, or is that now sort of a pseudo tribute account?
It's because he has a Giants avatar as well. It's definitely one of my many enemies.
Your many enemies.
My many foils, my many nemesis.
Nemesi?
Nemesi.
I've heard it both ways.
James, it's YOU''RE.
No, don't be that guy. You're better than that. Don't be that guy.
I am that guy. I'm a big grammar guy. Did you know that? They call me old Grammar Ducey.
Call me old ellipses. That's who I am. Old ellipses.
Call me old apostrophe Ducey.
Tua, 139 passing and a touchdown. We have got Haskins at 133, 2 scores to his credit. Piercy says, Ducey, I am a loyal fan. Never forget. Yeah, Drew calling old 3-finger Grammer Johnson. Oh, ain't that the truth?
Oh, boy. I'm going to look it up now. There is a guy who had 3 fingers.
Now, Jim Abbott had 1 hand. McKissick, 16 rushing. Breida, 57. Touchdown to his credit. The people were calling that one into existence. It happened.
Mordecai Brown, nicknamed 3-Finger Brown. Apparently, I think he had 4 fingers, though. It depends on if you consider the thumb a finger.
I do.
Then he had 4.
I do. I consider the
thumb. I'm looking at a picture of his hand right now.
I consider
it looked like this. It looked just like this. That's what his hand looked like.
I mean, more often than not, you need your thumb to pick stuff up.
That's 4
I'm
fingers.
gonna consider it a finger.
Why would this guy is in the Baseball Hall of Fame as he is 3-Finger Brown? Are you serious? And he's got 4 fingers? Now, how does that make any sense?
I mean, I wasn't around. I didn't nickname the fella.
They've long said cheating and deception is part of baseball, but this is a new low. Calling a guy 3-Finger Brown who has 4 fingers.
On the monument.
It all depends on how you feel about the thumb. Is the thumb a finger, or is it just a thumb?
Weigh in the chat. Is the thumb a finger? And while you're at it, hit the thumbs up for watching the Dream Stream with us. And with that, we go back to virtual Miami. Thank you for being here with us. Stupid. There's just a lot of stupid going on right now.
It's about to get all stupid up in here.
Mads is walked. Mads is I'm good here.
Mads is jaded.
Let's do something else for the next little while. Come on back for the 8. These 2 idiots.
Mike Bauer says the thumb isn't a finger. But Big Deal says it is a finger. You see, it's very, very polarizing, this issue. Joseph Clark, it's not called a thumb finger. Meager says a thumb is a digit, a finger is a digit, a thumb is not a finger. Well, you're a digit.
Show you a digit.
I'll show you a digit.
Yeah, like Drew says, if that's the case and we only have 8 fingers, yeah, I mean, who talks about having 8 fingers and 10 toes?
So a thumb is a thumb is a digit. I got 10 digits. Is that what I learned in school? They're not fingers, they're digits.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, I mean, it's called a thumbs up. Yeah. I'm standing.
The argument, I think that was Drew. Is that Drew who said that? Did Drew say the thing about 10?
Was your guy Bad Boys?
The thing about 8 fingers? No, Bad Boys Pop didn't say anything that worth reading in the chat. Drew said, in that case, we would only have...
Don't do my guy Bad Boys dirty.
Drew said, in that case, we would only have 8 fingers.
Yeah, I heard.
To me, is the best argument that I've heard. I know, I'm going to try to bring light to that. I want to talk about that for a second.
Okay.
That, to me, I think has to be the mic drop argument for the thumb being a finger, because we are not taught that we have 8 fingers. We're taught that we have 10 fingers, so that means that a thumb would have to be a finger. 100% a thumb is a finger. So he had 4 fingers. That's the point. His name is a lie.
Emerson's forehead says the thumb is a digit, but not technically a finger. Many people don't make the distinction between thumbs and other digits. I don't. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. It's a high five for me, man. That hand is all one party.
Unbelievable. That again,
Index
I
ring
called this
finger,
out. I
pointer
said
finger.
this is going
Yeah, well,
to
I
be
guess your index finger
controversial.
and pointer finger are kind of the same, right? So you,
Right.
you get your pointer finger, you got your middle finger, your ring finger, and your pinky finger, and then your thumb finger, I guess. Doesn't matter. I'm putting them all together. I'm doing it. Jared says, Producer Madison, why would you do this to us?
I've also heard that it's like,
Mads, how's
isn't it
feel to
called
just
like
be
a
blamed
first
because
finger?
you're so well known as the schedule maker at this point?
Yes, everyone is blaming Madison. It's hilarious. Isn't your thumb called like your first finger or something, or your like, right? Isn't it? I'm gonna look it up.
Have to Google that. You got to Google that. Jeffrey
Looking
says,
it
how
up
many
right now.
fingers does Raleigh Fingers have? That's a good Cooperstown question for you. Joseph is rejecting the thumb finger. So Josh says, I am a surgical nurse. The thumb is not a finger, it's an appendage.
Oh. What?
I think the medical community has pulled one over on us for a long time.
Drew just said, I'm gonna ban him. Get out of here, John.
Get out of here, John.
You're banned from the chat.
John says, not that John, a different John. John Horn says, can you take a pill, settle down, stop bringing things on you? Jeez. Well, listen, this is my favorite Ducey. I want this Ducey all the time. I want Ducey heated about any subject whatsoever, and whether it's being called buddy or whether it's about the number of fingers we do or do not have. This is the Ducey that I sign up to work with. And if he doesn't arrive when I get here for the sim, I'm gonna find him before the sim is up. And I think I have a long proven track record of that.
You do. Here we go. I'm looking on Wikipedia, which we all know is the end all be all, right? They'll have the last say on this argument. And my favorite thing is that there are two different definitions. It says the English word finger has two senses, and this is, by the way, on the thumb Wikipedia entry.
How's that feel, Ducey?
It says
another a touchdown. Passing score first of the day to Devontae Parker.
Yeah, wow, he's got about 10 points now.
Tua, get out of here! With that touchdown, I'm gonna tell you exactly what he's got.
He's got 11.
He had 12.
He's going to be up over 14. He'll be up over 14.
He's going to get over 20 today, pal.
No, he's not.
You're just going to need to accept
the English word finger has two senses, even in the context of appendages of a single typical human hand. 1, any of the 4 terminal members of the hands, specifically those other than the thumb. 2, any of the 5 digits of the hand. So what Wikipedia just said, okay, about the word finger, is that finger means 2 things. It means any of the 5 digits, and then it means any of the 4 digits that's not a thumb. It literally can't tell us the answer. It said it's both.
I mean, if I may, someone who was just a moment ago at the top of the leaderboard after that touchdown has fallen just for a second. Fittingly, username Rick James. What did Rick James tell us? Rick James told us, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap, Ducey. That's what the 5 fingers said to the face. 5 fingers. Not 4 fingers and a thumb. 5 fingers. Rick James.
Look, going back to the whole origin of this, I just can't believe that this guy was named Mordecai 3-Finger Brown, and he had 4 fingers. Meager said, football cream. It's football cream. Break me off a piece of that football cream.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, I want a Hondo gift card answering the question, how many fingers do humans have? The answer was 8.
Get out of here, man. This is
Smash
ridiculous.
that like button. Let's turn that thumb finger blue. The thumbs up finger, preferably.
The thumb. You know what? I have 6 people in the room next to me, 2 of which are in medicine.
I see they are social.
I'm gonna go pull the
distancing from
room.
this
I'll be right back.
conversation.
I'll let you know. This is what they decide will be the answer.
Go ahead. Should I wait or talk to you guys? What do you think? All right, I'll talk to you guys. 21-14, Miami is in front right now, halfway through the third quarter. Thanks all for hanging with us. Koff, Ducey, Mads, Drew, Zach. Zach holds the distinction, by the way, of I think never once chiming in on any of the idiotic conversations that we have on these sims, at least when I've been around. We typically will hear from, whether it's Kyle or Frangelico or, so many Asher or so many others that have passed through here. Jeff obviously lives in the chat. Tate, obviously. Zach smartly just stays out of the fray. This is what I have observed about Zach and Ops. He is focused on getting the scoring done for you guys and getting it done right. And then vamoose. See you later with these idiots. Drew says they are having an intelligent conversation about medicine, and in barges Ducey yelling, "It's a thumb finger!" That's my.
All right. Well, that went nowhere.
That's my Rossi doing Kenny. Or what'd you learn?
Nothing. No one can agree on it.
No one can agree.
Someone said, "Well, it's one of the metacarpals, so it's a finger," and then there was and then the other person said, "No, it's you have your fingers and then your thumbs."
Hyro says, "Koff, are you saying Rick James is more credible than Ducey?"
What a did you see that catch?
Touchdown. Corner of the end zone. Terry McLaurin, 31 yards. Run TMC.
Wow.
Offense galore. About to be 21 all. This is fun. This is fun.
3-fingered Johnson, whatever the heck his name. What was it?
Yeah,
Gosh.
3-finger Johnson, I believe, is what you said.
Yeah. I could hear in my headphones the Slack dings going off, and I was like, gosh, I really just hope Madison's not yelling at me like, get back here, come on.
Says this is your sim. Blood Robot says the big toe is still considered a toe. Well, yeah, it's got toe in the name. The big toe.
It's called a toe.
It's not.
That's
we
like
don't
saying
actually
your right
call it-
shoulder
we don't
is a
actually call it the
shoulder.
thumb finger.
Your right shoulder, that is a shoulder, yes.
Bad Boys of Pop wants to know: did McLaurin get all 10 toes in bounds? I don't think
Your left-
anyone's disputing the number of toes that one has because you don't have.
We
a
have
thumb,
8.
No.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
have
thumb
8
toe.
fingers and 10 toes. That's how it
There's
goes.
a big toe. There are the 4 other toes, including the pinky toe. I don't think every toe. I know like one went to market and the other stayed home and all that stuff. But I don't think the toes each individually have their names in the way that we dissect the fingers, as we have in a way that I have never possibly imagined before. Here in sim number 1815 or whatever it is. I mean, it's good to know that we're still bringing new stuff to the table. Here in year 2 in Simland.
Does sound like how many sims you've had.
Brian says, imagine if he had another finger, how incredible that catch would have been.
Oh, man.
Brian says, so we have 20 digits? This is what I've learned. Like, I'm going to go upstairs after this sim, in between sims. I'm going to sit the kids down before bed and alert them to the fact I don't want to hear you guys with this nonsense about I have 10 fingers, 5 on each. No, you got 10 digits. You got 10 digits, 5 per hand. Then you got the toes. All of them. No worries. Those are all toes. Your fingers, enough with this 10 crap. You've got 8 and 2 thumbs. And unless you're going to call it that way, you better start calling them digits instead of fingers. Let's get this right. My wife works in healthcare. I'm not going to do what you did and go walk away and ask her. But I am going to ask her after the fact because I want to know.
I want to know. I want to know what she thinks.
I'm gonna text her. Here we go. I'm gonna voice text.
Buddy,
Would you
formerly James
no,
Farrell's.
calm down. Now you're getting me voice texting, telling you to shut up. Hang on.
Okay, sorry.
Buddy. You bring it. Settle down, buddy. Hang on. In your medical opinion, would you say people have 10 fingers or 8 fingers and 2 thumbs? Question mark. I swear to God, the response is going to be, "You get paid for this."
Yeah.
Like that's what the response is going to be.
I think
Wouldn't it be great if I accidentally texted the wrong person?
That would be. I wanted to read this comment from Buddy, formerly James Farrell. He said, "Hey, Koff, why can someone tippy toe but not tippy finger?" Huh?
Because most people don't walk on their hands.
You're making a lot of assumptions here.
I said most people don't walk. Crispy
Iro
says, "How many
says, Koff,
fingers
get a
does
hold
Jason
of yourself."
Pierre-Paul have?" 21
I always
all,
thought
by the way.
4. Apparently he has 3. Apparently we should call him JP3 because that's how many fingers he has.
No, because remember he blew some off one hand with the fireworks.
I thought he only blew off 1 finger.
No, it was like 1.5, I think.
Okay, so he has.
Brian says, "Who's announcing the next sim? 3 Fingers McGee and Buddy?"
He
I will
has
be
2
back.
fingers.
I can't even remember who I'm with, but I will be back for the next one. Kicking Club says Koff's wife is going to think WTF brought this up.
See, here's another thing. That's not what she's gonna say.
He's going to respond.
No.
Probably gonna
But
be
in
incredibly
WTF, the W
Well,
is always
it's who-
the
it's-
W
well,
always
now it's
stands
who the beat.
for.
It's not the what, it's the
W.
who now.
Excuse me, I'm dropping some knowledge here, Koff.
I
In
apologize.
WTF, the W always stands for what? It stands for what?
Oh, are you
If
quizzing
you
me?
change, I'm saying it's what?
It's who?
If you are changing the W in WTF, you
We're
say
going Abbott
who.
Costello up in here.
You say who TF, right? If I'm texted, I go, who the bleep was that? I'm gonna say who TF was
I
that,
just love
why
this. We're in
TF
safety territory
did you do
from
that?
3. Haskins, what are you going to do? Gets rid of it. Complete. No, dropped it. I love the way you phrased it, like we're on Jeopardy, by the way. Like, in WTF, the W is what? I mean, you just set me up to go all Abbott and Costello on you. Who? No, it's what?
But
Who?
it does. It stands for what? Always. And if you replace it, if you want to say who TF, you say who TF. You say why TF. You said how TF. That's what you say. That's how that works.
I would prefer to say, what the heck? WTH. Buddy. Hey, buddy says wormhole. Yeah, I think so.
Brian says from 6:01 to 6:12, buddy conversation. From 6:12 to 6:51, finger talk.
With a lot of sim sprinkled in, Alana says WTF's on first. 21-21. Final seconds of the third. I swear, I'm going to text Flash as soon as the sim is over, just to say, I don't know what your deal was. I called Kenny Buddy, I don't know how many times during the last sim. He didn't seem to have any issue with it. Very mild return there by Miami.
Blood Robot says Ducey is correct on WTF. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was actually arguing with that.
Tomfoolery
says, doesn't
thinks the
WTF
W stands for why.
Why the face, and therefore W is why. Why the face?
That's not true.
Why the expression? Haskins 202, 3 touchdowns, 1 shy of a Bundy, and we're gonna have more scoring in this one. It's 21 all. Tua is 197, couple of touchdowns to his credit, and already has broken the glass ceiling that Kenny was banking on of 14 points. See if we can get to the 20 plus. McKissick, 23 on the ground. Burita has 73 on just 7 carries, a touchdown for him at this point. Let's see. My lineup, how does my lineup just still stink? Grant and Inman largely are the problem, because Parker in the captain spot with 22 is not terrible. Lindenbaum, old man Lindenbaum is hanging out in first place right now by about 1.5 points. Who's close to the bonus receiving numbers? Let's look at this. Sims 3 for 58. We got a touchdown for Sprinkle. He's at 24. Gesicki's close, 6 for 87, a touchdown. McKissick 5 for 53, a score. Parker 4 for 49, a touchdown. McLaurin 3 for 52, he has a touchdown.
Why the fuss? That's what M. Roach said it stands for. Blood Robot said I broke my like button on this sim.
Can we get that? To 250?
You hit that.
We've earned it.
You hit that finger up. Am I right? That you hit that finger up.
Yeah, hit the thumb
For
finger
us.
up. Why has my wife not responded to my text?
Is everything? You know, you did ask her where. Why don't you ask where the meatloaf is?
Ah! Well, for one, I don't call my wife Ma. That would be edible.
Some people do call their wives Ma.
Well, I might refer.
You know the
to
Cameron song, "Hey Ma." It's a
Well, I might refer to
affectionate
my
term.
I might refer to my wife as, you know, like as mommy to the kids, but not like when it's just the two of us hanging out.
Yeah.
That'd be
What you
deep
doing
and dark.
tonight, Ma?
Not gonna do
Say
that.
that.
Brian says, I love this Ducey. So funny. I couldn't agree. I'm having a great time. Oh, NBA lock in 6 minutes, says to Mac Line. Thanks for the reminder.
Oh yeah, now we're gonna, you know, someone said I love this Ducey. I love this. We're gonna get lineup black cough where he's just not gonna talk for 6 minutes.
No, we're
He's
gonna get.
he's gonna ask me questions while he sets his lineup.
First, we got to get last minute NBA out. First time playing Fortnite, says my one professor said LOL, as in loads of laughs.
All right, cough. Should we play?
Yeah, man. Let's
I'm gonna
play.
put some money in my DK account, but
Let's play.
all right.
Last minute NBA is coming to the people right now.
All right, so cough. We got 5 minutes.
Yep.
I have not prepared whatsoever for tonight,
Okay.
so that means that I'm gonna win, right?
I mean,
They
sometimes
do
that is
call-
the way it works.
They don't call me short slate Ducey for nothing.
They don't call you that at all.
They do. I love the short slate. More like more so in,
Ducey for nothing.
it's more so in baseball. I'm a much better baseball DFS player.
Okay.
I love stacking lineups. I'm a great stacker in baseball. I'm an amazing stacker. Basketball, believe it or not, basketball was the first sport that I ever did DFS. I was an avid basketball DFS player for like 4 years. And then I kind of cooled off on it. But I really, the biggest contest I've ever won, well, number one was tennis, of course. I won a U.S. Open. I think I won I was first place in a GPP. But in baseball, I won first place in a GPP once, or second place, I think. Second place in 2 different GPPs once in baseball. But they were smaller. It was a smaller total prize than I got for tennis. All right, let's make a lineup, shall we?
All right. You have the invite?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to make an invite. That's right. You can't
Go
just
do it.
make a lineup. Oh, did you invite me?
I sent you one earlier.
Oh, you did.
If you want
Oh,
to send me a
you-
fresh one, you're welcome to do that.
You're such a schemer.
What does that mean?
You scheme. You're just like, oh.
Wh-
You
why-
know what? And also, you're a bully. Cause you beat me like real bad, and you didn't talk to me at all. And then like I just got a
What are you
message
talking
at
about?
10
I didn't
a.m.
talk to you at all.
And
What is that?
I
Wait,
got a
wait,
message
wait,
at
wait,
10
wait,
a.m.
wait, wait,
It wasn't
wait.
like, oh,
What-
good game. This is not.
I'm supposed to encourage you.
I'm sending you a new one.
What does that even mean? I didn't talk to you. I didn't ignore you. I messaged you the next morning. And want to go again?
I don't think you invited me to anything. Oh yeah, $9. No, we're gonna do a little more than that. No.
Lucy
So
says,
what
about
happened?
thumb wrestling? Yeah, we don't call it finger wrestling.
That was a good one. No. So I didn't hear from you at all. Like, oh, GG or whatever. And then you just messaged me
Why
at 10
do I
a.m.
need to say
and you
good
go,
game to you?
and you go, you send me, you message me at 10 a.m. You go, send over another NBA. Like, you just want to take some more of my money, huh?
I sent one
Let's
to
do it
Emerson
here.
tonight, knowing full well he wasn't going to respond. Oh! Jordan Howard going for the vulture. Stop short, second and goal from the 2.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
All right. I'm creating a contest. We got 2 minutes.
Great.
Come on, go, go, go. This computer is going so slow.
Don't forget to send it to me.
Are you gonna have time to accept?
Yeah, I mean, all I have to do is
Okay.
throw a lineup in real quick. Rita stopped. He lost a yard.
Head to head. Okay. Well, what is this? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite. Okay. Did you get it? Let me know.
I'll look. Freak of nature, cost message at 10 a.m. Hey, buddy, nice try.
I got 38 seconds. I have 38 seconds to make a lineup.
Better hurry up and stop talking about it.
I'm gonna beat you. I'm telling you, I'm gonna beat you.
Emerson just gave me the eyes emoji. Is he out there listening right now? Fill out a lineup if you are.
I don't know who to pick.
You better hurry up.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be bad.
I'm gonna throw a lineup into yours real quick.
Okay, I got that. What do I have? 14. Are you serious? I have 14 seconds. Okay, this is gonna be bad.
It's not working anyway. It's not letting me enter your thing.
It's not letting you enter?
No, it's not working.
Oh well, all right, can't do it.
So don't worry about it.
Hey, you know what? Let's just do a late slate then.
All right. Send her over, or I'll send it over, I guess. Since for some reason your thing didn't work.
We're gonna do late classic. So what does that start at 9?
10.
You
got plenty of time. I got to say that's a little disheartening. I like the idea of looking at your 60-second lineup.
I had Jokic in there.
I didn't.
No, that would have been good.
Not in that one. Hyro says, speaking of invites, when are you going to invite Kenny to the Koff compound? He can come over whenever he wants. I mean, it's not like he's down. Glash is nearby. Kenny's states away. Ricky Robbie says, you're supposed to hold him and cradle him after his loss to comfort him, Kaufman. The Guru says,
but it's just like, you don't need to say anything, but it's just
why am I counting at this point? That's a good question.
The next thing you said to me was, send over an NBA for tonight. Send over an NBA, man. So I should get my money back, right?
I didn't realize I was supposed to buy you flowers, and thank you for playing.
I didn't get my money back.
Take you out to dinner first.
Well, with all the money I'm giving you, you could.
Fair point.
So they didn't credit anything back into my account yet.
They will. Takes a couple minutes usually.
All right. Well. All right. I'm gonna fill out a lineup here for. Let's see. What are we doing? Classic.
I don't know why
2
that
games.
didn't work though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Now I gotta see. Did Emerson get? Oh, Emerson did get in. He made a lineup. Well, now I'm excited.
Yeah, this was weird. Here, tell me if you can get in to this one.
Okay.
Let's see.
24-21, 2.5 to go, fourth quarter.
Did you have Terry Rozier in your lineup?
I'm playing some members of the Sim fam, so I can't go into too much detail here.
Oh, well, oh yeah, it's true. Yeah, they didn't lock in. Well, no, but they would have known by now.
Are they?
That's the 7 o'clock game.
Oh, then no, I didn't have Rozier.
You didn't? Yeah. See,
I don't know what time games are.
I was gonna play Rozier tonight. I was excited about it. Wait a minute, this can't be right. Oh, so it's only for 2 games later?
Yeah.
I thought it was for 3.
No, there are only 4 games tonight, so 2.
Right, but I thought that one of them was starting at 8:30.
No, there are 2. There are 4 overall, and
yeah, Drew says 9. What gives? Why is it only a 2-game slate? I want 3.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. It's 2 starting at 10.
Let's see. There's no turbo, nothing?
Yeah, it's a turbo.
Serious?
2-game turbo or 2-game late. Yeah,
no, I want
turbo. 2-minute warning.
What about tiers? Do we want to play tiers? What about a showdown? Let's do a Philly-Denver showdown.
No.
Yes, that's a great game. Come on, Koff.
I'm not doing a lucrative amount on a showdown.
What do you mean?
You want to drop your dollar figure down? I'll do a showdown. Showdown is there's a lot less strategy involved in a showdown than a classic. I think we can all agree on that. Classic takes a little bit of work, a little bit of prep.
Fine, you're just the worst.
Jared says, Madden Samantha, goddaughter of Koff and Mads, just opened a child-proof container of children's vitamins at 7 months old. Fairly proud. Mads just can't believe that her goddaughter is 7 months old. Time flies in Simland, Mads.
Did I already send you one?
You did. Let me see if it actually worked though this time.
Okay.
And if not, I guess I'll have to.
I might have not done it right.
I'll try and reserve it. Make my lineup later.
Oh.
No, that didn't work
Oh
either.
no.
Didn't work anyway. Maybe if I send
Oh
you one,
no.
I'll try after the sim. What's the problem?
Oh, it was a public one.
Oh, is that the problem? You're not just sending a private head-to-head?
Oh, that's what happened. So I literally just burned $10. Yeah.
No, because you'll be. Oh, because are you going to play a stranger? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
McKissick, left side,
on.
completes it to the 2.
It really wouldn't let you here. Try this now.
Well, you're going to have to send a private one over.
What do I do? Delete this one?
Say, here you go. Here, let's bring it back to condescending. Emerson sent me the eyes emoji, and I said, I'm excited. And he writes, I bet you are, pal. with a crying, laughing emoji face. Tua is almost at 20 fantasy points and a touchdown for the Washington football team. Terry McLaurin does it again.
Scary, Terry.
As Washington jumps ahead with a minute and change left.
All right, let me send you this over. Classic, 2 games, private, head-to-head.
Matt says, are we playing Price is Right rules here on... No, I mean, I said that he was going to get 17 plus. So by that standard, I already won. But I did up it when he started doing well, and I said, I bet he gets to 20.
Okay, Koff. I just sent you a 1 over. This will work, I promise.
Yeah, this whole thing started, Mads, at him saying 14, and I went 17 or 17 and a half, whatever it was. But she says, I lied. I didn't write it down. Just took a mental note. Your mind is failing you. Quit sitting around counting fingers. Yeah, she notes some brain cells died on this sim. It's very true, but I got to say, having a great time.
Me too. I love doing sims with you, Koff.
Captain Blood says, Ducey, just share it with Koff. So, I've said this before, but for anyone who doesn't, so I can't, as an employee at DraftKings, I cannot play public contests. I can play private head-to-heads, which many of you out there know. Or obviously I can play in our wonderful DK SimFam Friends League, but I cannot join public contests. Like, I can't be out there chasing the million with a bunch of you guys on a weekly basis. I don't have that ability. I guess Ducey and I could wager whatever the head-to-head maximum is. Not that we'd ever do that, but, we could, I suppose. But public contests, not for me. Ball is complete.
I can do public contests.
Shy of the first to the 38, and Tua, that ought to be enough to get him to 20.
I have done public contests before.
What's that?
I said I can do public contests, and I have.
Yeah, just not against me.
Just not against you. That's right. Oh, boy. You know who's not a good fantasy player at all is Kawhi Leonard.
Not a big fan?
He's just not a good fantasy player. At all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm. 28-24, 30 seconds to go. 39-yard line, 1st and 10. Anthony says, I have Breida, McKissick, McLaurin, and Gesicki in Classic. I got to take a look at how our free roll here is going. Our smaller, more intimate, more modest free roll is Breida picking up some yardage here. So this happy hour sim, I just continue to absolutely stink. Out of the 166, I am in 150th. Just a jaw-droppingly bad build.
Maybe it's because you spent so much money on Tua. Maybe that's why, Koff.
Lindenbaum is in first.
Maybe you're getting punished. Tua could atone for his sins here.
2 things that are strange right now. Lindenbaum is in first, and he's quiet in the chat. And I don't know what to make of either of those.
Oh, a fumble!
Fumble! Oh, come on!
Oh, no!
Washington
my
has
goodness,
it. The DSD's going to
defense!
take it the whole way back. Are you kidding me? Washington with the win!
Was that Ryan Kerrigan?
Holy cow.
Whoever that was so fast.
This thing is going to turn.
Dude, I almost took the defense. Oh, why did I do that? Why didn't I do that?
This thing is going to turn into a rout in a hurry. Is that going to knock
Wow.
Lindenbaum out of first? Who's got the Washington DST? Anybody out there in the chat who's actually doing well
I don't think
in
anyone's
our
got the
small
DST.
free roll here? I'm scanning, I'm looking, as we only have 12 seconds left.
They were 15.7% owned in our mini free roll. Leighton 32 has them, so I think he's about to move up into first. If I had to guess. Or he's going to be very close to first. He's about 7 back, so he'll get 6, and then maybe Jordan Lindenbaum. Did Jordan Lindenbaum have Jasicki? Because he fumbled.
We'll take a look.
Oh, but he had Jasicki too. So he's not going to be...
Leighton
No, he is in
32
first
has jumped.
place.
Leighton 32, you're right. Leighton 32
Because the fumble
jumped by
recovery as
about,
well.
About a point.
You got the fumble recovery as well. You know what though? I think Jasicki was the one who fumbled, and he did not get docked for his fumble yet. So that could flop again.
So fumble.
The
taken
Lindenbaum
back for a
has
touchdown.
Lindenbaum has Jasicki. Mean Machine has Jasicki. Everyone up here has Jasicki. So yeah, so he just vaulted into first place. Here I was.
35-24, final seconds. Tua, come on, man. Lofts it deep into traffic and picked.
Oh, it's picked!
More for the DST. The Washington
Wow.
football team about 16% owned, racking up the late points.
And Koff, you're not going to get your pick, are you? With Tua, he's going to go -2, minus Tua.
We're going to find out.
Let's
We're
see.
going to find out.
He's going to go back down to 18 points or 18.98. How about
All
that?
right, I was able to reserve entry in your contest. You have figured out how to do it the right way, by the way.
Nice. Wait, but can we talk about the fact that you were just gloating that Tua got to 20 points as you said he would, and now he finishes the game at 18.98?
I was not wrong. He reached 20 points.
Amazing.
And then it came
Amazing
back the other
scenes
way.
here at Hard Rock Stadium.
Wow. So Tua goes for 294, just misses the bonus. Intercepted, which just a killer. 2 touchdown passes. Haskins hits the Bundy, 4 TDs, 263. God love you. If Al were here, he'd be proud. Rushing numbers, McKissick 11 for 28. Breed at 10 for 89, a touchdown. Also fumbled. Tua 2 for 19. Howard 2 for 4. We will take a look, obviously, at the receiving numbers as well as you consider your award winners. Gesicki had the bonus, 9 for 129. Touchdown. McKissick 8 for 95. A score. 2 scores for McLaurin, 4 for 54. Touchdowns for Parker and Sprinkle as well. Who's the Krusty Koff player of the game, my friend?
I think it's I think it's going to have to be the Washington DST. I really do think so, because without the DST, a lot of people probably not moving up the leaderboard into first. I mean, Leighton for sure is not winning, but I wasn't following the free showdown as closely, but I'm willing to bet that it made a significant impact. And here's the other reason why the football team defense is the player of the game, Koff. Not only were they low owned and they got 9 points, you'd think 9 points. Well, actually, they're going to end up having 11 points at this point. They're going to have more. But you look at what I was looking for, the Not My Kid award, right? Yep. You look down in this price range. Dontrell Inman, 5,000. He had 2.7 points. Albert Wilson, 5,600. He had 5.2 points. The kickers in this one did absolutely nothing. Grant had 4.9 points at $5,400. Jordan Howard didn't do anything. He had 4 yards, right? So there was absolutely no value on this slate. Absolutely no value. No one below 5,600 did anything, but the football team had 11 points. So that was a deciding factor in a lot of people's fates. I mean, a lot of people were able to win because of the football team. The football team giving you what you needed at the bottom of your lineup. I mean, there were, again, Lindenbaum, look at his lineup. Yep. He had a bagel in there. He had Logan Thomas, didn't have a catch. So the football team pushing some guys over the top, guys and gals, and I think that they're the player of the game here for sure.
All right, well, very important question for you then. The Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, is that going to Three Fingers Johnson since his nickname is a farce?
It's going to John in the chat because he's a medical professional and said that no, it's going to Dontrell Inman. I think 30.7% owned in our free contest. Also, just always a popular option as a wide receiver 3, $5,000, 2.7 points, and getting word now, 31.16% owned in the free showdown. That is just atrocious from Dontrell Inman to have 2 catches for 7 yards. And the fact that he had 2 catches and only 7 yards is ridiculous.
Wait, hang on. I'm muting for a
What? Oh, he's going to ask about the fingers. He's asking about the fingers now.
I don't have an answer. We're going to report back.
No answer? What do you mean no answer?
We're going to get back to I don't have an answer right. 10. My wife is saying 10. 10 fingers.
You have 10 fingers?
10 fingers.
Okay, why don't you ask Jesse?
All
right.
What are we talking about? We're talking medical?
No, we're not talking digits. We're talking fingers.
How many fingers? All right. Well, we'll ask Jesse. Jesse's dumped. We can see Jesse right now, and she is perplexed. She doesn't know where to go with this. We got Bengals and Lions on the way. No, that'll be at 10. At 8, I'll be back with Tom Ace with the Colts and Cardinals. Looking forward to it. My hand, if you can see it, is hovering. All right. Thanks to Deuce, to Mads, to Drew, and to Zach as well. Zach, we want your opinion. Jesse, take it away.
I mean, were we expecting less than 10 fingers? Like, I'm gonna need more detail. But
is the thumb a finger, Jesse? That's what we wanted to know, because people say you have 10 fingers, but then there was a discussion. Well, do you have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs? Your
thumb is a finger, obviously.
Well, there we go. That's the answer.
I'm pretty sure we would have heard that from like any of the doctor's appointments we ever went to growing up. That like I feel like that would have. A doctor would tell you have 10 fingers. So I just solved it. So 10 fingers. All right. Coming up at 8, Cough, like you said, going to be back with Tom Carroll, Colts Cardinals. That's featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, $5 entry, getting you a shot at $150 top prize. The free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first. Guys, baseball is back on Thursday. Opening day contests are available right now in the DraftKings lobby. We got a stacked 9-game slate starting 2 p.m. Eastern. Our feature contest for MLB DFS is the $500K season opener. That pays out $100K to first place for just a $15 entry. To help you fill out those opening day lineups, Adam Kaufman, he's back, caught up with a couple of our baseball gurus to break down their favorite plays for Thursday.
We've spent the last month and a half going division by division, looking at every single team heading into the new baseball season. But you know what? We don't have to do that anymore. We can get overarching because opening day, it has arrived. Thursday this week, very exciting with Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. And guys, let's start here. Daily fantasy, of course, that's what a lot of people are going to be caring about. And we have an MLB $500,000 contest available, season opener contest in the lobby, $150K going to first place. So just looking specifically at the opener, Bukes, a pitching option that stands out to you.
You know, there's so many big names on this slate that it's so easy to overlook Kenta Maeda. He was so good last year. He posted a career high in K percentage, 32.3%. Swing and miss rate was at 17.2%, another career high. Now he's facing a Brewers team that was one of the most generous teams in the entire league when it came to strikeouts against righties, 27.2%. Now, to their credit, they do have somebody leading off, Colton Wong, who is not going to be striking out a lot. He had one of the lowest K percentages in the leadoff spot, 14.4%. But after that, it is just a smorgasbord of people that you can strike out. Kenta Maeda is going to be a great play on opening day, and I think he's going to easily go overlooked because you look at the top of all the pitchers available, there is a lot of studs, as you'd expect, on opening day.
So that in mind, Garion, are you drawn to one of the studs?
I mean, I'm drawn to a stud. I don't know if he's one of the studs. That's kind of one of the weird things with the opening day slate. And I think the thing that I'm really kind of attracted to with Tyler Glasnow is he's under 9K. I think this might be the only time this season Tyler Glasnow is going to be less than $9,000. We're talking about someone who had a 37% strikeout rate last season. And he's 8,800 against the Marlins. I know we tend to be a pro Marlins sort of like conglomerative of people,
We do.
But the projection systems don't exactly love the Marlins this year. Fangraphs has them scoring the second fewest runs per game of any team in baseball. Generally speaking, with Glasnow, he's got reverse splits. He's had them the last 2 seasons, so I usually don't mind it when the team he's facing has a lot of left-handed power. Not the case with the Marlins. They are a very right-handed heavy team, aside from Corey Dickerson at the top of their lineup, but it doesn't matter. This is a great matchup for a pitcher with unlimited potential. And again, he's less than $9,000. So take advantage of the savings while you can with Tyler Glasnow.
All right, Gary, let's stay with you. So that's an arm. How about a bat for opening day? Who do you like?
I'm going to avoid the temptation of taking a Dodger playing in Colorado, but I'm still going to take one of the big names. Fernando Tatis Jr. against not only a left-handed pitcher, but a left-handed pitcher whose name is Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner was terrible last season, and I know some of the reports about his cutter velocity from spring training have been slightly positive, but you're really looking to find anything to salvage that guy's career at this point. Even if he's up a tick from 83 miles per hour, he's still not sitting at 87, 88 like he was when he was Mad Bum coming out for Game 7 of the World Series. So he was awful last season. No qualified pitcher in baseball, aside from Bumgarner, gave up more than 10% barrels per plate appearance, and he was up at 11.1% last season. Guys square him up. And, Tatis, the guy who was 100 percentile exit velocity and 100th percentile hard hit rate last year, probably going to get a chance to barrel him up. So Tatis against the left-hander, back in 2019, it was automatic. Let's start it again in 2021.
Bukes, are you also motivated by targeting a specific pitcher?
I'm targeting a specific hitter because that's the question here. We're talking about a hitter.
Yeah, I understand that. But are you drawn to a hitter because of a specific pitcher? It kind of sounds like Gary is going after Mad Bum to a degree.
Okay, I'll give you my analysis here.
Right.
I'm with Gary, and I'm on with the Padres here. It's not Fernando Tatis Jr. because if there's a segment that I'm involved in, Tatis Jr. is always the answer. So just put that in your brain, okay? We don't have to talk about it. But let's talk about one of his teammates in Will Myers, who's 4,700. He absolutely crushed lefties last season, and that carried over from what he did against them back in 2019. In those 2 years, 342 WOBA, 223 isolated power, 33 home runs in that span. Right-handed bats, as Garion so eloquently alluded to, continue to be a massive problem for Madison Bumgarner, especially with giving up home runs. He gave up 11 home runs last year to righties in a span of 30 innings. If that is the pace that Madison Bumgarner is going to be giving up home runs into a full season this year, that is going to be a gigantic number. It might match the win total with the Pirates in this upcoming season. So that's going to be something to watch. Will Myers, 4,700. He's not someone you usually look at on a normal basis, but lefties, that was his forte over the past 2 years. Should continue on opening day.
So Gary, and his answer was pretty much yes then?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. All right, Bukes, back to you. How about a value option at the plate?
This is not somebody you're going to be targeting all the time, but this is somebody you definitely want to target when they're on a hot streak. And if he continues to hit like he has been in spring training, Jock Peterson at 3,400 is a steal for opening day. He should have a near everyday role with the Cubs, which is probably going to be to his detriment. But like I mentioned, he's absolutely tearing up spring training. He is tied for the lead in home runs amongst all hitters with 8 through 18 games. Now he's going to face Chad Cull, who has historically struggled against lefties. And if there's one thing you want to do with Jock Peterson is you want to ride that hot streak when it is there, because he is a home run hitting machine when he is hitting the ball well. That is happening right now. It is not going to continue all throughout the season, but when he's locked in, like he is right now, $3,400 is a measly price to pay for somebody that has an extraordinary chance of taking him deep.
Anyone else who's cheap, who's feeling good coming out of the spring for you, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to diversify here and talk about a different matchup, but then I saw that Tommy Pham is $3,100 on this slate. I mean, Bukes will remember this. Oh, wow. Last year, just every time you went into a slate, it was oh, Michael Brantley's way too cheap again? Why? What is going on? And maybe Tommy Pham is going to be like this year's Michael Brantley. I don't know. Yes. But one of my favorite things about spring training is just, one, stupid spring training stats, and two, stupid things connected to stupid spring training stats. And we have like a great one with Tommy Pham, who started the spring 0 for 17, then got his contact prescription changed and has been raking ever since. Like, I don't know. Might be
imagine being able to see better.
Can't 30/20 vision. I assume that's how vision gets better. I don't know. I'm not an optometrist. Anyway, this is someone who, you go back to the start of 2018. He has a 397 WOBA against left-handed pitching. He's probably going to hit 4th or 5th in this lineup for the Padres on opening day, maybe 6th. I don't know how it all breaks down, but he's going to have a high leverage batting order spot in a lineup that is going to be projected to have one of the highest totals of the slate, going up against a pitcher who is now a gas can in a left-on-right matchup, and he's just over $3,000. It doesn't make any sense.
Who are you going to stay away from, at least for the opener?
Kyle Hendricks. This is a weird one because I think, obviously in a vacuum, Kyle Hendricks for less than $8,000 against the Pirates just seems like it checks every box. And I understand that, but I think he's going to get a little chalky just with the price you have to pay to fit some of these pitchers into your lineups, the price you'll have to pay to get some of those Dodger bats in Colorado or Tatis or the Padres stack or what have you. I think a lot of people are going to say, hey, Kyle Hendricks against the Pirates, that's a layup. I'm just going to take that. And Kyle Hendricks at like 35% ownership on a 9-game slate is not something I'm really interested in, especially a slate like this where so many of the starters have such a high ceiling. I mean, you look at Hendricks, he's just not built to be a DFS stud. Great real-life pitcher, but the strikeouts aren't really there. And last season, in his 12 starts, he only exceeded 25 DraftKings points twice. So even at his highest end potential against the Pirates, who are probably the worst team in the league and the best matchup you can draw, if he brings back 23 points at 30% ownership, that's just not going to get it done in GPPs.
Who are you fading opening day, Bukes?
Yeah, Ozzie Albies is the most expensive second baseman on this slate at $5,000. Can we get that gif of Ryan Reynolds when he's like, but why? Can we put that right here? If not, it's okay. Just pretend it's right here. I don't get it. Like, why is he the most expensive second baseman? Now, to his credit, his best hitting came against righties last year because, quite frankly, he didn't do anything against lefties. So it wasn't a high bar to clear. But he's facing Aaron Nola, who doesn't give up really anything except ground balls, over 50% last season. He keeps the ball in the park. He very rarely loses his, pinpoint command. So why would I pay $5,000 for Ozzie Albies? I mean, is there other matchups where I would consider doing that? Of course. But not in this particular scenario. He's going up against the Phillies' best pitcher at a position that I quite frankly don't want to be paying up for at all. Garen just mentioned you get the guys in Coors Field, all the studs taking the mound. Albies simply doesn't fit the mold here. So at $5,000, he's a fine play on most nights, but here on opening day when there's so much to pay up for, this doesn't make sense.
Opening day is upon us. Should be a fun season, boys. Look forward to it. Thanks so much.
Coming up after our next sim, we're going to dive into some betting analysis on the upcoming MLB season with Gary and Steve. But right now, it's time to tell you guys about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is celebrating the return of baseball with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion, which runs through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn a different bonus every day. Today's bonus: enter any paid Thursday MLB contest on Tuesday. If any player hits 2 or more home runs on Thursday, you get 1,000 crowns. Check back each day for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for more details. All right, simulated football is on the way, but first let's talk about the real thing. In Ross Tucker's latest Even Money podcast, he sits down with some of his usual suspects to analyze their 2020 NFL bets and look ahead to how they can adjust in 2021.
All right, so what about by team, Sean? Because I know you went in and you found out how we did by team as well.
Yeah, so I just did this one more for interest's sake because I realized, so I've spent a lot of time over the past few weeks re-listening to lots of episodes, double-checking everything, and quite often the theme was coming up on a certain year, oh, well, I'm not betting on the Browns anymore because they're killing me every year, and I wanted to see, is that actually true or not? So, for last year in particular, I was able to look back. Ross, your best team for the year was the Panthers. So you finished up 6 units on bets on the Panthers. And interestingly, you picked every team in the NFL at least once throughout the year. Steve only hit 30 of the 32 teams. Left off the Chiefs and Washington. Never got a pick from Steve during 2020. But there wasn't really any huge similarity between the two. Ones that you did well on, Ross, like the Panthers you did really well on, whereas Steve's best team for 2020 was the Rams, returned the most. Maybe the closest, I believe, was maybe the Falcons. You both did pretty poorly. The Falcons treated you both pretty poorly in 2020. But yeah, I just wanted to see if, because quite often we listen to that anecdotal stuff and start believing that it's actually accurate that we're getting screwed over by a particular team. And so I just went through and had a look at it. But yeah, I was really surprised you'd hit every single team. So you did well. But yeah, so Steve's worst teams were the Lions and the Jags. Cost him, he ended up -5 on those teams. And Falcons, I think you ended up about -4 on the Falcons as well. So they weren't a great team for either of you. Yeah, I found it interesting. The least bets you had placed, Ross, was on the Chargers, because even listening back, I was thinking almost every episode you had an opinion on the Chargers, and it was going to be, oh, well, they're going to lose this by a field goal. And then I was actually surprised that never translated into picks, or only once in the whole season it translated to actually acting on that advice. And
that's a good point, because I said that every game. It's interesting I didn't end up betting it that much. Sean, this is really cool. I mean, I don't know how you went back through and got all this stuff, but this is really cool. My best team was the Panthers. The Panthers were good to me. Worst team, Falcons. I am surprised, Steve, that you didn't bet on the Chiefs once. Really surprised. I'm also surprised you didn't bet on Washington, because the Chiefs had so many games in a row where they didn't cover. And then I remember you saying, well, they got Alex Smith now. He's so much better than Haskins. I thought for sure you bet on Washington.
Yeah, it's interesting. I stayed away from the Chiefs. I certainly I picked them to win the Super Bowl the year they did win. And I was high on the Chiefs, but I was like, the point spread tax has just gotten to this team this year. And so I was correct to stay off of them as they went through, that horrible run of 9 straight games without covering. When it comes to the Washington football team, it's an example where I liked Alex Smith. I didn't know if he was fully recovered, but I absolutely hate the organization. So sometimes you just say you have an organizational bias that says, you know what, I can't bet on this Washington team. They do the organization does so many things wrong. I want to avoid them. Just like I don't want to bet against New England because they do so many things right.
Will you take anything away from this, Steve, for next year? From, the Lions and Jags being bad for you, the Rams being good for you, or not at all?
One thing that I will take away is that historically you can make money betting on bad teams in the right spots. I wonder if I've taken that too far. It's like, I make fun of the Lions. I talk about Jacksonville being a paycheck town where players go there to get their money and to, enjoy the weather. And I think I got to take it more seriously that, there are just some teams that the numbers will say, hey, there's value catching all these points. But you want a team like Carolina that's on the come, that has a plan that you all think Carolina a couple years from now will be a good chance for playoff contention. I don't think any of us is bullish at all about the Lions, going forward next year or 10 years from now. And I've often said, if you're a bad team in a city like Detroit, how are you going to attract free agents? You want to get Ross Tucker to block for you? Hey, he'll block for $3.5 million in LA. And he needs $5 million if you want him in Detroit, right, Ross?
I'll go wherever the most money is, but if it's tie, I'll probably go to LA. Now, this last graphic that you sent me, Sean, I don't even know what the heck this is or how to describe it. You've got 2 plots showing bet outcomes of each week from 2018 to 2020. We have a pattern emerging. Poor performances week 7 through 10. What does that mean?
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things. It's a really small sample size because we've just got the 3 seasons in there at the moment. But again, when I was looking at it, I was thinking, by maybe, week 7 to 10, you're kind of in your groove and you know what these teams are and what's happening. But each year it seemed to be showing that this led into a bit of a downturn for yourself and Steve. Lower returns and even weeks of bigger losses. Most years as well, you guys start really quick as well, where, up nudging double unit profits early on. And this seems to be a period each year where things come down to earth a little bit. Even years where you've had a really nice finish to the year, some of the years where you got up to 20s plus 20 units, this period always ended up being a bit of a downturn and coming back to almost even before escalating again. And my initial thoughts were, well, surely this is where we know a lot about the teams, and I just didn't know if there was something I was missing in that, but why that could be a period where struggles start to happen.
I have a theory. It has nothing to do with the NFL, and it has everything to do with the calendar schedule for myself. Week 7 through 10, that's November. What happens in November? NBA starts. College basketball starts. College football's still going on. So now, as a bettor and a handicapper, I'm pulled in so many different directions. How can I focus enough on the NFL? But boom, by the end of November, college football pretty much is almost done with. And now I spend less time on college football, and now I can devote more of that time necessary to win in the NFL.
With Billy Horschel coming off a victory and match play victory at that in his 6th PGA Tour win, we now move on to the Valero Texas Open with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Can't wait for this to get started because that means we're 1 week away from the Masters.
Well, obviously, normally in this position, we'd be talking a whole lot about Dustin Johnson. Not the case. He is not part of this weekend's event. Instead, we look, obviously, to Tony Finau, who is the favorite on the DraftKings Sportsbook, plus 1,100 odds. He's got a handful, half dozen of top 10 finishes, couple of runner-ups as well. Is this the week that he finally breaks through?
Yeah, well, first of all, Adam, great run by Dustin Johnson here. He committed to the field on Friday afternoon. By Monday afternoon, he was gone. Nice little run for a few days for DJ in the field, who never even got to San Antonio and might not have even seriously thought about playing in this one. But for a little while there was indeed the favorite. Now it falls to Tony Finau, and quite frankly, anyone who's paid any attention to golf over the last 5 years, you don't even have to be betting on it. You understand that Tony Finau is not exactly a shoo-in to go out and win golf tournaments. The fact that he's still a favorite is a little mind-boggling, although you look at the field and it sort of makes sense. But no, I am not chasing Tony Finau as a favorite this week, having not won a golf tournament in over 5 years now on the PGA Tour.
All right, maybe you like one of the options that are just under Finau a little bit better. Obviously, you have Jordan Spieth plus 1,200, Scotty Scheffler plus 1,400. If you were to put a little stock in one of those two, who would it be?
Yeah, I think Scotty Scheffler, even though he's young, he's big, he's strong, I still think he's got to be a little wiped out from playing 122 holes at the Dell Technologies match play this past weekend. That's 50 more holes than guys usually play at a 4-round stroke play event. So I think Scotty's a little wiped. I'm going to go with Jordan Spieth. I think it's going to be a good week for Jordan. I think Jordan himself hopes that it's not a great week. I know that he needs a win. I know that it's been 3 years since he's gotten into the winner's circle. He's not going to turn anything down, but he is looking ahead more to next week in Augusta National than this week at the Valero Texas Open. Again, he won't turn it down. I think he's going to play well, but I really like him a week from now at Augusta.
So rounding out the group then of guys with plus 2,000 odds or better, there's also Abraham Answer, Hideki Matsuyama. You have defending champ Corey Connors. Of that trio, who do you like best?
Yeah, process of elimination, I'm going to remove Hideki Matsuyama, who has only one top 10 in his last 15 starts dating back to the beginning of this season in September. And so I like Connors a lot. Obviously, the defending champ from 2 years ago, they did not play this event last year. He was a Monday qualifier who 6 days later got that golden ticket, not only a victory, but the final entrant into the Masters field in 2019. That said, I'm going Abraham Answer. I think this is a really good course for him. He played very well at the match play before being bounced in a playoff on Friday afternoon. I think Abraham Answer, very hungry to get after that first win. We've only seen 3 first-time winners in 26 events so far in this PGA Tour season. Jason Kokrak, Carlos Ortiz, and just this past weekend, Joel Damon at the opposite field event in Punta Cana. I think that Abraham Ansar is at or very near the top of the list of best players without a PGA Tour title. I think it's coming soon. It could happen this week.
You know, Charlie Hoffman won this event in 2016, couple of runner-up finishes since then, including the last time he played in the tourney, as a matter of fact, but plus 3,300 odds. How do you feel about him?
I feel great about Charlie Hoffman. Better thing is Charlie Hoffman feels great about Charlie Hoffman. One of my buddies, my old colleague, Will Gray, who now works with NBC Sports, unearthed this Instagram post from Charlie from last year, I believe it was, where he's wearing a t-shirt with the Valero Texas Open logo, except it says the Charlie Hoffman Open, and it's got his career earnings of $3.7 million on there. He's 14 for 14 making the cut at this event. Obviously loves it. Obviously likes making money here, and I can't see it stopping. I think Charlie Hoffman's going to have a good week.
I think we all need those shirts.
I'd love a Charlie Hoffman Open shirt with his career earnings at this event. We might.
Yeah, mine would be a very underwhelming shirt. Adam Kaufman, $200,000 net worth. Who are some of the long shots that you like?
Oh, there are a handful this week. Jonathan Vegas, a little off the beaten track. Brandon Grace is a guy that I like. Matthew Neesmith. You talk about a Cinderella story like we had 2 years ago in Corey Connors. Matthew Neesmith is a guy who grew up in North Augusta, going to the Masters every single year from the time he was 8 years old. Would be a great story if he's able to win and get into the field. Those guys are ball strikers, and they should fit this course pretty well. So I like each of those guys this week.
All right, who's your pick to win this thing?
Haven't mentioned him yet, but Ryan Palmer has gone 11 years somehow without an individual victory. Won the Zurich Classic with John Rahm 2 years ago, but Rahm's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Ryan Palmer's 26th in the world. He has 15 top 25 finishes, I believe, in his last 25 starts. And so this is a guy that's consistent. He shows up, and he's played well here. The Texan has 3 top 6 finishes in his last 5 starts at the Valero Texas Open. It's about time for Ryan Palmer to get back into that winner's circle. I like him this week.
We'll see if we're talking about him this time next week. Should be a lot of fun. In the meantime, enjoy Jason Sobel, Action Network. Thanks, bud.
Thank you.
right, guys, we're minutes away from our next Madden Sim, but here's what else is happening on DraftKings. There's still time to play in an NBA DFS contest tonight. We got a 2-game late slate locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. Our feature contest for that one is the 150K fadeaway. Pays $50K to first, $15 entry. We got an NHL Showdown contest locking in just a few minutes for the Stars and Preds. 3K Twine contest pays out $1K to first place, $10 entry. Hurry up and get those lineups in. And of course, the NCAA tournament rolls on tonight. You can check out the odds and lines for tonight's game between UCLA and Michigan, as well as tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can find up-to-the-minute odds and lines for MLB, PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. But now it's time for our 8 p.m. Madden Sim between the Colts and Cardinals here. Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll with the call.
Jesse, take a breath. It's okay. Don't rush on our account. We'll get here when we get here. You know, we'll do the sim will happen. People want to hear what you have to say. Swallowing all those words. How are you, Tom Ace?
I'm doing well. I respect her speed reading, honestly. I'm telling you, I've said this before. I get fired up when Jesse gives an intro. Like, I'm ready to run through a wall right now.
It wasn't Pierce Dietrich level speed, but, you know, she is human after all. And that man is a micro machine imitation robot. So, with Tom Carroll, I'm Adam Kaufman. Lineups have locked, obviously. So, tell me, for this Colts and Cardinals sim, what's your lineup looking like?
Okay, so the Colts are sort of a weird team for me. I never really know how to figure them out in Simland, but I gave it my best shot here.
The old college try.
Yeah, where is it here? 1 second, having trouble finding it. Okay, here we go. I got Kyler Murray in my captain spot. Just had the highest projected point total of both teams for dudes that I could pick, so I went, hey, he seems good. So I went that way. Then I went Kenyon Drake, RB1, good for, score or two here and there, threw him in there. Then I went with Hines because that dude is just so electric. He can pop one off. Paris Campbell, the Blankenship, and Colts DST to round out the lineup.
Well, I always appreciate when people are going to board the Blankenship because, as we know, that man has got a leg on him. He's got a boot. He puts the people... in the rear view when he is on. He could go for double digits today. We'll see. So I'm hoping my lineup does a heck of a lot better than things went for me in the happy hour sim at 6. This is prime time. This is when we need to, announce ourselves. And here's what I've got. Kyler Murray in the captain spot. Chalky, I know, but you know what? I'm feeling it. Also have Kenyon Drake, who once upon a time was hashtag team always fade. Not Madden 21, folks. Madden 21, the man's respectable. Nyheim Hines, Zach Pascal, Christian Kirk, and Zane Gonzalez. So I went with the other kicker. We'll see how it plays out for me.
Wow, kicker battle here. I love it.
That's right.
Pretty similar lineups. So we're going to have a few rooting interests that cross over here.
Naturally.
I respect it.
Brian in the chat says, hey, Koff, how many fingers am I holding up? I got to assume you are giving us the peace sign, but I know where that's coming from. I got to tell you, Tom, I don't suspect that you were listening to the previous sim. I don't blame you for that. But I would tell you, if you happen to have just, an hour of free time and absolutely no better way to spend it, hard to imagine, I know.
Okay.
Or even if you wanted to go back on YouTube and double speed it and do it in a half hour, sometimes I'll do that if I want to catch up on one that I feel like I just need to hear, like the Glash and Babysitter Billy and Rossi extravaganza the other day. If you want to listen to the last sim that I did with Kenny, just prior to us getting together here, I'm not kidding. For Mads, for Drew, for Zach, who are all here for it, for all of you in the chat that were here for it, I am genuine when I say this, is Kyler Murray spins out of trouble, back into trouble, then throws it away as he gets right back to the line of scrimmage, incomplete pass. That is the most fun sim that I have been part of in, maybe ever with Kenny, and definitely in a little while, in recent memory. I had a genuinely really good time on the last sim. It got off the walls in a hurry, and we went down a number of different rabbit holes, but it was a fun time. I was laughing a lot.
So, you got to give me some cliff notes here. Like what down? Like, were you and Kenny just going back and forth?
Matt says it can't have been better than with Tom and Eric on Sunday. See that one, and look, love Tom Ace here, love Winalda clearly, but that was just a different kind of sim. That was nostalgic. That was thinking back on the 1 year, it was learning a little bit more about soccer. It was just, having a good time with a member of the DK Sim fam who also just happens to be an international soccer star. That was great. That was a great time. Nobody's denying that. But I didn't laugh nearly as much in that sim as I just did in this previous one. I'm going to tell you why. We started off for a considerable amount of time, but I don't think we overdid it, talking about as Kyler fumbles it, Cardinals get it back.
Come on, Kyler.
Actually turn that into a solid gain out to the 34 and a 1st and 10 on the way. We spent a considerable amount of time to start off the sim talking about Kenny's very legitimate, legitimate in his mind, legitimate as in real, not legitimate as in justified, legitimate disdain for being called Buddy.
Okay.
And feeling as though Buddy is just such a demeaning way, like, hey Tom, what's up, buddy? How are you? That's like the insulting. He is just that beside himself. Like, it's like you may as well call him bleep face. You know what I mean? Like, that is how he interprets being called Buddy. Doesn't like it. So we spent a little time on that, which was kind of fun. And then we got into a very passionate discussion involving the chat over how many fingers a person has. Do you have 8 or do you have 10? Do your thumbs count as fingers?
Oh, I see.
Or are they just, or is it like you have 10 digits, and to say you have 10 fingers, we have been lying to ourselves all this time. So it was a fun sim. I liked it.
Okay, all right. I like the question. It's obviously 10. It sort of goes back to the hot dog sandwich argument.
I don't think a hot dog sandwich argument has an obvious answer. I think people feel very strongly about it one way or the other. I do not believe that has an obvious answer.
Well, I mean, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
That was just a perfect way to handle that. Well, I mean...
Look, people know where I stand on it. I've done extensive academic research on this topic, but I'm applying the same logic to the finger-thumb argument.
Sure.
Thumbs fall under the finger tree.
Tom says, what'd your finger say, Koff? 8 or 10? She sort of, rode the fence, really, because she and my wife works in medicine, so I felt I'll go to a quote unquote expert on this issue.
Professional.
And and she said, she's like, you have 10 fingers. Like they're technically digits, but like, what are we doing here? They're, but other people like Kenny maybe on the 8 train. Brian says, Koff, I'm so glad you had a good time because that was a miserable sim. I disagree. I thought it was a fun sim. That's an incomplete pass. We wound up having actually a pretty good game.
So, Kenny is just an agent of chaos.
He is. Absolutely.
Like, he's taking a firm stance on this buddy thing just to have something to be angry about. Here's your kicker, by the way.
All right, Zane. Finish it. Get the job done. From 27, a little chip shot. We don't miss these in Madden 21, do we? 3-0. Cardinals in front. Mad says Kenny lives for the thrill. Look, I said to Kenny, so I'm not saying this, I'm not speaking out of school here. I said to Kenny, my favorite Kenny to work with, the only Kenny I want to work with, is a heated, passionate Kenny. And if he shows up to the sim, a little melancholy or just a little monotonous, a little monotone, a little not heated Kenny, damn it, I'm going to find him. Yeah. I'm going to find him and I'm going to bring him out by the end of that sim. I don't care what it is we talk about. We're going to get there.
Yeah, maybe he was up late handicapping a tennis tournament in Dubai or something,
Oh, Brian said, I misread. I'm sorry. Brian says, no, Koff, not miserable. I said memorable. It was a memorable sim. Absolutely. You are right about that.
Wow, you're really doing a good job selling me on this, Koff. I might have to go back and check it out.
Someone asked,
if you haven't seen it live, people in the DK Sim fam should go back and check it out as well.
When someone says, wait, how do we double speed it? Happy to tell you. Yeah, if you missed the dream stream and you want to relive the whole party, you can just go back and crush it in 6 hours as opposed to 12. You can do it. That ability is there for you. So go to, this is like Jeff telling you how to hit the like button, except I'm really going to do it. If you
Speaking
are watching,
of which, I'm going to do that.
Now, I'm sure there's a way to do it on, I know you can do it on your phone. I've done it there, and it's a little bit different. I assume you can do it on the television. I've never tried. Here's how you do it on the computer, because that's what I'm looking at, so that's what I'm going to tell you. Go to Settings on the screen, which is, you scroll up over the screen, and it's that gear looking thing. Go to settings, then go to playback speed where it says normal. Go and click 2. Okay, go and click 2, and you're going to get it in double speed. Now you can't do that in real time. Tommy and I here can't talk in double speed. You got to rewind it. You got to rewind.
Jessie can though.
She can, and then you will get it in double speed.
All right.
The Guru said Kenny laughed. He referenced the chat. He was a different person. Look, not to make this about me, but I happen to think Kenny enjoys working with me. I think he does. I think he's relaxed. He's in a calm place. I think things get a little hostile when he's with Glash. I think he kind of alluded to that. I think he said as much. I think the buddy thing was a lot more about Glash than it was about the buddy thing. That's how I feel. I feel like he sort of spoke to that as well. I think Kenny and we are in a good place. He doesn't view me the same way he looks at Glash or Bukes.
No, him and Glash have a weird thing. Like it's almost like a rivalry.
Yep, a little bit.
I don't really know how to explain it.
Evan says, thanks, dude. Often trying to catch up. Well, there you go. Sean says, hey,
So-
Cop, you've been fishing this spring? I have not. I'm not a fisherman. The kids like to fish. But no, not me.
Koff, you brought up Bukes, and I've been meaning to ask you about this. So Rossi's really
Is he
burned
really
by
that
the
mean?
fact.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, what's that?
he's really burned by the fact that you followed Bukes on Twitter
Twitter thing,
and didn't follow him.
Yeah, it's really, it's
irksome to him.
He plays it off like it doesn't,
No,
actually
he's burned
he's
by
bothered
it.
by it. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I can tell. So,
So,
it's really become a thing in his head.
I want you to explain the rationale.
He won't play me in NBA head-to-heads anymore until I've followed him on Twitter, I guess, or until this spat has been resolved. And I even said this on the sim yesterday, that, you know, like I have trouble with that, because if I then follow him on Twitter just to get him to play me in NBA head-to-heads again, then if he wins, it's like I'm buying his Twitter follow. Or if I win, it's like he's buying mine. Like, we may as well just make a bet. Like Samir wanted the Twitter follow, and this was him. I had nothing to do with this. Samir said to me, let's play NBA tonight, and loser has to follow the other on Twitter. That is the wager. And he lost, and he had to follow me on Twitter, and he now has to own it. And he just had, and that's a follow for life, man. He can't. It's not for a period of time.
He's
That's
locked
a follow,
in.
That is a follow for life. And yeah,
He's got to see
eventually I'll
all your
follow him back.
content, all your takes.
Right. I mean, he can mute me, and I would never know. But the follow has to be there.
It's a good way to play it.
It's 3-0. Yeah, I wouldn't blame him. Go ahead, mute me. Go ahead. That doesn't bother me for 1 second. I'm none the wiser. But the Bukes thing.
So why did he earn the follow over Rossi? I guess my question.
Bukes. So Rossi's new to the party, man. Like, Rossi just got here, and I don't mean like to the Dream Stream. I mean, like, Rossi and I have not even like hung out in person. I think we've only met in person one time, which was a couple years ago for 3 seconds. And that's not me looking at him as any less of a friend. I love Rossi, but we don't like have this backdated relationship that really predates the Dream Stream, similar to you and I. Like, you know, we had overlapped a little bit. We'd been in touch a little bit. We didn't like know each other. We weren't friends. You know what I mean? We've forged a relationship through this. Bukes has been, if I may, butthurt that I don't follow him on Twitter for years, to the point where he and Emerson, and I didn't know this until very recently. Apparently they did this years ago. Bukes went and Emerson both. They went and had T-shirts made that say "Koff doesn't follow me on Twitter."
Oh, that's fantastic. I need one of those.
And Bukes, I've never seen Emerson's, so I don't actually know that he has it. But Bukes wore it to a stream one day when we were working together.
That's awesome.
And it was like, man, I mean, this guy literally invested in the disdain for the fact that I don't follow him on Twitter. And I still held out for a long time, and eventually I just, you know what?
Wow.
I'm gonna throw the follow. And really what makes the whole thing comical, just to wrap this little ordeal, the whole thing that makes this thing comical is that any of, you know, I say you, the royal you, I don't mean you specifically, that any of you like care at all whether I follow you on Twitter. Yeah. You know, like it's astounding to me that because there are people that are legitimately bothered by it.
Yeah, people get offended, no doubt.
But that offends me. it offends me that you would be offended that I do or do not follow you on Twitter. Like, why does social media have to destroy relationships? I realize this is a much bigger social issue, and a very real one at that. Like, I legit, like, if I'm like on the therapy couch right now, I legitimately fear for my children's future in terms of like social media and anxieties that we didn't have to experience when we were kids.
Oh, there's all documentaries about it. I've watched them. They're terrifying.
My Facebook, we're like way off on a tangent. I just don't care. It's
I love it.
Arizona through one quarter. So I'm an old man, so I still have Facebook, and my Facebook memories pop up earlier as they do every day. And I look and I find this cute little picture of a 2 or 3 year old, version of my now 6-year-old. I don't remember exactly how old he was. And I pulled up the picture. I was like, oh, buddy. Look at this picture. You know, how great is it? You know what the first thing he says to me is? He's 6. The first thing he says to me is, how many likes? And I said, I swear to God. And I said, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, that's amazing.
He said,
wow.
He said,
6 years old.
He said, why? I said, because it doesn't matter. Who cares? I don't like, there could be 2 likes, there could be 200 likes. It doesn't make me like the photo any less, like as your dad. I'm
good for you.
I love this photo. I like, look at this cute little photo of you sleeping on the couch. How adorable is this? How many likes?
You know what? That's
how many likes?
Hilarious comment by your kid, but also scary because that was the first thing, like without even a breath, he thought of as 6 years old. Like that is terrifying. And this is no judgment on you. This is more of a judgment on society that a 6-year-old is already thinking that way. Like, I don't think kids should have phones until they're in like middle school when they need to get in touch with their parents, like for pickups, for rides and stuff after practice. Like I remember when I was in middle school, cell phones existed. And I'm not saying like, my parents are better than the other, but I'll just lay it out there. We didn't get cell phones until high school. I had a plastic baggie of dimes that I would keep in my backpack and use the payphone at the middle school to ask my mom to come pick me up after practice. And
guys,
I am so much better. I am so much better for that. So much better for that. And now kids have iPhones in like the first grade. It's truly killing brains.
Yeah, Madison says I didn't get a phone until high school, smartphone until college. Look, I'm older than all of you. I didn't get. As I recall, I had, like I'd be able to use one of my parents' cell phones when I was like home on break or whatever. But I didn't have my own cell phone until sophomore or junior year of college.
That adds up, like timing wise, of how the world was.
Imagine walking around the quad, actually just like hoping to run into somebody.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing later? I don't know. I guess I'll find you.
Right.
Imagine
how
that.
the world existed before technology like that is crazy to think about. Like, I used to call my friends' houses like hey, is Ben there? Can Ben come out and play? It's like, they don't do that anymore. They just text their buddies. Just society, man. It's all sorts of messed up.
Yeah.
There needs to be a market correction at some point.
Fantasy Hawk here says, well, I guess smug is genetic, Kaufman. LOL.
That's a great call.
You
son
of a gun.
To circle back to the t-shirt thing, I will buy one of those t-shirts. I think that is a hilarious... like, those t-shirts should be for sale by DraftKings. Like, the DK Sim fan would buy those.
It's available in the DK store.
I swear, people would buy those. That is a hilarious t-shirt. That's a great... And you know what? That is deserving of a follow. If we're going to be stingy about the follows, that's a deserving follow move right there.
Although I will say, I feel like this is what a jerk I am. I feel like part of my rationale in following him was to make that shirt obsolete so that now, like, he couldn't wear it proudly.
It's still a great shirt, though. It's still a great shirt. It's a relic.
Yeah, definitely a great shirt. No doubt about that.
That's fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
I love it, man. It's a great subplot. The whole Kaufman Twitter thing is such a thing that's in everybody's head. It's like you have so much real estate in everyone's head about this stuff.
And it just blows my mind.
And for you, that has to give you more motivation to be even more selective about this stuff now.
Man,
especially with people you know personally, because you know it messes with them.
Like, I love, like, like Reed and I recently followed Jeff on Twitter. Reed and Jeff, and Reed does follow me. Reed and Jeff have followed me for years on Twitter and have openly said, which I couldn't respect more, I don't care if you follow me on Twitter. We follow you. We happen to think we are better people for it, meaning, like, not because of what they get from my Twitter, but because, like, you know, they are proud enough within themselves to say, like, I'm gonna follow my colleague. I'm going to support.
That's what I do.
I'm going to support him, and if he doesn't want to follow, like, that's on him. If he wants to be a jerk and not follow me back. Whereas, like, I won't name names, but I'll let you guys run with your imagination. Some have followed me on Twitter and unfollowed and followed and unfollowed. You know, try like almost as a reminder, like, hey, still here, still out here.
Spark play.
And, you know, I fully respect, like, if the whole, especially Reed, like, and Moose is right. We've talked about the social media component of things, Moose and I, before, and we've done that little therapy session. So, you know, we've done it at length, so we won't do it again here at, you know, in any more detail than we already have. But Reed especially, Reed has been like, whatever, like, follow me, don't follow me, live your life, man. And I could not respect that more.
I absolutely love it. I love the intricacies of this thing. There's so much thought process going on all sides.
On something that's so incredibly stupid.
It's truly. There we go. Max Williams with the tud.
There we are. About to be 10-0 in Arizona. I truly, and I've said this before though, like, the whole, like, who shot JFK, I need to know how Glash got followed from my Twitter account. Because I swear on my children, I did not do it. At least not consciously. Maybe in the middle of the night, I somehow rolled over and, like, you know, like, I don't know.
So why didn't you unfollow?
Because then I felt weird. Then it would have felt mean.
Do you think that it was a work computer open situation?
I got hacked, and all the person did was follow Glash and got out.
It's been known to happen, man.
Nothing but respect. 10-0 halfway through the second.
I remember back in the day when if you were on a work computer and you had Facebook open, or
don't you dare leave that open.
Yeah, and then people would see. This was how innocent we all were. We would just make funny Facebook statuses for people, and then log them out.
Absolutely,
they would be good friends and log them out. I remember my college roommate had to use my laptop for something, and for whatever reason, he logged into his Facebook on my laptop, and he didn't log out. So when I logged on Facebook later that day, do you remember the feature of poking people?
I do.
I went in and
I
poked every single girl that he was friends with from Emerson on Facebook. Sent out like 200 pokes.
200 pokes.
And he kept getting, his phone was buzzing, like, getting notifications, so-and-so poked you back, so-and-so poked you back. And he was like, what the heck is happening?
It's so great. Or those people that would get, like, legit get into the poke wars, like, just poke.
Well, a few of those people were our friends, and, like, the pokes back and forth went on for like multiple years. It was great stuff. Some of my best work.
That, I mean, obviously, a lot of us have not been in real offices with coworkers in quite a long time here during this pandemic. But I mean, the number of times that I have, not at my own desk, but, you know, in a more
like
public
shared
setting,
office.
like, you know, a shared office. Yeah, you go to somebody's, you know, computer to, like, pull up your email, and you're just like, you know, pull up Google, and it instantly logs you into somebody else's Gmail who was there before you. But I could not log out of that fast enough. Like that gives me heart palpitations seeing someone else's email or Twitter or whatever logged in, because I instantly think, like, heaven forbid if this were me, what would someone do? Like, it truly, like, get in, get out. That,
yeah, 100%.
Oh, it just makes me nervous. Some people are really carefree about it. Like, whatever, hopefully somebody logs me out behind me. You know who those people are? People with nothing to hide.
I got nothing to hide, baby. The building you and I used to work in together,
yes.
When it was owned by CBS,
mm-hmm.
When I first started, and most places are like this, but our previous employer was notorious for this, very slow about giving, like, login credentials to new employees. Like,
yes.
It just took forever.
I remember
and I needed those credentials to do my job.
Yeah.
And a lot of what I was doing was nighttime stuff at that point. And the producer of the late night show on the Hub would have to log in with his stuff for me on, like, the side production computer.
Right.
And he had to do it for, like, the first maybe 3 months I worked there. And he
probably was so annoyed by it.
Oh my God. It was like I was asking him to sign away his life savings to me every single night. And it's like, dude, and he would, like, huff and puff about it. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what you want me to, like, I got pretty heated with him one night because it's like 11:59 p.m. I don't want to be there. All I'm asking this dude to do is put his password into the desktop on, like, this production computer, and he's acting like this is my fault. And I'm like, bro, you need to cut the BS on this. Like, just can you just write your password? Like, let's get a temporary password for you that you and I just know.
Right.
And he was like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And I was like, yes, it does, if you're going to be such a bleep about this.
Right.
And then he actually ended up leaving the station, like, pretty soon after. By the time he left, he still was having to give me his, like, on his last day, he had to give me.
You're gonna have to text or Slack me the name of this individual, just because I'm sure it's someone I know. Kyler Murray off and running. Hang on to the ball, man. Hang on to the ball. Did he fumble at the 2-minute warning, or was it just the 2-minute warning? I swear I thought that ball came loose.
So it was. I totally have gone through the people being very paranoid about stuff before, like, unnecessarily so. Like, dude, come on. Like, what do you think I'm gonna do here? I'm gonna put different stuff on your desktop? Like, what are we doing here?
Held on to it, obviously. Kyler with a completion as we are just past the 2-minute warning. It's 10-0 Arizona. Indy has done zip bagel up there. We'll get you some stats pretty soon here. Smash the like button. Let's get to 300. Huh? We got about 400 people watching on the YouTube. If anyone is just joining us, see America, yeah. There's a nice tribute to Team America. Who scored the touchdown. Hope everyone's having a great night and an awesome week. Max Williams with the score so far in this one. And, of course, his field goal.
I have Rodrigo Blankenship in my lineup for the first time ever. And I'm upset that he's not delivering as of right now. I was excited to look at that thick-brimmed glasses man in my lineup picture. I was happy to be aboard the Blankenship. I figured a nice indoor ride on the Blankenship would be fruitful for me, and that's not happening, and it's making me a little upset here. And I know it's early-ish, but we're getting to halftime, and I have not seen a ball go through the uprights for the Colts.
People are not happy about rostering any Colts players so far. Freak of Nature. I know it's more of a Glash thing, but Freak of Nature says, excellent energy in the Sims. Good energy in the Sim, guys. It's true.
It always is. Doesn't even need to be said.
Obi-Wan says, Westbrook going Kanye again. Update. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean he's going crazy? As in he's lighting it up? Because he's coming off of that, like, 100-point fantasy game.
Yeah, that was a wild night. Wild night. The assist number just blew me away.
He's the first player in NBA history to have a 35-point, 20-assist performance.
Insane.
Absolutely.
His numbers just...
goofy.
Insane.
I mean, he should be torching it tonight with Bradley Beal out. Again, whether he is or not, I'd have to pull it up and look at it, but he should be.
Yeah, he's at 44.5 already with 6:19 left in the third.
Nice.
We both have him.
2-yard pickup. Well, so it's a wash for you and I anyway.
Yeah.
Hopefully I have the advantage against some other people I'm playing. We'll have to see.
I mean, I saw that number.
A late one later, 10 o'clock, little 2-gamer.
It was obviously all over the internet that next day and that night. And I was like, all right, well, the next time I get an NBA in, I'm just going to ride that hot hand, especially with Beal out. Just need to do that. And I usually don't like playing Westbrook. And I know he's sort of a DFS monster, but I have a weird bias against Westbrook because his style of play, to me, is not winning basketball. And I know that it's hard for me to separate these two things sometimes. And this goes back to me being a DFS novice.
Sure.
I just, for whatever reason, I'm just like allergic to Westbrook. I see his salary and I'm like, nope, I can win without him.
Can't do it.
Harden should have won MVP.
Nope.
Can't do it.
No, I'm out on that.
But I've come around. I'm getting better, guys. I actually beat Koff a few times recently.
Yeah. You
I'm starting to learn how to do this thing.
I feel like you got me last. Did you get me last night or was it the night before?
No, I think you beat me the last time we played, but I've beaten you like 3 out of the last 4 or like 4 out of the last 6 or something like that. I've gotten you a couple times. You had a couple bad nights.
I'm just going to tell you, gang, Glash, I don't know what it is super lately. I'd have to pull up the little 30-day history, but he had a stretch there, maybe, I don't know, a week ago, something like that, where he beat me like 9 out of 11 times. He was...
He must have been going nuts.
He was no longer having to call me daddy. He was owning me for a period of time. But I've taken it back. You know where
You've righted the ship.
Yeah, I've righted the Blankenship. That's incomplete. You know where he kicks my butt though, like on the regular? We'll do Celtic Showdown lineups. Not to bring up bad memories for you. We'll do Celtic Showdown lineups, he and I, and he just, I don't know, he's got the magic.
He's just locked into the seas more than you, man.
Apparently.
You're not locked on the seas like he is.
Apparently. Final 30-plus seconds here of this second quarter.
I've got to tune into a Glash Celtics broadcast. Like, I want to hear Glash doing some doing some quarter breaks. No, doing some quarter breaks and halftime and postgame. I mean, if Glash ever filled in for Grandy, yeah, of course I'm tuning in for that.
Sure.
I don't see him doing that anytime soon. No offense to Glash, it's just
they already have.
Yeah, they have Wallach in place. Yeah. Love Johnny Ball game.
Sure. 4th and 3 from the 14 coming here for the Colts. So punts away in a moment.
Disappointing half. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, not great. Not great if you're into competition.
Speaking of competition, we're getting a little extra competition this year with the extra game.
So
becoming
I asked Kenny
official.
about it. How do you feel about a 17-game season?
I love it.
I know the motivation for the NFL, but how do you feel about it?
I mean, it's obviously more chances for these dudes to put themselves in harm's way. So, like, I get it from a player safety thing. Like, yeah, if you want to take that stand, you can. But as a fan, selfishly, it's more football. So give it to me.
Unless preseason. Who cares about the preseason?
Yeah,
This
preseason
is, again, from a fan
stinks.
standpoint.
Right, yeah. As a consumer of football, I'll take more football. So I'm not gonna grandstand about it.
By the way, we can get back to that. 2nd and 10 from the 36. Kyler, he's off again.
Ooh.
He's onto that ball. Kicking Club, I bring this up for a point. Kicking Club says Koff's a hustler. He lets you win a couple, and then he ups the ante and gets you in the end. I read that comment just to say, and people who I play regularly in the chat, obviously Tommy I play regularly, Drew I play regularly, who's our technical director, they will all vouch for the fact that no matter how well or poorly I am doing, the entry fee never changes. Never changes. We are consistent.
In fact, he's offered to go down, but no, never over 5.
Yep. It's Kenny who drives up the price on me.
Yeah, didn't he out of the blue randomly? What was it, like a random Lakers Jazz
like a
head-to-head or
Lakers
something?
Hawks $20 head to head.
Yeah, like 10 minutes before
tip
tip.
at all. Get out of here with that.
He was clearly trying to just catch you off guard.
Right.
There's no doubt.
Nuh-uh, fella. There's
Get
just so
outta
much
here
more,
with that.
and in general, and this is, whether it's a credit or a detriment to anybody, Kenny, Glash, me, anyone that does it, like showdowns in general, we know it, like football fans, know it. There's just so much more, randomness in a showdown than in a classic. In a classic, there's, I'm not going to say it's predictable, but it's you have a good idea of what, if you pay attention, what guys' usage rates are going to be, who's in the rotation, obviously who's starting, guys that are ruled out late, that type of thing. Like, you can, on paper, make a lineup that just makes sense. In a showdown, you can do that. It doesn't matter. Like, any guy can go off, especially in the captain spot, and just totally, mess things up. And so there's a lot less randomness at play in a classic format, regardless of the sport that we're talking about.
Yeah, and in the head-to-heads, and maybe I'm wrong here, I find it more difficult to have the good value on the back end of your roster.
Sure.
Whereas in the classics, you can kind of pick and choose where you think there's going to be value, but in a head-to-head, Celtics, whoever they're playing head-to-head, I know I'm limited to the Semi Ojales of the world and, the Grant Williams of the world. And, if they don't play, then I'm screwed.
Is a good one. Brewster B says, Cough, why does it look like you're in a sack? A lot of people have been all over my sweatshirt, which is so random because I've done like 600 plus sims, and I probably have worn this sweatshirt 100 times.
It's a great sweatshirt. I love the swoop neck. I'm a swoop neck guy.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. But for whatever reason, like tonight's the night that people are picking it apart.
Maybe your head looks particularly small tonight.
Well, coming
against my head, because I have a huge head.
Coming from the man known for the largeness of the
That's
head.
what it is. That's what it is.
LT the Great, who has taken a stand and not following me on Twitter. He wrote that earlier after our discussion. Because of my stubbornness, says, that's funny. I feel the complete opposite. Way more randomness in classics. I feel better at showdowns. To each their own, obviously.
I'm curious if you'd like to give your rationale for that. I'm curious, LT. Always good to get a good little DFS conversation going with the boys and girls.
Hit that like, too. Closing in on 300. Mads, Drew, Zach, all here. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. You'll hear from Jesse Cofield again just a little bit. Obviously, in between Sims. Madden After Dark on the way tonight. You will be back. Who you with? Christian?
Christian. I'll be in the one chair again, I think. I mean, I'm supposed to be. We'll see if Christian allows me to.
Wait, are we giving him a say in this?
I don't think it matters. He's just going to do his thing, and I love it.
Mads is the schedule maker.
I like the fact that the one time we worked together and I was in the one chair that he sort of just takes charge. He gets the ball and he runs. You just got to get out of the way. Two Rhode Islanders just doing their thing. Stuck here in the Midwest. Trying to make a living.
Trying and succeeding, I would say.
We try.
Yeah, on the 17-game season thing, I asked Kenny this. I'll ask you as well. Do you feel like this is setting up for 10-win teams being kind of the baseline? Or do you think we'll see some 9 and 8 playoff teams with the expanded playoff format?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
I think it depends on the conference. I think in the NFC, we're going to see more 10 and 7, and I think in the AFC we see more 9 and 8. Because I just think the AFC's significantly weaker in my eyes at this point.
Yeah.
Outside of the Chiefs and Bills, I don't feel all that confident with anyone else.
Brewster, I'm just waiting for a magician to push Koff's head down and close the bag to have him escape. Tom says Christian does that with everyone, though, even Koff. It's true. Like, don't ever be offended when Christian just goes into play-by-play mode. He just does that.
No, I know. I'm not offended. I was a little confused at first just because I hadn't worked with him and I hadn't, in complete honesty, heard him do a sim.
Sure.
And he just takes the ball and runs. He's a brilliant dude. He's throwing all sorts of facts out there. He's all sorts of statistics that I would never just have at the tip of my tongue like that. And I loved it, just making me a smarter football fan. And he keeps the thing moving. I was exhausted by the end of that broadcast.
There's no absence of information. There's an absence of scoring on the Colts side here, who have the ball. 10-0 Arizona from the 11. We'll see if Indy can end the drought, get into the end zone. Led by Phillip Rivers, who in my son's Madden League is now a Patriot, which is weird. And in real life is, of course, retired and coaching a high school football team. So there are a lot of versions out there in this universe of Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers was born to be a high school football coach.
It feels right to me. I agree with that.
It feels so right. Like wearing Harbaugh khakis, yelling at kids in a respectful manner. Like that's Phillip Rivers' life. That's what he should be doing.
I have no idea how old his children are. I could Google it, obviously. But just,
well, he had a few of them.
But
he had a few of them when he was at NC State, so he's definitely got some older children.
Oh, okay.
Like he was married early.
How many? He has 9 kids. Is that correct?
Something crazy like that. Here, I'm gonna do a little Phillip Rivers family research here.
I'm just wondering if his objective ultimately is to coach some of his kids.
All right, so his oldest is 18.
Way, Marlon Mack touchdown. Sorry, Naheem Hines owners.
According to Google, Haley Rivers, 18 years old, and then the rest are sub 18.
Okay. I mean, if he's coaching high school football in Alabama, like he's got to be moving the whole family there, right?
I'd have to imagine. So 8 of the 9 are under 18.
Ricky Robbie says Rivers going to be a strong high school coach here. To paraphrase, obviously. What would that? So, as we have a field goal,
I had a coach like that would never swear.
What's that?
I had a coach like that would never swear, but would yell a lot.
Well, what I was going to ask is, what is your? I don't have experience in this. Maybe some of you out there in the chat do. What do you suppose it would be like to play in high school, not even college, high school, for especially such a recently retired, but even in general, just a great, because Rivers is that. You know, you can debate whether you think Phillip Rivers is.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
he's 5th all time in passing yards.
Yeah, but he is a great of the game, no doubt about it. What would that be like? Just emotionally, mentally. It's got to be an incredibly cool experience, and I'm sure you're a little starstruck at the beginning because again you're a high schooler. But then, how quickly do you think that wears off to? It's like, all right, well, he's just coach.
Right. I have to imagine that after you spend a certain amount of time with your coach, that he just becomes like any old coach you've had. At first, got to be a starstruck type of experience. It would be interesting if he wasn't a good coach. Like he comes out of the gate and just doesn't know what he's doing. Then the kids start to resent him. Like, I'll be very curious to see how this plays out because we've seen at the professional level all the time and at the college level where the former player is an awful coach.
Sure.
It's more of the rule than the exception at this point. So I wonder if Phillip Rivers is going to be beloved by these kids or if they're going to be like, what is this guy yelling about? Get him out of here. He starts trying to get all of his quarterbacks to throw the ball like him with that weird sidearm move.
Right.
He creates a sidearm factory. There's just every year we get a recruit coming out of Phillip Rivers High School that has the same throwing motion as him.
A sidearm factory.
Yeah, kids.
All
kids
right,
move.
next in line.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like kids are moving from across the country. Like, well, I'm a really great sidearm quarterback, so I figured got to go play with the best. Really hone my skills.
That's pretty funny. 10-7 game.
Kenyon Drake having an awful game, by the way.
Not
at
great.
At half, he was 8 carries for 1 yard. That's awful.
Not great. So this is weird. This is completely off topic, but oh no, never mind. I take it back. There was something wrong with my computer for a second, and it was showing me that I had no upcoming contests, and I was wondering if Kenny withdrew his contest that he sent me, but I didn't think that was possible because I reserved entry into it, and it's there. So I apologize. I got off kilter for a second. Very confused.
I forgive you.
Well, then I was panicked that it somehow already, even though I knew in my head it wasn't until 10 o'clock, but did it somehow already start and I just didn't have a lineup in? Now I'm about to take a goose egg. We've all had, Tommy's been there. I've been there.
Yeah.
We've all had those, and that's just such a lousy feeling.
It just stinks.
Just a lousy feeling having that.
Because you're thinking about what could have been.
Knowing you're gonna lose. that you're not even. It's one thing going in not feeling confident, but at least you got a lineup in there. It's another thing to just know you've lost before it's even started.
You're waking up with no expectation of that little notification that says, "Congratulations, you've won $9."
What a world it is. 2.5 to go, third quarter. Be okay.
I hope so.
I just want to make
Looks
sure.
like the #1 overall seed is going to be advancing to the semifinals here.
Excellent.
In the NCAA men's tournament.
Good. Looking for that undefeated campaign. 2nd and 12 on the way from midfield here for Arizona. A couple minutes to go.
Do you think we're going to see an undefeated team in the NFL ever? Do you think that ever happens?
We came awfully close, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't want to talk
obviously,
about it.
we have seen it with
Yes,
with
in
Dolphins,
the olden days.
Correct. It was old format. Will we see it now in a 17-game schedule
With the extra game? It feels impossible.
A team going 20-0, because obviously it would have to be 20-0 at this point, as opposed to Patriots went 18-1, as we all know. Some of us still a painful memory, but others celebrate it. Will we ever see a 19, or rather now 20-0 team? It's really. I don't think so. I don't. It's just really hard to imagine.
We have seen the team win 20+ games over a 2-year stretch in a row.
Sure. Again, Patriots,
so
among others.
Right. So it doesn't feel impossible, right? But then when you think about doing it in one calendar year with the same roster, because when it's stretched across 2 seasons, and maybe this is obvious, but some people probably don't think about this, those are 2 completely different teams. When a football team gets together for training camp the following year, it's a different squad. Some of the pieces might look the same at the top, but generally speaking, it's really hard to keep everyone intact. So for one group to win 20 straight games with the way people study film and the way people practice and just the unpredictability of the game and injuries, it feels impossible. It truly does.
I just think between all of the good teams that are out there,
so many good teams.
If you were to look at anyone right now and say, who's going to do it? Well, you'd say the Chiefs, obviously. But does anyone really believe the Chiefs would go 20-0 over the course of? No. I think the most ardent Chiefs fan would have trouble believing that, in part because honestly, it's not even something that Andy Reid would opt to chase. Obviously, if it's there, if you can do it, and it's convenient, sure. But you're not going to go, stones to the wall to try and get it done. It's not important enough in the big picture as compared to being as healthy and fresh as possible in the playoffs and trying to win a Super Bowl.
Right. 100%. That 17th game, if they got things wrapped up, why would you have Mahomes out there for any significant amount of time? The answer is you wouldn't.
It'd be interesting to, as Kenyon Drake off
Making
the
up for
schneid
it.
gets a touchdown. It'd be interesting to talk with real football people about that. Prime example, by the way, Great Dane Nation podcast. You should check it out if you haven't. Tommy here with Morton Anderson, NFL legend, a Hall of Famer. I mean, have you asked him that question? What does he think? Is picking for wins or whatever his username is in the chat right now?
He's definitely not in there this evening. We've never talked about the whole undefeated thing. To be quite honest, it's because he played on a lot of bad teams. He gets semi-defensive when I bring that up, but he played on the Saints before Sean Payton was there, so that means not a lot of consistent winning. And I know the Dome Patrol was great, and the Jim Mora era was before Sean Payton, the most fruitful era for the Saints. I think I've said fruitful twice on this broadcast. So
That's
I'm going to
okay.
give
Go
myself
with it.
some points.
Sounds good.
Give myself
Sounds
some points
natural.
for that. So we haven't talked a lot. And then obviously those Falcons teams in the 90s were pretty good. But outside of those, I think he has a losing record as a player. But he's kicked a lot of field goals, man. Can't take that away from him. Scored a lot of points.
Nope.
He was on that really good Chiefs team in like 2003 that probably should have, if they had a defense, won the Super Bowl. That offense with prime Priest Holmes, prime Tony Gonzalez, Trent Green had this rebirth in Kansas City. Dante Hall was incredible, but they just had no D. Peyton Manning destroyed them in the playoffs.
Final play this third quarter here. 17-7 Arizona. We'll look at some numbers. Give you some Colts-related real-life news in a moment. And, just so you don't think it's a big market tease, it's really not all that significant. But it is real-life news, and obviously we'll provide that in just a moment. But looking at some of the numbers here, as it is a 10-point lead for Arizona, as mentioned. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, along with Mads and Drew, Zach, all hanging out. Murray, 211 passing, a touchdown. Rivers, 89. That is it. 9 of 12 for him right now. Drake, 12 for 14. That's not good, but he does have a touchdown to his credit. Murray, who fumbled the ball, has 6 for 72. Rushing bonus absolutely in play. Really, a double bonus is in play, especially if this thing were to happen to go to overtime. Hines, 6 for 27. Marlon Mack, a touchdown, 4 for 11. So Naheem Hines, not doing nearly enough for people out there, I would imagine. Max Williams, he had the first touchdown of this game. He is 7 for 79. Larry Fitzgerald, 5 for 52. You got 3 for 42 for Hopkins, 1 for 35 for Hilton, 3 for 28 for Burton, among others. The news, courtesy of Adam Schefter, veteran QB Colt McCoy signing a one-year deal with the Arizona Cardinals. So you got yourself another backup there, Kyler.
Koff, I'm not going to lie. I thought you said it was Colts-related news, but it turns out it's Colt-related news for the Cardinals.
If I did
say like
Colts,
that.
If I did say Colts, I meant Cards.
Okay, there you go.
Either way, your spin right there, it works.
I thought that's what you were going for. I was trying to give you credit. You should have just rolled with it.
No, I'm not that smart.
By the way, Great Dane Nation, this week we welcomed the start of baseball season with open arms. David Wells, 21-year veteran of the major leagues, joins Morton. Hilarious conversation. That guy does not give a bleep. He will let it fly.
I've spent some time with that dude before at a
amazing
event at Yankee Stadium a few years back, and I mean, he can talk, he's funny, does not give a bleep, like he said, and I mean, if ever there were a storyteller.
Yes, amazing. I say I don't want to spoil it, but really I just can't even mention some of the things he talked about. You guys just got to go check it out. Great Dane Nation, Wednesday evening, Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. Had a great career.
Can you wet our whistles a little bit? Can you give us a taste
so
of anything that he's got
the legendary story of David Wells. He's the 15th man in MLB history to throw a perfect game, but did so under the weather after a night of drinking many Diet Cokes with the SNL cast at an SNL after party. So goes through that whole thing, which he's done before, but not in a few years. So you got to hear that. And then, some of the pranks that Hall of Fame pitchers have gotten into that he's played with. Greg Maddux in particular has some great Greg Maddux stories.
Love it.
I had a great time being a part of that one. Just being a fly on the wall for that conversation. I was like, this is so fun.
That's awesome.
He
now,
pitched.
How long do those interviews typically go? When obviously you guys
it depends.
Had guests on.
Well, we like to keep them in the 35 to 40-minute range, but lately Morton's just been letting it fly, and we're coming in at about an hour. So I'll say 45 minutes is a good average, but
it's a lot of time. It's a good amount of time to catch up with somebody.
Totally. So David Wells, so like I said, 21 seasons in the majors, played for 9 teams. In that span, pitched with 19 pitchers that have either been on the Hall of Fame ballot or gotten into the Hall of Fame. So the guy has been surrounded by amazing pedigree throughout that whole career.
Rivers launching it on 4th and 18. Desperation mode, and he hits it. Touchdown, Indianapolis.
Wow.
Heck yeah. 67-yard score out of Zach Pascal.
Unreal. I did not think that was about to happen.
Nope. Nope. That reeked of desperation.
That was awesome.
How great.
Rivers with the weird throw. Finding his man. Sidearm, baby.
That's awesome. Who's got Pascal? I do.
I don't
Who's got
think
the
I
Pascal Rivers stack? You guys will be able to celebrate. That is for darn sure.
Let's check this out again. Now I'm in 58th, so that's bad.
I was 54th before that. We'll see what that does to this thing. I think it's going to shake things up quite a bit for people.
You said Pascal scored?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have him. I got Paris Campbell instead. See, Pascal, kind of a French name. Paris Campbell, Paris, France. Easy to
Something
make
about
a mistake
those
there.
Colts.
Pierre Garçon played there. They like the French.
So Brother Phil, by the way, says having a vet like McCoy in the QB room should help out with Kyler's development. I like the move. What do you think? You agree with that?
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense to have a guy like Colt McCoy in there. And he's a smaller quarterback too, so that can kind of help. And I know Colt's had some pretty bad-ish injuries in his career, but maybe it's like a cautionary tale thing. Like, hey, I'm a small quarterback. I've taken some bad hits. Like, don't do what I've done. Yeah, I think Colt McCoy, true professional. There's a reason why the guy's still in the league.
First and 10 from the 27 on the way. Kyler completes a pass to his left. 3-point lead for Zona. And 2nd and 5 on the way from the 32. Of course, Arizona with J.J. Watt now in the fold. Not here in these Madden Sims, but in general. Don't forget, folks, by the way, we got our great Madden tournament coming up. The Madden Bracket Challenge starting April 12th, running through the 19th. Right. Very similar to what you've seen in college basketball, albeit with 32 teams, not 64, but we will have single elimination bracket format. Just another way that we can bring a sim tournament to you. It'll be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it. More details on the contest, large prize pools, all that good stuff as we get a little bit closer. As we are on the cusp of April, my friend, it is March 30th. Hard to believe. We're almost there.
April Fool's Day right around the corner, Cough. You got any fun pranks planned? Don't tell me. It'll ruin the prank.
I've given, truthfully, I've given zero thought to it, and I can all but definitively promise you, nothing will happen.
You're not going to play a prank on your kids?
Well, maybe on the kids, but nothing like related to the Dream Stream or, when I am here with you on Thursday for a couple of Sims, there will be no pranks planned. So wow. fret not.
So that's Cough definitely warming you guys up to prank you guys. So just be ready for it. Stay on high alert.
Sims on Thursday?
I am off. I have so many good ideas. I'm not going to tell you though. Not publicly. Not publicly.
I was going to say you could text me some.
Brother Phil with a veteran QB comment here. One of the mistakes the Cowboys made with Dak was not having a good vet in the QB room with him. Got rid of Romo too soon. Dak could have learned a lot from him. I agree that having a vet in the room with Dak would be helpful. I think it's always helpful. But Romo retired, so and maybe he got pushed out behind the scenes. We don't know that, but
yeah, I don't think Romo wanted to be there anymore.
Romo was broken. I mean, the guy had some bad injuries in his career. The back injury was bad.
Well, he also just wasn't, ego comes into play. He wasn't looking to be there anymore to be a backup.
He wasn't there to be, the hold the water guy. He was a good soldier when Dak officially became the starter midway through that season when Romo was healthy enough to come back. And he helped Dak out immensely, and Dak has talked about that. But, Romo's career was over, unfortunately, because the dude was really fun to watch back in the day.
Still 17-14 here, and about 4 minutes to go in regulation. 2nd and 17 on the way for the Colts from the 7. Steven says, my ex-wife's birthday is April Fool's Day. Joke was on me, apparently.
Hey-oh!
Hey-oh! Rivers completes a pass, well shy of a first, but picks up 8. Chef Duke says Glash is going to act a fool on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that guy has plans for days.
Why should this day be any different than any other day?
That's going to happen.
Third and 10 coming from the 15.
All right, let's see if Philip Rivers can throw another bomb.
Fell up.
He's probably just getting the sticks here. No.
Feet were in. Lost a yard. No, picked up a yard. I'm sorry. Even still,
wrong yardage marker there. Had to go to the
Campbell.
The
4th
other
and 8 coming. Obviously, they're going to go for it. Well, I guess I shouldn't say obviously. It is a 3-point game. Deep in their own territory. I guess you do have to kick here. Yeah.
That's no fun, though.
Nope. Mike Drumma is currently leading our small free roll, 166 entries. I am in 36th. Where is Tommy Freeze Pops hanging out right now?
Last time I checked was not even worth mentioning, but let's see what we got here. We'll check it out here. App is opening. I'm in 79th, so congratulations to me.
Good.
Not great.
First and 10. Need a big defensive stand here. Colts, that's a good start. Kenyon Drake only got 1.
Went with the heavy wizard stack in my lineup tonight.
As one does.
And feeling good about it, although we washed out 2 guys.
I'm surprised it's only 2, honestly.
Yeah, I had the rookie in there from Israel. I always blank on his name. And he hasn't performed great yet, but
is that Denny?
Denny, yeah. I always mess up his last name, so I wasn't going to give it a shot.
I'm not sure. I almost rostered him, and I did not.
One of my best friend from college, his brother was an assistant trainer on Denny's team in Israel. His last year playing there. And he said that he was the coolest dude ever. So he was nice to my friend, so I root for him.
Nice. I like that. Well, I got to say, Westbrook's a wash for us. Joker's a wash for us. Hachimura's a wash for us. And you got a lot left in the 2-10 games. And I'm only up on you by about 30 points, and you have considerable minutes left. So you're in a good spot at the moment.
I feel not bad about it.
Yeah. You're in a good spot at the moment.
Avija.
Is that what
but see what the chat is just spelling it, but that doesn't help me with pronunciation, guys. Like we all know his last name. We can't pronounce the last name.
Trent says, my daughter was born April Fool's Day. She's about to turn 2. She's why I'm so into these Sims. I'm home with her, was so bored, then found this. Changed everything.
Wow.
We love to hear that, Trent. That's awesome. Congrats on your little one, by the way, and hopefully you guys are having a real good time.
Here we go. 3rd and 2 here. Big stop here if the Colts can get it.
Nope. Completed. Kyler Murray getting the job done. Great completion rate in this one. He is connected on the vast majority of his passes. And Max Williams building upon a big day. Might be pacing toward the Krustikov player of the game.
Yeah, well, I definitely know who my babysitter Billy is.
Avgia. Says one person. And then Adgia says another. Advia.
Yeah, see, this is why I didn't even try.
I think we just need to check out his highlights on YouTube and find out real quick.
Oh, Denny boy, the pipes are calling. He's just going to be Denny. Shout out to Denny's. Love the Grand Slamwich there. One of the best sandwiches in the game.
Alana says, my daughter just discovered the joy of saying whatever she wants and then saying, April Fools. So this will be fun. Tell her that's not how that works.
Or it is, and it's awesome.
April Fools isn't like going to confession. April Fools! Didn't mean it. Sorry.
JK. I used to like when I was a kid when PTI would do its full opening segment of just fake stories.
Yeah.
It got me a few times as a kid.
Unless you build it as breaking news, though, you couldn't get away with that now. Because everything is so accessible on your phone, social media, and push notifications and all that stuff that, like, you don't miss anything if you're sitting down to watch PTI. You're just sitting down to watch them talk about something you already know about.
Right. Just because you want to hear Tony and Mike, which I do. I love PTI.
Yeah, but you couldn't, you couldn't be surprised by
They
something.
can't fool me now.
Unless they build it as breaking news. So 231 for Kyler, a touchdown. Rivers, 196, a touchdown. Again, a lesser than Sims statistically, no doubt about that. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers, as we always do, as Tommy Boy, Tom Carroll, smells terrific. Probably thinking about his player honors and breaking out wooden nickels and all that good stuff. Murray.
Yeah, I want to give my babysitter Billy before I even see the numbers. I know he has a touchdown, but Kenyon Drake,
Wow.
23 yards on the ground, dude. Come on.
Didn't T.Y. Hilton go for a goose egg?
Yeah, but Kenyon Drake, RB1 on a Cardinals team that runs the ball. I mean, just miserable. T.Y., we all know how wide receiver ones, in quotes, sort of are in Madden. So I'm going Kenyon Drake, not my kid, not my problem.
He was the second highest owned in the free showdown notes, Mads, and that's at about 59%. That's a large free showdown. And ours, he was 62%, just behind Hines, well behind Kyler Murray, who, of course, was very popular, 85%, almost 30% captain. He was not bad. Relative to the sim, he was perfectly fine. Had 30 points in the captain spot. So Pascal goes 3 for 87. You have Campbell, 5 for 46. The touchdown for Pascal, by the way. Max Williams, a good day. Pascal went for about 18 in the flex. Let's see here. 20 for Max, 20 for Kyler. Those are your leading scorers. But who you got? Who is your...
I'm going with Kyler.
Yep.
Kyler, he didn't have an insanely good game, but it was sort of a bad sim. And, he did it with his legs. He did it with his arm. So
I would have thought Max would get the love. 20.9 points, high score, and only 23% owned.
Yeah, but Cardinals, they're not competitive in this game without Kyler. So I'm giving it to him.
Eric says, cough's a doubter to make you lose. Don't go to the Krusty Krab. Drinks are overpriced. Well, no wooden nickels for you, sir.
Absolutely not.
All right, so Kyle says he's out. See you tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out, obviously, here with us. But Dream Stream's not over, folks. This guy, Tom Carroll's coming back with Christian DeAndrea, the Rhode Island duo, in a little less than an hour for Madden After Dark. it will be the Bengals and Lions. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to hearing our guy Tom in the one chair and Christian in the one, the 1B chair.
1B,
with,
yes.
With a little bit of play-by-play mixed in. And let's see, for tomorrow, I will be with you. Tomorrow's Wednesday, Hump Day, Wild Weather Wednesday. I'll be with you for the 2 and the 4 with Kenny again at 2. Maybe we can relive some of today's magic, and then I will be with Christian at 4 o'clock. So should be a good time. But our thanks to Mads, to Drew, to Zach. Obviously, you'll hear from Jesse again in a second. Tommy, pleasure, buddy. I'm sure we'll be together again later in the week.
Off. We'll talk soon, bud.
Have fun tonight. Jesse Cofield, take it away.
Okay, like Kaufman said, Tom, I'm going to stick around, be joined by Christian DeAndrea, Madden After Dark, Bengals Lions. That game's featured in the Madden stream, 3K flea flicker, $5 entry, shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim has a $250 prize pool, $25 goes to first. All right, the countdown to opening day continues here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Before the last game, we got you ready for Thursday's DFS contest with Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan. Now the guys are back to discuss some of their favorite futures bets before the start of the season.
Opening day is upon us. It was a long wait, but we are here, fellas. Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne, both from DraftKings. I am as well. And we are all taking a look at the DraftKings Sportsbook angle of things. Of course, some of the best bets heading into the new year. Steve, let's start with you here and your favorite bet in terms of team win total going into the season.
Yeah, I love taking the Nationals over 84.5. I feel like they had such an underrated offseason, and people just don't want to give them the credit that I think they rightfully deserve. Grabbing Josh Bell, he's been crushing it in spring training. And I know you always got to take that with a grain of salt, but like Josh Bell is in a competent lineup for a change, and he's surrounded by good hitters. So pitchers are going to have to attack Josh Bell, which quite frankly, over the past few years, they haven't really had to do before. And he's responded. He's crushing the ball in spring training. Now they have Kyle Schwarber as well. You put Bell and Schwarber together, you legitimately could get over 30 home runs from both players throughout the course of the season. And then you add in the mix that they have that unbelievable rotation with Max Scherzer, Steven Strasburg, Patrick Corbin. Health is always an issue with those guys, so there is that. But if they're healthy, and then you put those two bats in the mix in a lineup that already was pretty impressive. Remember Juan Soto? Remember that guy? He's in the mix there too. That's a team that's going to make some noise. And in a division that, quite frankly, I think is wide open in the NL East, I think the Nationals can easily go over 84.5 wins.
All right, Gary, so Buke's high on the Nats. Where's your money going?
I'm going to stick in the National League and a division that is up for grabs, the NL Central. I like the Brewers to go over 82.5 wins. Kind of just hitching my wagon here to elite starting pitching, elite bullpen pitching, and hopefully Christian Yelich being any version except 2020 Christian Yelich, which I think we can all kind of bank on. But look, there's not a lot to like about any team in the NL Central. It's kind of a mess. Maybe aside from like the Cubs offense, I don't really know what you can rely on in that division. And I just think if everything breaks right for the Brewers in terms of Brandon Woodruff and Corbin Burns and Devin Williams and Josh Hader, just these elite strikeout pitchers who can dominate opponents. If that all works out, they're going to be in really good shape because they're a team that knows what they are. They're not going to be a top 10 offense. We know that, but they could be the best defensive team in baseball. And as we've seen with like the Tampa Bay Rays, that's something that kind of gets overlooked from time to time when we talk about these win totals. I was ready to call them one of the best defensive teams in baseball like 5 weeks ago when we did our NL Central preview. And then 3 days later, they signed Jackie Bradley Jr. to play center field, somehow getting better at defense. So run prevention is the name of the game with the Brewers. I think they're going to do it well. I like them plus 300 on the DKSB to win the NL Central. You can kind of hedge it a little bit here at minus 125 to have them go over 82.5 wins.
Gary, do you have a favorite player award bet going into the year?
I do. Another one we talked about in our past previews, but Tyler Glasnow, plus 950 to win the American League Cy Young. I just think it's really good value. I honestly think there's only like 5 guys in the American League who can possibly win the Cy Young if everyone stays healthy. It's not like the NL in the sense where you've got like Clayton Kershaw at 25-1 because there's so many good pitchers literally in just the Padres and Dodgers rotation alone. On those two teams, there are guys more likely to win the NL Cy Young than the entirety of the American League. So really, you've got like a 1 in 5 chance already that someone like Glasnow can put together a good season, stay healthy, throw 200 innings. And I think everything around this is there. He's a strikeout pitcher. He's a guy who could rack up a bunch of wins playing for a good team with a good defense and, most importantly, a good bullpen. If he leaves the game with the lead, he's probably going to get the win, which is really, really nice. Someone like, Jacob deGrom could tell you what a luxury that kind of bullpen is. And on top of that, the narrative's there. Like, these are still narrative-based awards at the end of the day. And if you look at the Rays, if they, even get to the wild card game, if they win 90 games and fall short of the 101 win Yankees, people are going to look at Glasnow and say, wow, they lost Snell, they lost Morton, and they still had one of the best rotations in the American League. And I think that matters too. So I just think this is a guy who has so much potential, and this is the year it's going to all come together.
What about you, Bukes? You looking Cy Young as well, or going somewhere else?
No, I'm going to Rookie of the Year, and the odds on this guy has shifted immensely since the beginning of the week. We heard that Eloy Jimenez is going to be missing maybe 3 up to 5 months with that shoulder injury that he unfortunately did during a spring training game. So Andrew Vaughn is looking like he's going to be the starting left fielder for the White Sox. And the advantage that he has over some of these other guys that are in contention is that he's going to start the year with his team. Guys like Jared Kelenic, Wander Franco, they're not going to be there at the jump. So Andrew Vaughn already has the advantage on some of these guys. And there's a reason why he was one of the top draft picks. He has unbelievable power. Just go and watch some spring training videos of this guy. He's got a beautiful swing. The whole White Sox outfield, by the way, has beautiful swings. So if there's anything for that, they're all beauties. But Andrew Vaughn is a special player. He has that 30-plus home run power. He's a huge defensive guy. Like, this is someone who could run away with this award. The boat is leaving the dock, 11-1. This might be the best odds that you're going to get. So I would grab that now because, like I said, he's got the advantage over some of these other guys because he is starting the season with his team.
Bukes, you can also go to a season leaders category. You can make a bet on who's going to lead the league in homers, RBI, strikeouts. I mean, you name it pretty much. There are a ton of different options. Which one stands out to you?
Yeah, Yordan Alvarez to lead the American League in home runs at 20-1. I mean, how do you not make a play on that? Let's just go back to 2019 when his rookie year, because obviously 2020 was a lost cause. He played 87 games and hit 27 home runs. He basically averaged a home run a series when he was up playing in the major leagues. This dude has unbelievable power. So for him, a guy of that caliber that can hit home runs like that, and this has gone through the minors too. It wasn't like a flash in the pan. This is somebody who's consistently shown power. But for somebody to get that type of power and to be 20-1 to lead the American League in home runs, there are some tough guys that he has to, jump. Mike Trout, Joey Gallo, some of the names there. But Alvarez has shown, at least at a major league level, that he can still hit for power. So at 20-1 odds, man, those are really tough ones to pass up.
Gary, do you have a favorite season leaders bet?
Very similar to Steve, so I won't dwell on it too long. I had just Alvarez and Giancarlo Stanton at 20-1 each kind of circled. I think you bet both those guys. You hope one stays healthy and gets to like 650, 700 plate appearances. And considering, if you want to just go baseline stats with the amount of home runs per at bat they've hit the last couple seasons, if you want to go advanced stats with like max exit velocity, hard contact rate, things of that nature, they just shine above everyone else. And if they can stay healthy, that's the only caveat. And you kind of hope that one of the two will. Aside from that, I also like Fernando Tatis Jr. at 22-1 to lead the league in hits. I really don't think it's that far-fetched that someone who had the 93rd percentile expected batting average last season to go along with all of his amazing contact stats is going to finish the year with the most hits. Yes, he'll take a walk, which, for the purposes of this is not great, but he's also going to bat leadoff for the Padres, a lineup that could turn over more than any other lineup in baseball. He might honestly get to like 730 plate appearances if he plays 150, 155 games this season. And at that point, it's just a volume thing. It's just counting up the opportunities. So I think that's some really good value for Tatis.
Gary, and the championship favorite, unsurprisingly, the Dodgers, plus 350 odds on the DraftKings Sportsbook. But I'm not going to presume that's where you would put your money in terms of making the bet. Where would you invest?
So I do think the Dodgers are probably justified in being the heavy favorite to win the World Series. I think their rotation is just unmatched aside from that of the Padres, but we obviously don't want to bet them at plus 350, especially considering, they could have to play in an NL wildcard game. I think they'd win it, but that's not something you want in the range of outcomes for an overwhelming favorite you're betting. So when I look at some of these deeper odds, the one that really stands out to me is the Houston Astros at plus 2,200. Why is this team 22-1 to win the World Series? They're going to win their division. I'm going to say that right now. Athletics aren't going to win this thing. They have regressed from last season. The Mariners are still like a year or two away from actually winning the division. The Rangers suck. The Angels are always underwhelming. Like when Mike Trout wins a division title or someone around Mike Trout helps him win a division title, it'll be a first. So the Astros are going to be in the playoffs. And once you've cleared that hurdle and once you've kind of gotten to the range where they're not going to have to play in a wild card game, 22-1 seems crazy.
Steve, who's your pick to win it all?
I'll tell you, the Astros are not winning. So, I mean, that's going to be a problem for Garion because when the Mariners steal that division, it's going to be looking real silly over there because that division stinks. The whole division stinks. Anyways, you don't want to bet the Dodgers. Are the Dodgers the favorite? Yes, of course, they should be the favorite. Look at that team. It's stacked from top to bottom. But there's also another team that's stacked from top to bottom, and they're 8-1, and they're in the same division. And they're called the San Diego Padres. And quite frankly, if you put them side to side, I kind of lean the Padres rotation over the Dodgers because Trevor Bauer is not going to be the same guy you saw last year. I'm just saying that now. He had a cupcake schedule last year. All he did was face teams under 500. So let's see how he transitions to the NL West. Nothing against the player, but that's the schedule he was handed last year. So I like the Padres at 8-1 because any other division that the Padres are in, they're not just the favorites, they're massive favorites. It wouldn't even be close. But unfortunately for them, they're in the NL West with another powerhouse with the Dodgers. If you want to look at longer odds, I'm going to go back to it. The Nationals are 33-1. They have the makeup of everything. Nobody wants to give this team credit yet. They have the hitting, they have the pitching, and they have a decent bullpen. And in an NL East that I think, like I mentioned, is up for grabs, all you have to do is make the playoffs, and then it's all bets are off from there. So at 33-1 for a team that feels pretty complete to me, not the caliber as the other teams like the Dodgers and Padres, but the Nationals should definitely be in that conversation. So 33-1, that's my favorite long shot. And the Mariners is not bad too, if you're feeling froggy.
Baseball's here. Should be fun. Looking forward to it. Steve Buchanan, Gary Thorne. I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks for watching.
Got to tell you guys about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. DraftKings is celebrating the return of baseball with the countdown to the 2021 MLB season promotion, which runs through opening day on Thursday. Enter an MLB lineup this week and earn a different bonus every day. Today's bonus: enter any paid Thursday MLB contest on Tuesday. If any player hits 2 or more home runs on Thursday, you get 1,000 crowns. Check back each day for a new bonus. Just click the promos tab in the DraftKings lobby for all of the details. All right, the start of the MLB season usually signals the end of the NCAA tournament. Tonight, number 1 Gonzaga just beat out number 6 USC. And coming up here shortly, we have UCLA and Michigan battling out for one of those last 4 spots. This week, the Unreasonable Odds podcast released a special episode breaking down the final few games of the tournament. Here is their preview of tonight's game.
This UCLA run, I can't quite figure out where this came from. Like, Oregon State was, I don't think any of us had them in the Elite Eight, but it's like, okay, there's a body of work there. Like, they turned things around at a certain point in the season, got through the end of conference play like that, had a great Pac-12 run, and then carried it into this tournament. And, you wrap your brain around that. I can't wrap my brain around where the UCLA turning point was because there wasn't one. They were just kind of a meh team throughout the course of the season. They got knocked off immediately by the Beavers in the conference tournament. They play a very talented, although wildly inconsistent Michigan team in the first 4. And here they are creeping by teams. And Alabama screamed the end of the road to me for UCLA, and it was not. I have to keep sticking with my guns here. I think I'm maybe a little more confident than you in this game. I don't like you at UCLA. I'm tempted to lay the 7 with Michigan.
Me too.
It brings up another question of how much of that last game was Michigan asserting its dominance even without Isaiah Livers versus Florida State just being kind of this Jekyll and Hyde team and not necessarily showing up? The boring answer is it's probably a combination of both. But how do you see this game? Is UCLA actually for real? Do you put much weight behind the dominance over FSU? Because I'm talking myself into laying the 7 with Michigan.
I'm leaning towards laying it with Michigan too. The knock on UCLA this year was that they didn't have many shooters. They're actually shooting the ball a lot better in the
lights out.
That said, though, Alabama lost that game last night. Alabama missed a ton of free throws. Herbert Jones misses 2 free throws that could have won the game right then and there. They don't close the door. Michigan's not going to let that happen. Florida State did not play well, and it was a combination of Michigan playing pretty well, Florida State not playing well. That said, though, I do think this tournament, they've risen up and played, and without Livers, they've done a really good job. And even without him, what this does, even if they didn't look great versus Florida State, it gives them another game of them having confidence. Look, they're not walking into this game versus UCLA and saying, "Oh, well, we might struggle with them." They just beat a team who's better than UCLA, who's significantly better than UCLA. So I think they're going to come in with a ton of confidence. They get that extra chemistry built by playing those 40 minutes together. I think they come in here in a really good spot. And UCLA dancing after the game yesterday. I mean, they didn't really earn this spot, in my opinion, before these 3 games. I don't want to take anything away. They didn't earn. They really didn't get over the hump. This might be the truth. There's 61% of tickets as of right now. I don't know how it'll settle up, but 61% of the tickets are on UCLA right now. I think Michigan's going to be the right side.
All right. I mean, if those tickets keep coming in on UCLA, I like Michigan even more. I don't know if we're going to get this at a better number or not, but I would be very intrigued by that. Michigan showed me a lot, I think, in that Florida State game. I couldn't believe I wound up on the Michigan money line at one point in time. It just kept shrinking, and I talked myself into Michigan. Worked out. I'm happy that people are sleeping on them, I guess. And like you said, like UCLA, I thought the last one was going to be, they just kind of peaked. You're coming into the second weekend, and that momentum is going to be gone, and it was still there. So I'll give them credit for that, but I would be very surprised if Michigan was not the end of the road for them.
I like Keegan Bradley and Chris Kirk at 45-1. I think you like them both as well. Both are ball striking very well. Keegan is he's the sexiest ball striking son of a gun on the PJ Tour. There's just no doubt about it. He can't putt.
Yes. He's the sexiest moving left. Like, this is what he does before he hits.
What? He does a lot of wiggling. But he can't putt. So I don't know, man. I'm just going to close my eyes and click the submit on 45-1 Keegan. Now, Chris Kirk, on the other hand, is doing everything well. He's doing everything well. He's coming off some good form as well. Had a tough, I think, one round. Was it at the Players? Was it at, or was it somewhere else? Yeah, it was at the Players. Tough Sunday at the Players, I think it was. Top 25 at the Honda. I like both of those guys. I think there's win equity in both. Both are PGA Tour winners. You got to feel like Keegan's going to win here eventually. That's it for me at 50-1. Up to 100-1. Before we get into triple digits, I'm going to go with Ryan Moore at 80-1. The old wily veteran with a ton of course history here.
A trap.
that I do know for a fact is hitting it very well right now. Just needs a few little putts to drop it. Now he comes to a place that he's familiar with. He's confident on. He's played well in the past. He's got some magic. He's just got some magic here at the Valero Texas Open. Let me just pull this up here. A 3rd place finish, a 7th place finish, an 18th place finish, and an 8th place finish. And guess what he's done in all 4 of those tournaments? He has gained strokes putting, which is not what he's been doing lately. So he's familiar. He's comfortable on these greens, okay? Very comfortable on these greens. He loves this golf course. Absolutely loves it. Ryan Moore at 80-1, another PGA Tour winner, who, if he gets in contention on Sunday, is not going to soil himself. He'll pull it through. He'll make it happen. So that's it. I'm going to give you that. That's all I got up to 100-1. Then I'm going to get to the long shots. You tell me what you got.
All right. Well, I will start with Sam Burns at 60-1. I like him here. He finished in the top 25 in his first time ever playing here last year. We've seen him play well this year. Obviously could have won at the Genesis, what seems like forever ago. But I like that number at 60-1. He is definitely a good ball striker, good on approach. If he can get that putter rolling, I think he can certainly contend here. So Sam Burns at 60-1. And then I'm going to drop down to Aaron Wise at 75-1. We saw him almost win at the Honda Classic a couple weeks ago. He's another guy that has good game for this course, good game in the wind, as long as he doesn't have those freaking blow-up holes like he did at the Honda Classic. I think Aaron Wise can certainly have some win equity. We know he's won golf tournaments before in Texas, by the way. So it's 75-1. I like him. And then my last guy that I'll go with before I get to the triple digits is Brandon Grace, 75-1. I like Brandon Grace at 75-1. We've seen him play well recently as well. Won at the Puerto Rico Open. I think that's a good number for him. And he's just coming around. Brandon Grace was like 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago when he freaking broke a record at the Open Championship, which was windy conditions, all that kind of stuff. And he's had some personal issues that have come up and other things, but he's finally coming around. So I like Brandon Grace at 75-1. So there you go.
All right. Sorry. Looking at the triple digit, the long shot bombs, I got to go with the Texas boy. University of Texas boy, Doug Gim, the most boring name in all of golf, like right next to Roger Sloan, who we talked way too much about on the DraftKings.
Too much. I'm not even talking about him tonight because
don't say his name again.
Yeah, I'm not going to say his name ever again tonight.
Okay. Doug Gim at 100-1. Listen, Doug had a great experience at the Players Championship when he completely on Sunday trying to win a golf tournament, didn't, but I think he learned a lot from that. At 100-1, Texas boy, ball striking is there. I like that. Then I'm going to go with a couple of Euros that have won multiple times in worldwide golf events, and that is Danny Willett, also at 100-1. Mm-hmm. He played well this past week in the Dominican Republic, former Masters champion. And then Bernd Wiesberger at 140-1. That's a bomb, but bombs can win here. Bernd and Willett, both good win players, both coming in with having flashed a little bit of form in previous weeks. I'll go with that. And then finally, I'll round it out with a little Graham McDowell at 160-1, the old wily veteran who could have won on Sunday at the Punta Cana Corrales Championship in the Dominican Republic. Played very well, striking the ball well, said after the event that he's feeling good about his game. He's a great wind player. Length not required here, so that sets up perfect for GMAC. And he's been, he's had so many years playing the Masters. Like, you got to feel like GMAC's ready to get back, and he's motivated.
Mountain After Dark is next. But guys, there's still time to play an NBA DFS contest tonight. We got a 2-game late slate locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. Our feature contest for that one is the 150K fadeaway, 50K to first for a $15 entry. One more game tonight in the NCAA tournament. You can go check out the odds and lines before tip-off of UCLA and Michigan, as well as tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook, plus up-to-the-minute odds and lines for MLB, the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. That's going to do it for me tonight. Tara Lynn will be back with you guys tomorrow to take you through another slate of Sims. But we still have Madden After Dark. The Bengals and Lions are ready for kickoff. Tom Carroll, Christian D'Andrea, have a blast. Tom is muted. You muted.
Wow. See, this is why I'm an amateur. This is how you know I'm not one chair material here. We are here for Madden After Dark, the Rhode Island stack. Me, Christian, 401 baby, Bengals at Detroit. Couple of cats going at it. What do you think, Christian?
You know what? This is not an After Dark quality sim. This is a nooner sim. I don't know. Like, something got mixed up here. At noon, Emerson and I got Bills Ravens, and it was an absolute banger. Wow. The last second touchdown victory. It was awesome. And now tonight, we get Bengals Lions. Nothing about this seems good, but I mean, on the plus side, you know, that Bills Ravens, you have two guys you must roster, and like everyone else, you kind of begrudgingly pick. The good thing about this sim is there are a lot of guys who can give you points. Tom, we have locked our lineup. So why don't you tell the good folks out in the DK Sim fam what your six looks like today?
I went with TJ Hawkinson in the captain spot. Got him in there, $11,700, 13.1 a sim. We talked about how these teams are both kind of smelly. So, you know, it's kind of a smelly captain pick, to be honest. I don't feel like I'm getting a good smelling, pleasing smelling captain with really anyone here. So I went with the least stanky there. Tight end gave me some value the rest of the way. Where'd you go, Christian?
I went with the more stanky tight end, CJ Uzomah, who occasionally is an absolute stud for my lineup. I like Uzomah a lot. I thought he was building towards a true tight end one season, granted in a very small sample size before he got hurt, but I think he can do some work next year, or this year, man. It's already 2021. It's been 2021.
It is 2021 confirmed.
I don't know how I'm so far behind on this. It's not like I was just sitting hoping 2020 would continue, yet here we are. Unable to figure out what year it is. At any rate, this fall, 17-game schedule. I think Uzomah is going to have a pretty nice season, and I think he's going to have a pretty nice sim tonight. Either way, I stacked up receivers, tight ends, just because these are two bad secondaries. The Bengals are a little bit better than the Lions. Lions secondary fell apart, and you got to consider Sim Matt Patricia still on the sideline, still hooping things up, still basically being a coaching parasite, feeding off the more successful coaches he has latched onto and then dying on his own. So I'm expecting, I like big things from Burrow. I didn't have enough money to bring him in on board, but I do have Stafford, Marvin Jones, Kenny Galladay, John Ross, Tyler Boyd alongside my captain. So I am expecting fireworks from a game that, let's be honest, will probably end 13-6.
So here we go, 2nd and inches for the Lions here. Almost a 10-yard carry from DeAndre Swift, who's in my lineup, $6,800. I also got both quarterbacks, John Ross, and I went with Lions DST because I wanted to get a Lion in there. I mean, I wanted to get a DST in there, and I felt like the Lions were a little bit better on offense than the Bengals were, or at least a little bit more consistent. So I went with the Lions DST as they, on the offensive side of the ball, pick up a first down.
Not a bad start there. Not too bad. As Jim, Lewis, Jimmy, good to see you all. Good to see y'all. The tough thing for me about trusting that Lions running back room is that it's the Lions running back rotation is Matthew Stafford just absolutely destroyed by Carlos Dunlap there, the man who recently re-signed he re-signed with the Seahawks after being traded there. They cut him because his salary was untenable. And then they brought him back in 2 years, $16 million. Dunlap had a great second half with the Seahawks. Had like 10 quarterback hits in 8 games. Had what would have been basically a 10-sack season, and definitely the kind of guy that Seahawks defense very badly needs. So we're going to see if he can still continue to produce. Is that your captain right there, or is that Marvin? Marvin Jones?
Your boy.
In fact.
And we will be monitoring the Madden Stream 250 free contest, Cincinnati versus Detroit, and the Madden Stream 250 free contest. So make sure you guys continue to monitor how your lineups are doing. We're going to take a look as well. We got CA in first place as of now in the Madden Stream $250 free contest. And we already have a change. Chan's 614 in the lead with 177.92 points. Just less than a point lead over Nero. 12-34-56-7. It's a heck of a name there.
And look at that, Tom. Stafford delivers a strike to Galladay on 3rd and 6. He comes back for the hold. He fires off a 15-yard completion on 3rd down, but it's 3rd and 16. Big decision coming up for Matt Patricia. He's on the Bengals 43, 4th and 1. No, they're on their own 43, rather. 4th and 1, they're going to punt it away rather than get risky here early in this one.
Yeah, Matt Patricia, playing it conservative here.
Yeah, unless it comes to, will I take the risk of alienating my players off to the point that when I'm eventually fired, they will come out in droves to throw eyes emojis up on social media. Matt Patricia is one of the least beloved coaches in Lions history, and there have been so many terrible coaches in Lions history, and Matt Patricia, possibly the most hated. Amazing.
I think he's number one because the players legit hate him. And my question to you, Christian, would be, this guy seems to have blackballed himself from getting a head coaching job ever again. I mean, unless he comes back to New England, which he's doing, and has some sort of historic run with this defense, where he's more of an advisor role now. He's not like the full-on defensive coordinator. It's going to take a career renaissance for this dude to get another shot at head coaching.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, we did see that kind of with Josh McDaniels. McDaniels obviously bombed out with Denver, had to go special advisor role back in New England, became the offensive coordinator, got offered the head coaching job with the Colts, and then at the last minute said no, and the rivalry's back on, says Chris Ballard. Hell, maybe it is. I mean, the Colts right now have a better outlook for 2021 than New England does. But Patricia is in a different situation. I think a lot of people were willing to forgive McDaniels because he was younger and he was dumber, and this is his first kind of step up. I think with Patricia, it's not only all right, he alienated players like McDaniels did with Jay Cutler, but history has been kind to that decision. The Broncos didn't really trade away the franchise quarterback they thought they were when things boiled to a head between those two. And B, man, Patricia, his tenure in Detroit was disastrous. But B, Brian Flores comes in right after him and turns Patriots defense into a bunch of world beaters. I mean, granted, a lot of that was the personnel. They were still great even after Patricia left for the Dolphins. But I think it just exposed a lot of what we gave Patricia credit for were things that were not really his responsibility. And he looked good because he was a quiet guy in the Belichick mold. But, yeah, he was more Eric Mangini than even Bill O'Brien.
I like these comparisons you're throwing out here. I like that. Eric Mangini, oof. As a Patriot fan, moaning. He became our arch nemesis. Oh, they're spying. Oh, as we have a first down here for
man,
Cincinnati.
The only former Patriots assistant coach to ever make a cameo appearance on The Sopranos. You got to give him credit for that.
Great call.
Yeah.
Great call. So are you a Sopranos guy? Are you a Sopranos guy or a Wire guy?
I like them both.
Same.
Sopranos much more. Like, I can rewatch Sopranos. The Wire is a little bit like too depressing. Like, it's just a little bit too gritty, too real, and it's like, oh man, like
A lot of dark moments on The Wire. A lot of dark moments on Sopranos, but there's like maybe this is bad to say, but there's like a hinge of comedy to like everything that's going on in The Sopranos, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even when it's really dark, you're still laughing at Paulie Walnuts.
Exactly.
Or Christopher is just being an idiot, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, no, Paulie was like a terrifying and horrible human being, but you rooted for him. Seems funny as hell. And like Pine Barrens, arguably the best episode of that show, is literally just about two guys trying not to freeze to death. And it's
kill each other, legitimately.
Yeah, yeah. These are two characters who are on the brink of death throughout at least the back half of that episode. And it's phenomenal. It is hilarious. There are multiple moments where you are laughing at it because it's so, like, just such a well-written show. They do such a good job of taking terrible people and making you cheer for them, even though, like, if you saw these people in real life, these are people who do nothing but create
deplorable human beings.
Anyone that gets sucked into Tony Soprano's orbit, their life is made worse. And yet at the same time, at the end, we're like, oh man, I hope he come out of this gang war with New York on the right side.
I gotta rewatch it, man. When I first moved to St. Louis, I binged through the whole thing because I didn't know anybody, so I'm like, this is a perfect time to just crush Sopranos. And best decision I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, tremendous. Like, I didn't catch it like when it was first on. Dude, I didn't have cable, like legit like premium cable until I was like 30. So like
there you
the
go.
only HBO show I got into was Oz, and even then I would have to like buy the DVDs used for like.
I've heard that's great. I heard that holds up too.
Yeah, I'm starting it again right now as big touchdown strike
for your boy,
my guy, my captain, CJ Uzama. The Bengals on the board first here as Matt Patricia furious. But no, Oz is like just a dude soap opera. Like, it's over the top and it's crazy and there's a lot of weird like slam poetry to it. And like, it's like the HBO show with the most wieners per minute, even more than Game of Thrones. Like, you see a lot of celebrity wangs in that, and not a complaint, just
an observation.
You are going to come in and you are going to see anyway, moving on. It's a pretty good show. I think it holds up, but it's like, it's over dramatic to the point where it's like, all right.
CJ Uzama, $5,600 in the captain spot, 4.7% owned in that spot, and 36.2% owned in the flex. So, big score there for those who have CJ Uzama in their lineup.
Captain spot. That's an 11-point play, and it's got me in 20th place.
There you go.
In DeAndrea's free roll, and it's got me in 19th place in the Glash and Ducey. Will one of these QBs ever win another ring free roll? Because Glash clearly too busy putting on some of Sarah's clothing or figuring out what his next TikTok was to properly name and time his 4 p.m. free roll. So I'm glad we have dueling free rolls in this one, and somehow our properly titled one was the less popular one, probably because it got posted 4 hours later.
100% because it was posted later in the day, and I realized, I think I need to make one of these. EAP 1978 leading the Madden Stream 250 free contest for Cincinnati versus Detroit. He is only percentage points ahead of FT Wayne 19. And we look at the 250 free contest where, you had all sorts of lineups you could make heading into the day on Madden here. Chan's 614 with 178.92 in the lead, just over a 2-point lead over Sooner 2691 in this game here. He has the Bengals defense, so Hopefully they come through for him. Nothing else from this game a part of his lineup, which makes sense because, it's Bengals and Lions. Yeah. Joe Burrow, 8 for 8 so far. Matt Stafford, 3 for 3. Accurate quarterbacks in Madden, man. They don't miss a lot.
And I think the nice thing here is that the first drive that the Lions had, it wasn't derailed by bad play calling or poor execution. It was a holding penalty that really cost them. So we might be en route to a shootout. I mean, we've only had one possession on each side. And both teams showed some signs of encouragement. So maybe if I have the Bengals D right now, I'm a little shaky on it, but they do have that sack already. And again, this is a bad Lions O-line. It's bad Bengals O-line. Could be a lot of sacks either way. I'm intrigued. I'm very interested to see how this one turns out. If it can even hold a candle to the Nooner, which was so good. So good.
So no real rushing yards of consequence to talk about. Only one touchdown, as we talked about. Uzama, 1 catch for 6 yards. That was a touchdown. Everyone else, 2 catches, 1 catches, no tuds. So first quarter stats sort of looking like first quarter stats here. Nothing too crazy, but like my man Christian said, we're projecting towards something that could be better than the last sim where we had Colts and Cardinals, which in theory would be a better game because those are 2 teams with more talent. Just, to the naked eye, you can see those rosters are better than these rosters.
I mean, two teams that were 500 or better, whereas these teams, the opposite of that, each of them staring down top 10 draft picks this year.
Where do you see the ceiling for each of these teams heading into next year? And I know a lot of that has to do with how Burrow bounces back from injury, but let's pretend that he's good to go week 1 and he's looking like a dude that went forward in his development here as a player. What is the ceiling for both the Bengals and the Lions heading into 2021?
I think the Bengals could really have a nice bounce back. My biggest concern is their head coach, Zach Taylor. Nothing from him really suggests that he's even that much better than Marvin Lewis right now. So I think we got to see a lot more from him. He didn't really have a great record coming up through the ranks. When he's offensive coordinator at Cincinnati, the University of, the Bearcats were not very good that year. He kind of got this job because he stood close enough to Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Sean McVay was the hottest thing in the world.
It was that offseason where if you smelled Sean McVay once, then you got an interview for a high-level position.
Exactly. So that's a problem, but I think they can really do a nice job of revamping this offensive line. Jonah Williams, their first-round pick in 2019, they look at him as a franchise building block. Where they are in this year's draft, they're probably going to have a pretty good chance to pick up Penei Sewell, the top blocker in this year's proceedings. Former Outland Award winner is the top lineman in the NCAA, used to protect Justin Herbert's blind side. Put him, Jonah Williams, Riley Reif, you kick him inside, Quentin Spain. You have a much better offensive line, one that will not make Joe Burrow's knee explode in 2021, God willing. I think that'll really help unlock his game. He dealt with so much more pressure in Cincinnati than he did in Baton Rouge, and I think that was a big part of why he underwhelmed a little bit as a rookie. His numbers were big, but the efficiency wasn't there. He wasn't throwing. His yards per target were down. His deep balls were not as crisp. And part of it was because A.J. Green and him struggled to get on the same track. Green's gone, and they still have a pretty solid group of wideouts. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, the returning Uzama at tight end. So I think this is a team that can do okay. It'll be a tougher out. Problem is, Connor, AFC North is going to be a shooting.
Brutal.
It really is.
And the extra game doesn't help teams like Cincinnati.
No, it's going to be really tough. Just the Browns got better this offseason. The Ravens got better this offseason. The Steelers are still going to be the Steelers. So even if Ben Roethlisberger has to throw check-down type passes, they still have that Saints kind of upside where you can take a limited QB and let's say they get some running back help in the draft this year. That's going to fix a lot of their problems. So I do feel like the Bengals are probably still going to finish 4th in the division, but there will be marked signs of improvement. Lions, on the other hand, this is a washout year for them. They don't really care. This is just a matter of, whatever. Like, if Jared Goff can get his fastball back, that's great. We would love to go with that. But I mean, they lost their top 2 wideouts. The running back rotation's okay, but the blocking's not very good. The defense was one of the league's worst units last year and needs to be majorly rebuilt. I mean, they're going to have a Jacksonville Jaguars in 2020 kind of year. And that's, frankly, exactly what they need. This team has kind of been trying to do a rolling rebuild for a long, long time. And they made some really kind of baffling moves along the way, like getting rid of head coach Caldwell, who, for a Lions head coach, was kind of wildly successful. Like, in terms of Detroit head coaches, like, he was one of the more successful guys out there. They shipped him out and brought in Matt Patricia, which, why? As we get ourselves a touchdown, it is Danny Amendola, former Super Bowl and playoff hero for the New England Patriots, getting it done here for these Detroit Lions. So what a response there, Tommy. Long, sustained, efficient drive. The Lions travel 75 yards in about 6 minutes to knot this game up at 7-0.
Yeah, if Jared Goff can look like the way Stafford just looked on that drive, Lions are going to be in a pretty good position. But I think, like you said, this feels like a bottom out, but also establish a culture type of season. You know, eating kneecaps, bringing in Dan Campbell, clearly going to be establishing a mindset for that team that's, we grind up here in Detroit, and players, we can laugh about that in public, but behind closed doors, there's a chance that like they're all kind of in on the joke with that stuff, right? Like Dan Campbell's a guy that's been around the league a long time. He's not going to come out in a press conference and act a fool like that if he doesn't think the dudes in the locker room are having fun with him on it too.
But there's like good lunatic and bad lunatic. If you want to come up to a press conference with crazy eyes and looks overwhelmed, like a man who just drank a case of Red Bull, and you are about to completely defecate your own britches like Adam Gase, that's bad crazy. But if you're taking your shirt off to meet with the draft pick, that's good crazy like Pete Carroll. And, my goodness.
Oh, big
Johnny,
play.
5 sticks. Gone. Hey,
House.
Tom, what's your favorite NSYNC song? Mine's Gone. Baby girl, you're gone. You're gone. It's a ballad. It's amazing. Anyway, big time touchdown there. Johnny 5 sticks, John Ross.
Seeing the speed.
That 4.140 speed.
Blazing fast into the end zone there. Sure, ownership on him is actually going to be decently high, even though he's a guy that's a little bit further down the depth chart. But people know about John Ross, man. 42.25 owned in the flex. The speed does not go unnoticed as scores continue to update. We'll give you those in a minute here. John Ross, $7,200 if you had him. 7.6 in the captain spot. So a few people here going to be really excited with that big touchdown.
Yeah, Ross.
Surprised that number's not bigger, honestly.
He's a little bit trick or treat in Sinland. That's really the problem. 7,200 for 12 points a game, more than affordable, but 7 in his last sim. 2 sims before that, 13, 22, but then before that, 7, 5, 2.7, 9.4. Just very, very inconsistent, a little bit glitchy, kind of all over the map. So, it's I can understand the trepidation. I threw him in there because bad secondary. A guy like Ross can really feast, and now he's got to be bumping up towards the bonus if he's not there already. 102, he is in fact there. So 3 catches, 102, and the touchdown. 22.2 points in the flex alone right now. Outstanding.
So I'm taking a look at the Madden Stream 250 free contest. Lil Joey now in first place, a new leader, 173.86. He's got all sorts of dudes from the earlier games, but he has Joe Burrow as his quarterback here, so that helped him catapult into the lead. Taking a look at the 250 free contest, Cincinnati versus Detroit. We have a new leader, K. Creswell 90. John Ross is his captain. So there you go. 33.3 right now in the captain spot. Crockett for UT, tied with him in first place, also with John Ross in the captain spot. Outlaw 68, just a little over a point behind them. Also, John Ross in the captain spot. He's tied with Dobson, 1959, as well as Ghosty, 057. All sorts of people tied for third place. A lot of John Ross in the captain spot there. So, interesting stuff happening in the contests.
A lot of movement so far. As you know what, I see you out there, bad boys pop. Bye, bye, bye. Also a banger. It's gonna be me, possibly my favorite non-gone song. It's a good karaoke song too. People get into it, if you bring enough energy, you can't just kind of like limp your way through it. You can't be uncertain. You gotta embrace your terrible voice and scream your way through a little bit in sync.
Boy band songs are good for karaoke, but the one thing to keep in mind is they tend to be longer. Yeah, people sleep on the length of those songs, so the room can peter out, especially at the slower portions of the song. So you got to be bringing the energy. You got to have ad lib ready for the non-singing portions of the song. You got to be ready to dance. I mean, you're putting a lot on your shoulders if you're going to come out of the gates with the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or 98 Degrees or O-Town or one of these bands. Like you got to bring it. It's not a layup.
Yeah, especially if you're doing O-Town, all or nothing like that. That's like you're playing this game on expert mode if you're doing that. If you can get people into that, people are going to lose their damn minds.
Man, I miss karaoke. That was one of my all-time favorite activities. The restaurant that was in the middle of my college, Sweetwater Tavern, gone but not forgotten. It was bought by the college and turned into a dormitory. Wednesday night karaoke's some of the greatest nights of my life.
So I didn't really get into karaoke until Nashville. And then it was always very intimidating. It's like Nashville would have professional singers who tried to make it big, not on.
Oh, that's intimidating stuff.
Like, so they would just go there and they would hang out and they'd work for tips. So like every 4 or 5 songs, you'd have this quasi-professional go up, knock out like a country music standard, and then they turn it over to like me and my buddy Steve singing "Boys to Men," Motown Philly. It's like the Boys to Men. They were just like really, just intimidating how they would get you into it. But we're getting back into it. I mean, hopefully we're all going to be vaccinated soon. I am eligible starting Monday. Wisconsin just relaxed the necessity or the qualifications.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm going to see if I can get that scheduled. Also, Thursday, I'm back at it hosting live trivia again downtown Madison.
Oh, heck yeah. I want to get a trivia gig.
I can help you out with that. If you, well, it depends on the company, but I work with Geeks Who Drink, and
there you go.
Made everything super automated now, so everything gets done through your phone.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I don't have to touch anything you've touched. And
yeah,
respectful distance, but I'm still there, throwing the questions out there to you, awarding bonus beverages, things like that. So I'm looking forward to it. That's gonna be Thursday. We get to see who actually is gonna be able to come out.
Yeah, I get my second poke of the vax here on Friday, so I'm gonna be fully vaxxed, baby.
So what?
Ready to rock.
After that, you need like 2 weeks, and then you can actually go out
and be a member of society. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Go out to Urban Chestnut and sit at the big tables.
Yeah. Crush those pretzels they have there. Delicious.
It's such a good, like, I appreciate, like, so many, and we'll touch on it very briefly because we're not supposed to talk beer on this broadcast, but so many new places kind of go right into the really hoppy stuff. Urban Chestnut went really heavy on the German stuff. I love it so much. Is that
big time
again, or is that? Couldn't really tell there on that one.
Like I think it was.
But it was. Yes, CJ Uzama. So 2 catches for him, along with the receiving touchdown, and the Bengals now with a chance to add to their lead before the end of the half here. Up 14-7, ball near midfield, first down.
One timeout.
Yeah, that's going to make it tough. 38 seconds and one timeout means you got maybe 3 plays to go here, Tom.
If you actually do things correctly. And we know
it's a real...
time management in Madden can be an issue for these virtual coaches.
But hey, that was a good throwaway from Joe Burrow. Some
Smart
rookie awareness there. Dude, you missed it. We had one game where it was earlier this week, and I already forgot who it was because it burrowed into my brain and started eating away at the brain cells surrounding it. But it was one team that had a great clock management to get into field goal range at the tail end of a tie game with one timeout left, and then they promptly let the clock run down so they could go to overtime and then lose. It was maddening. Burrow scrambles for 6 there. More importantly, he uses up his team's last timeout. 21 seconds left. This pass has got to go to the end zone, and I think we know it probably won't. This play gets stopped in bounds. We are going to halftime. A 7-point Bengal lead.
What if we have a sick sideline catch?
I mean, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see something in the middle of the field here.
Oh, no. What?
Oh, Burrow, escapability. Get out of bounds, buddy. Get out of bounds.
Get out.
Get out of bounds. There we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Joe Burrow.
Okay. So maybe we see a field goal here.
Yeah, they might, 14 seconds might be so much time that they run one more play here, and that might be the play that devastates us. Because they're not quite close enough that, you just say, okay, throw it out the back of the end zone if you get the chance, although Burrow with that big arm absolutely could. I mean, I love the pickup there. This is absolutely field goal range, even for Fat Randy Bullock. And Fat Randy will come out, indeed, from 40.
Let's do it. Good coaching decision here. Takes the 3.
Hey, okay.
There you go, Fat Randy.
Where we didn't think they would get points. Andrew behind the scenes points out it was Browns Cowboys, and the Browns had the chance. Yeah, they were setting up like a 45-yard field goal to win the game. It might even be less than that. All they had to do was take a timeout and kick. And with 2 seconds left, they decided to run a run up the middle, and I lost my damn mind.
Here we go. 10 seconds to go here. Let's see if the Lions can have a nice enough return where they can possibly get a field goal, maybe take an end zone shot. Let's see what we do here. Randy kicks the ball off. Nice high kick. Going to force the Lions to take it out, waste some clock. 6 seconds to go here. Let's see if we see a run here to just get to the half, or if Stafford airs it out. Oh, looks like we're going to do a little halftime victory formation. Hate that.
Yeah.
Got to be aggressive here.
If you got Matthew Stafford in the lineup, you just lost 1/10 of a point. For
Awful.
no reason. Give it to Kerryon Johnson. See what he can do. You have the timeouts. If he can break off like a 15-yard run, Stafford can throw it to the end zone. Sure, why not? I don't know.
Yeah, that was frustrating there for Stafford owners, for anyone with Lions in their lineup as we hit halftime here. And yes, folks, I'm going to continue to wear these glasses. I don't care if you see the reflection. They make my job a whole hell of a lot easier as we get the stats updated here. Joe Burrow, 11 of 12 for 177. So he's definitely in B-word territory as we head into the second half. Got 2 tuds to his name as well. Stafford, 15 for 17 with 143. Also in the B-word conversation, Kerryon Johnson, the leading rusher here for Detroit with only 18 yards on the ground. Joe Burrow leading the way for Cincinnati with 28 on his 2 attempts. So
7 times as many rushing yards than his 2 running backs combined right now, Tom.
It's not good.
It's been bad for the Bengal rush attack. Someone, I forget who it was that dropped in. They stacked up 3 running backs in this game, and there's no way that's going to work out well for him after that happens.
Yeah, not a lot of good rushing going on in that first half here. TJ Hawkinson, the high man for catches in this half, 4 grabs for 39. No tuds yet, though. John Ross with a touchdown. Uzama with the touchdown. Danny Amendola with the touchdown. Whole lot of 3 and 2 catches to go around here. A.J. Green with only 1 snag for 13 yards. So he's looking like a babysitter Billy candidate as we head into the second half. And Christian, I am a subscriber to the Substack.
Beautiful.
I get football knowledge in my email inbox on a daily basis. People,
warms my heart.
join the movement.
Warms my heart to hear it. Yes. Yesterday or Monday, we looked at 3 trade scenarios for the Jets if they don't want Zach Wilson, if they want to trade back. Maybe if they don't want Justin Fields, because Justin Fields' pro day today, pretty damn good, Tom. We'll talk about that in a minute.
I heard Mac Jones's was bad.
It was not great. It was not as good as Zach Wilson's or Justin Fields. So we talked about that on Monday. And tomorrow we're going to talk about what the hell the Packers are doing. Why aren't they getting any help for Aaron Rodgers? Why haven't they signed him to an extension? Well, that's coming up in tomorrow's post, right? It'll be hitting your inboxes tomorrow in the late morning. And if you would love to get some free knowledge dropped right into your inboxes, you can subscribe at postroute.substack.com.
Guys, we have a massive tie for first place in the Madden Stream $250 free contest for Cincinnati versus Detroit. Whole bunch of you guys tied with 92.3. So go check that out if you're in that contest. I mean, we're talking, I'm scrolling for days here, and everyone's tied for first. The next group of people is 103. So that's a 102-way tie for first place, if I'm doing my math correct, and if I'm understanding how this works correctly. So, wow. Really good stuff going on. And then in the 250 free contest, Lil Joey 09 in first place with 177.78. He's got Burrow in the captain spot. So he's got to continue to hope Burrow puts up big numbers here. The rest of his lineup all locked in. Lots of dudes from the earlier games.
Possible that Lil Joey is actually Joe Burrow.
He could be.
He's got some time to kill. He's probably just looking back at this time last
Rehabbing.
year. Thank God I don't have to do any of the pro day stuff. Thank God the pre-draft process is over. I don't have to interview with 20 different teams, even though I know the Bengals are going to pick me.
Yeah, remember when Joe Burrow he wasn't being like dodgy about wanting to play in Cincinnati, but he wasn't being like definitive, I want to go to the Bengals. And everyone was like, oh, is Burrow not going to want to play in Cincinnati? Is he going to put up a fight? Or, oh, is Cincy going to trade the pick? And then Burrow sort of started seeing these headlines, and he's like, you know what, I'm just putting the end to this one. And he came out in front of it. I gained a lot of respect for him when he did that, when he's like, guys, relax. I'm pretty confident I'm going number one here. I just, I didn't want to just be that guy.
Yeah, I think we're just people trying to manufacture the storyline.
Of course.
I mean, it's kind of what we're dealing with now. I think maybe with the Mac Jones rising stock. Mac Jones is now the favorite to be the 3rd overall pick. It's one of those things that just seems so outlandish that it's like, no, there's no way. But at the same time, like maybe there's a bit of truth to it just because quarterbacks are kind of so volatile, and we have had a lot of baffling decisions and some decisions that we didn't see. Kind of like Baker Mayfield, even after he finished his Heisman winning season, did not seem like a number 1 overall pick.
No, that was late. That was a late decision.
Yeah. And then he rose up, and it turns out, looks like the Browns made the correct choice, even though last year we were like, oh, did they? No, it turned out you get him the right head coach. Kevin Stefanski knows how to unleash him, knows how to get him on those bootlegs, those rollouts, take advantage of his athleticism, let him throw on the run rather than keep him stayed in the pocket. So, it's just one of those situations where there's a lot of time left to go here as we do get a running back touch inside the 10-yard line. Gio Bernard takes it down to the 3. 2nd and goal coming up. Could be Mixon time, or
maybe Uzama again. Maybe your boy.
Hey,
can I give you a conspiracy theory, Christian?
Always.
Okay. So we know Saban and Belichick are boys. We know the Patriots need a quarterback. Did Belichick get in Saban's ear and say, hey, here we go, your boy?
I think that's the tight end. No, it is tight end 1. CJ.
There you go.
Oh, captain, my captain, into the end zone for 6. And just like that, this game might be getting out of hand for the Lions. Matt Patricia, furious once again, because that's kind of his default mode. Furious and or nonplussed. Uzama, 2 touchdowns today. A whole bunch of catches for him. I believe that's his 4th. His 4th catch of the evening.
So did Nick Saban get in Mac Jones's ear and say, "Hey, let's take it a little easy today. I talked to my friend Bill. He needs a quarterback. He needs a quarterback to be a little bit more affordable than having to move up into that top 5 to 8 range. You can stick around being a 12 to 15 guy in the first round. We can get you in a good position here, and you can be the guy that everyone remembers as the guy that replaced Brady instead of everyone being stuck with this memory of Cam Newton being that guy."
I mean, I love the Galaxy brain thinking behind it, but I'm gonna have to say I'm skeptical, Tom. I have doubts.
Just throwing it out there. We are on the internet here, Christian. There's no rules on the internet.
Yeah. No one would just go up and make up lies on the internet. Who would
No, absolutely not. Lil Joey, by the way, holding strong in the $250 free contest here. 184.34, obviously getting a few more points with Burrow throwing that last score. And the $250 free contest for the Cincinnati-Detroit matchup, still a crazy big first place tie. I mean, we're talking, I'm going to continue to scroll here. We're scrolling. Yeah, still a 102 place tie. 109.46 points for a whole bunch of you guys with John Ross in the captain spot and all sorts of Bengals all over the place for you.
We were out there, fulfilled, and Edward, to reiterate, I'm not saying that Baker is better in Cleveland than Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen is. I'm saying in terms of quarterbacks the Browns were looking at, which seemed to only be Baker Mayfield at the time. It was the one guy they were absolutely zeroed in on, and it looked like it was going to be a bad decision. Now he's turned it around. It at the top of that draft, it looked like, honestly, you were going to go either Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield. They made the right choice between those two. Then you had that second-tier quarterbacks. Those guys obviously turned out much better, but I think if you drafted Josh Allen number 1, it would have been, the Browns would have gotten laughed at so significantly hard. And it would have been, I think, a similar situation where Josh Allen doesn't make the leap he made this year if he was a Cleveland. Lamar Jackson probably would have been fine. The blocking in Cleveland is good. The receivers are solid. Lamar Jackson can go pretty much anywhere and be fine. Josh Allen had that raw talent and just was built in a way where his previous stats did not suggest NFL success. This was a big thing. Bill Connolly, formerly of SB Nation, currently of ESPN, basically laid out how historic it would be if Allen became the quarterback the Bills hoped he could be. And he got there. It was I don't want to say it was a fluke because Allen had that talent, but the odds were not in his favor, and so much of the credit for Josh Allen becoming an MVP candidate belongs to the Bills for the way they developed him, the way they were patient with him, the way they brought along his offensive line and his targets, the way they harnessed his running ability, and the way they tamped down his basest instincts to whenever he's in trouble, I'm just going to toss the ball over my head as a lateral. Like, there were so many bad Josh Allen habits, whether it was closing his eyes and chucking it downfield or just trying to make something out of nothing when nothing was there. The Bills strained that out. It took a while, but Josh Allen got there. I don't think he makes that leap if he's playing in Cleveland with Hugh Jackson his first year and then Freddie Kitchens his second year. So given the situation, Baker worked out fine for him. Do I think Baker Mayfield was the best guy in this class? Absolutely not. Do I think that Baker Mayfield is a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson? No. Do I feel like Baker Mayfield worked out better for Cleveland than Josh Allen did? Yeah, kind of. Just because I don't think Josh Allen would have been that good if he was a Brown. I'm not saying Josh Allen was bad. I just don't think he would have been that good if he were a Brown.
No, I think you're completely right, because I think Josh Allen being in a system and with a franchise that allowed him to maybe hit his ceiling, I think we're seeing the top of what Josh Allen can be. It is where you get Baker, who he was dealing with those bad coaches, but and we get a touchdown here for Detroit. Let me see who we got. Is that Kerryon Johnson with the score?
Indeed, the former Auburn Tiger into the end zone. Kerryon's 33, DeAndre Swift 42, and Adrian Peterson, who we never see here, wearing number 28 as always.
Yeah, so Baker, look, he's just not asked to do as much as these other quarterbacks. And I think Stefanski is smart to have him in this sort of elevated game manager position, right? Because they have this incredible running game with Chubb and Hunt. And Stefanski figured out if we can limit Baker Mayfield being in a position to turn the ball over, we're going to be in more of a position to win ball games. And it's also going to allow Baker to make plays when he has the opportunity to do so, because they have a balanced attack. So I love what Stefanski's doing, and it wouldn't be a workable. Well, Josh Allen wouldn't be Josh Allen if he was handing the ball off to two running backs, whatever it is, 40, 50 times a game. It wouldn't be the case. And I think Buffalo, they took one of the two best athletes at that position heading into that draft, him and Lamar Jackson, and they took the athlete and they morphed him into a professional quarterback. They knew it was a project and they got it done.
Yeah, I mean, so much of your professional success depends on the franchise where you land.
Totally.
And sometimes it just works out. As Joe Mixon, ye gods, off to the races. We're singing in sync again because he's gone. 76 yards for Joe Mixon. Had nothing to speak of in the first half, but after the Kerryon Johnson touchdown, he says, you know what? I got this. Smash Lana, you want the Mixon 80-yard touchdown pass? How about a 76-yard run instead? I know you missed out on 1.4 points, but hey, still turned out okay.
There you go, Joe Mixon. And I'm taking a look here at the $250 free contest for Cincinnati, Detroit, and the roadblock at the top has gone away. Scores will continue to update here, but the last touchdown from Kerryon Johnson sort of shifted things, and there's not as much of a congestion here at the top. We had a solo leader, M. Taffy, with 113.34. John Ross is his captain. He's got Burrow, Stafford, Galladay, Uzama, and Randy Bullock. But he's fallen all the way down to 38th. We now have an enormous 38-37 way tie for first place as things updated with that touchdown from Mixon. Ken Doobie now in first place. He's got Burrow in the captain spot, Mixon in the flex for him. So, movement happening, people. Little Joey still in the lead here in the Madden Stream $250 free contest. His man Joe Burrow helping him continue to be in first place as he continues to perform well here against the Lions.
Producer Madison crushing my heart with saying she was a Backstreet Boys girl, which, again, you don't want to pit one against the other. They were both great. We can all agree that they were the upper echelon of boy.
I don't know many people that pick one or the other. I feel like if you loved one, you love both.
For a minute there, it was like a competition. It was like Britney or Christina Aguilera, and I was like, you know what? Why choose? But it wasn't like like how Britney and Christina Aguilera were like a tier above like Jessica Simpson. Like it was the same way with like NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and then you had like 98 Degrees and O-Town.
Yeah.
So, I think we can all agree, Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were, Clemson and Alabama.
For me, it feels like the boy band thing is, if you like those types of bands, you kind of like the entire genre. Whereas when you're talking, Beatles versus Stones, people go polarized on that. If you really love the Stones, you hate the Beatles. That rivalry is still super strong. I casually like both. I think I lean Stones if I had to pick one.
Okay. Really?
But I understand the Beatles' importance and all that stuff, but if I'm thinking about the straight up songs I enjoyed listening to, I feel like the Stones do it more for me than the Beatles. But I get the Beatles important. Like I don't want to neg the Beatles here. I get it.
Right.
I understand
I like
I'm
them both.
not being one of those guys.
I think for me with that, it's one of those situations like where one of those teams, one of those bands was Babe Ruth, and the other one is Mickey Mantle, and it's like one of them was just the kind of the mold from which we compare all other bands that came after him to, and one was just historic in its own right. But I mean, it's tough to compare, the two, especially when the Rolling Stones had the much longer run, thanks to their ability to stay together through the power of drugs. At our stats here through 3 quarters, Joe Mixon probably going to get a bunch of handoffs here in the 4th quarter, Tom. His Bengals are up by 17 with 8 minutes to play. Cincinnati is going to be burning some clock, and that could be great news for Mixon owners out there. You got the big touchdown run. You just need him to get a few more carries, get you that bonus, and turn a good day into a great one.
13 yards away from it, people. So keep an eye on that. Taking a look at the pass catchers here. Got touchdowns from Dola, touchdowns from Ross. Uzama got in the end zone twice. So Bengals pouring it on Detroit here. But like you said, we could see Joe Mixon carrying the load here in the 4th quarter, which will definitely have a big impact here on all the contests we got going on. Ken Doobie is the first name I see on this long tie for first place here. A 34-place tie for first place in the $250 free contest for Cincinnati Detroit. I'm taking a look at the Madden Stream 250 free contest. Lil Joey holding firm, first place, 184.34 points. Right behind him, though, 2 points behind, he also has Burrow in his lineup and TJ Hawkinson. So if we see anything from Hawkinson here, and Ross. So, I mean, there's opportunities for my man Bryn's dad 30 to make a leap here in the $250 free contest as we get underway here in the 4th quarter.
I like a good dad name drop in the
Yeah, shout out to the dads. Proud dads.
You got Hawkinson. So these receivers on both sides, no one's really having too much of a stinker of a game. I mean, Tyler Boyd only has a couple catches, but Galladay and Jones both up into double digits. John Ross obviously having a great game. A.J. Green's got a handful of targets. So this game has delivered. I mean, so far we're at 45 points. It's gonna be the kind of showdown where it takes like 150 plus to win.
Yeah, it has actually been a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be. So shame on me.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, this is not like it's a blowout of a game, but the Bengals at least made it very interesting when they do score those 2 long 70-plus yard touchdowns to John Ross and
definitely
Joey Mixon.
Here we go here. Stafford handing the ball off. Is that going to be? Oh, no, he gets in.
Ooh.
The little roll.
Carry on again.
Second of the game.
The guy we thought was going to be the RB1 in Detroit for at least the foreseeable future has already been supplanted in the lineup. Tom, just injuries took their toll on a guy who's not even 24 years old yet. But came on strong his first season and looked like a guy. He was one of the first guys in a Lions uniform to have a 100-yard rushing game since Reggie Bush was playing in Detroit. That's how long it's been. Kerryon Johnson comes in. He looks like the future, but he only plays 10 games as a rookie, 8 games his sophomore season. Last year, 16 games, but, I mean, who cares? DeAndre Swift's there. And his rushing efficiency has gone way down, nearly 5.5 yards per carry as a rookie the 2 years since, about 3.5 yards per game. Just kind of sad to see the way he's fallen off. And if you're a Lions fan, kind of sad to see, but familiar, as we're going to get an efficient review of this one.
Let's see. First and goal. He was short. He looked short. He looked short.
So Kerryon Johnson owners furious right now. But is he going to get another chance? Is that Carry-On or is that DeAndre Swift? Can't tell.
Let's see.
It's
Carry-On Johnson.
No doubt about that one. We got ourselves a 10-point ball game.
Redemption is a dish best served in Lions blue. Carry-On Johnson with the score. Lions are cursed, man. They're just cursed.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is about them being cursed. I don't know if they need to bring a goat to a bar or whatever it is that they did in Chicago, or have a crazy comeback like the Sox did against the Yanks. Like I don't know what the Lions need to do. Maybe it has something to do with Thanksgiving that's going to end this curse. But they're cursed. It's a cursed franchise.
I mean, this team, when was the last time they won a playoff game? Was it with Barry Sanders? I believe it was. It's frustrating. And it's not just like they weren't like wading through a sea of mediocrity either. They had 0-16. They had Dan Orlovsky running out the back of the end zone, terrified of Jared Allen. It's been real grim over there. So yeah. I mean, Browns fans, they have a case to be made. Bengals fans, who have also not won a playoff game in 2 decades, they have a case to be made. A lot of sadness across the dregs of the NFL.
Across the Midwest, clearly, as we're talking about a whole bunch of Midwest teams. Taking a look at the paid contest here. Ken Doobie still in first place, along with 34 other people. So that touchdown not having an impact on that one. Lil Joey still in first place here in the $250 free contest. Bryn's dad inching a little closer, just under a point away. So keeping an eye out on those scoreboards for you guys as the Lions kick off here to the Bengals. Now 2nd and 3 for Cincinnati. Sorry, I was looking at the YouTube feed for a second there. It's a little bit behind.
I do the same thing. I'll get like sucked in because
I switched over screens. I was looking at the wrong video. Bengals in the gun.
And you know what? Credit where it's due to the production crew. Like the stream was crystal clear. Like,
amazing.
Through Zoom is like, okay, it's fine resolution. You see it on Twitch and it's like, oh my god, that is HD.
Looks beautiful.
I can see every individual fiber of Jelani Tobias' hair, and it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Tremendous Polynesian hair energy. He may just be Maui.
Here we go. Mixon can eat a little bit here.
Pretty close to that bonus. It's got him
inching
97 now. And like we said, he's going to get more of those opportunities. Under 4 minutes to go here. 10-point lead. Bengals going to try to torch this clock, Tom.
Let's see if Joe Mixon can achieve that B word here and do all sorts of things to the contests, as he's going to lose maybe a yard there, yard or two. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. I'm going to make a bold prediction. He gets there, Christian. Okay? I'm just going to say it now.
Okay.
And if he doesn't, I will take full credit.
I wouldn't quite put it at ghost pepper wager kind of probability, but like it's close. You need to find something in between, like a jalapeno bet.
Okay. I'll eat a pepper on air. How about that? I got some sort of peppers in my fridge that aren't that fun to eat by themselves. I'll eat a pepper on air if Mixon doesn't get the B word here.
He gets that yard back, so he's back up to 97, and we're going to get to see. We can't run down to the 2-minute warning here, so, I mean, you might as well call a passing play. See what you can get done here. Now, Tom, how do you think Joe Burrow is going to respond in year 2 in the league, coming back from a catastrophic knee injury? The knee injury that 20 years ago would have us pretty worried, but right now, not the case. Did A.J. Green get it? I think he's just shy. 4th and inches coming up. That'll take us down to the 2-minute warning. Are the Bengals going to go for it here and try to seal this game? We're going to have to wait and see.
I think a lot of people look at what Justin Herbert did in LA this year and They love it, but it also has people forgetting about what Burrow was able to accomplish on a bad Cincinnati team that clearly took a step forward, right? I mean, they have, you've talked about it, talent at those pass-catching positions as Bullock puts it through the upright. No!
Oh, that was a stoink.
Wide right, I believe.
And
oh, just off the right side of the goalpost. Bad miss there from Bullock.
That Randy does it again. The cheeseburger walrus cannot convert, and the Lions have a little bit of life, although at this point they may almost certainly need to recover an onside kick. 10-point in 2 minutes is a tough one. That's a tough one.
So, Christian, I look at the Bengals last year, and I see them in a lot of games.
Yeah.
While Burrow was healthy. I mean, he's a gamer, dude. And I know that there was some inconsistency there, but he is young and he was on a bad team. I just see what that guy carries himself, the way he carries himself. And I looked at what he did on the field, and I see that dude, if he's able to come back healthy, having a good NFL career, being a good quarterback for a long time. I really do. He can move. He's big. He's got a big arm, accurate.
Yeah, the encouraging thing was there has never been an NCAA quarterback that was as accurate and as explosive with deep balls as Joe Burrow was. And granted, part of that was because he had an NFL caliber receiving crew.
Oh, fumble!
Oh no, that Bengals defense coming up big there. Carl Lawson jumps on it. Minute 3 to go. Lions do have all 3 timeouts, but if you needed Mixon to hit that bonus, this is your chance. Needs 3.
Oh, he gets eaten up.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna shut the
hell
hell
up. I might
up.
have to eat this pepper, man.
Smash Atlanta, man, I'm rooting for you, so I'm gonna shut my damn mouth when it comes to Joe Mixon. I'm gonna go back to talking about boy bands or whatever. Oh. You know what? Oh.
Okay, I got to be honest. The peppers I thought that were in there are gone, but there are some banana peppers in here. They're hot banana pepper rings.
I don't think
know. That doesn't feel daring enough.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel daring enough. I'll eat one just to cover myself, but I apologize for not having.
You can push it down to later in the stream. Later.
Okay.
In the land. Make the folks wait. You don't want.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Build some suspense.
All right, give the ball to Mixon here. So that was Gio Bernard anyways.
So the Lions' rush defense shows up at the right time to at least make this less embarrassing for him. Would be a 61-yarder for Fat Randy from here. I will laugh myself to sleep if the Bengals try it.
Let's see.
Instead it's going to be a Kevin Huber punt, which is the smart move. Lions have 0 timeouts left, under 50 seconds to play. That means they don't get out of bounds or throw incompletions. Or maybe 2-3 plays from here. Great punt, too. Pins them inside the 10-yard line at their own 7.
Let's see how these last few seconds affect these contests here.
Too, and it's still in safety range. That pass goes nowhere and keeps the clock ticking. So good news if you needed some T.J. Hawkinson PPR points, like maybe you got him in the captain spot, but not great for the Lions garbage point jamboree here we were hoping for at the end of this game. Clock ticking, and I'm rooting for the safety here.
Bryn's dad 30 in first place here with 192.5.
Oh, come on.
In the $250 free contest.
Still in the safety range. Almost had it there.
18 seconds to go. And we take a look at the $250 free contest for Cincinnati versus Detroit. We have a solo leader, Schmeat 88, John Ross, Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford, TJ Hawkinson, CJ Uzama, and Kerryon Johnson. He's got just over 2-point lead over T-Hark, or the Hark, I should say. But, score still updating here.
It was. Wow. Hawkinson with a big catch to finish his day, and that might be the bonus.
It's going to affect things.
bonus for TJ Hawkinson on the last completion of the day.
Wow.
It will mean nothing for the final score. The Bengals go up to Michigan and win the battle for Toledo 31-21.
I'm eating the pepper.
All right. Go find it. We're gonna be on cam here in a second.
People want the pepper.
I gotta see like is it like a pickled banana pepper? Is it just
but it says hot.
Okay, I've had those. Those are great on sandwich.
They're hot. They're great on sandwiches.
They're delicious.
Stafford with the bonus here. Am I really not going to be able to open this jar? Okay, here we go.
Get the bonus. Joe Burrow, the perfect passer rating, 3 touchdowns, and 275 through the air. If this game wasn't a blowout, he would have gotten there.
Here we go.
I mean,
ooh. When it's not on a sandwich, it hits different, you know?
Okay. No judgment here. No judgment here. And this is all because our guy, Joe Mixon, came into the fourth quarter at 97 yards and finished the game at 94 against the Lions' terrible defense. Very, very disappointing turnaround from him. One huge touchdown run, then other than that, very little to show from Joe Mixon. But, hey, 94 and a touchdown on the ground. You'll take that every day. TJ Hawkinson, 10 for 103. So 20-plus points in the flex from him, even if he didn't find the end zone. The other tight end, C.J. Uzomah, 5 for 69 and 2 touchdowns. So between the two of those guys, you got just about 40 points of production if you stack the tight ends. Marvin Jones, 7 for 68. Johnny, 5 sticks. Ross, 6 for 134 and a touchdown. Kenny Golladay, 5 for 84. A lot of receivers really did show up in this one. It was just a bad day if you had maybe some of the less productive running backs like DeAndre Swift and Gio Bernard. And A.J. Green only finished with 40 points. But I'm going to have to babysitter Billy this one. And Tyler Boyd, 2 for 26 from him. Showed up early, and then he was the weak link in my lineup. Finished 29th out of 122. Top 25. I'll take it. And if we're going to hand out that crusty cough player of the game award, as much as I would love to give to my guy C.J. Uzomah, Uzomah went off at 5,600 in the flex, giving you about 10 points per game. Kerryon Johnson, 5K in the flex, under 5 points per game, scored 2 touchdowns. Kerryon Johnson, you like to see the glow up from a guy who's had 2 rough years. You are tonight's Madden After Dark crusty cough player of the game.
Looking at tomorrow's schedule as scores continue to update here in the nooner. We got rain on a Wild Weather Wednesday. Rossi and Kenny. Kenny returns for the 2 p.m. sim. Falcons at Titans with Cough in the wind. 4 p.m. Raiders at Steelers in the snow. Cough and Christian returning to the Dream Stream. After 4 p.m. sim, the NBA pre-lock show. Sharag and Julian Edlow gonna tell you all the good things happening in the world of hoops. 6 p.m. Niners at Bucks in the rain with Rossi and Christian coming on back. 8 p.m. Chiefs at Browns in the snow. Glash and Moose. And that duo will be back for Madden After Dark for Broncos at Bears. So nice little lineup there for you.
Let's shout out
tomorrow on the Dream Stream,
who took down the Glash free roll, the more populated free roll. That Glash put down at the wrong time because, again, distracted by shiny objects or maybe texting Tom Brady or whatever it is Glash does in his free time.
He wishes.
Yeah. Besides annoy his poor roommate Sarah. Tom, not a great sim, but an entertaining sim at least. We had a little bit of drama towards the end, even though this game was out of hand with Joe Mixon. We had a couple big touchdowns. We got to see Matthew Stafford fumble, which is always a delight. I enjoyed it, and more importantly, I enjoyed my time with you, the Rhode Island Dirtbag staff.
Yes,
always a pleasure.
Love it. Absolutely love spending some time with a fellow Rhode Islander, Christian. And as we head out here, wanted to let you guys know we got Schmeat88 currently in first place in the Madden Stream $250 free contest for this matchup at 142.94. He had John Ross in the captain spot with Burrow, Stafford, Hawkinson, Uzomah, and Kerryon Johnson. That's a hell of a lineup there. So he is sitting in first place as we speak, and a solo leader in the Madden Stream $250 free contest. Bryn's dad 30. He had Burrow, Drake, Beretta, Ross, Pascal, McLaurin, Gesicki, Hawkinson, and Washington Football Team DST. So scores continuing to update. I'm watching it happen as we speak. Bryn's dad 30 now up to 200.90 in first place. Looks like he's going to come out on top. Schmeat still in the lead there in the $250 free contest. So, guys, it was a pleasure. Christian, I love you as a fellow Rhode Islander and as a man. And I hope we get to work together soon.
Hopefully we'll be back on another Madden After Dark, or maybe you join me on the morning shift. It's delightful. I'm done with my workday by like 3 p.m. I just kind of hang out.
Sounds fantastic.
Cartoons. I watch Frozen every day because that's my life now. Anyway, I will see the rest of you tomorrow. Tom, I'll see you next week sometime, I'm sure. Hey, everyone, have a great night. Tune back in. Hey, thank you for watching. And if you subscribe to the post route, thank you so much. I am dead serious. It does mean a ton to see how many of you guys have signed up and how many of you guys have read our stuff. It really does mean a lot. And I can't tell you how grateful, but not only I am, but Ryan and Sarah and everyone else who works on the newsletter. So thank you so much.
Go do that. We'll see you guys tomorrow.